Well, early stages of our practice qualifier for our women, Zara Gray, Roma Edwards, Taylor Rampton, Mel Patterson, Hallie Cox. Hallie, what an awesome run from this young lady, making some real moves on the New Zealand moto scene. So cool to see her running, just gone to the top. There is Roma at 2:24. Roma Edwards just put in the fastest time there. Roma, Zara, Taylor, Mel, Hallie, Letitia, Chloe Steele, Hannah Powell, Brianna, along with Taylor, Georgia, Tyler, Kimberly, Georgia. So well done, ladies. So there you have it. That's our Women's Cup early part of the session. Only 5 minutes gone. Only effectively, by the time you start to pick up a few laps, only a little bit into it now with Zara Gray in second. Letitia Alabaster has gone to third. Looking out here, the number one on the bike for Hannah Powell, of course. The number one, loud and proud there. She's jumped to fourth place. Letitia's still in third, fourth, Mel back to fifth with Hallie Cox, this outstanding young 15-year-old from Hawke's Bay. A lady hell-bent on making motocross a big part of her life, trains every day. A fantastic new inspiration for young girls in our moto scene, and proud winner of our New Zealand Junior 125 Championship. All right, 21 now with Georgia out there, looking to 2 for Kimberly. Kimberly now we're starting to get on the gas a little bit. I'm sure we're going to see her start to, oh yes, she's gone to 7th, just gone to 7th at the moment. So Roma, Zara, Letitia, Hannah, Mel, Hallie, Kimberly, Brianna, Taylor and Chloe. That's your top 10 as we're counting them down at the moment. Reminder, of course, our first race underway from 10. So this is our final practice qualifier. The Women's Cup, 2 races today, 2 races to add to the 3 from Woodville. So that will be our Women's Cup collated points for these ladies over those 2 events. All right, Taylor Rampton, the big mover, jumped out of the top 10 straight into second place. 3 seconds behind Roma, who's looking in great form today. Roma Edwards' last major event, of course, here at Digger Mcewen was our MX Fest, and Roma Edwards the winner of the day. At that stage, we're only 2 weeks out from our Women's Nationals, and she got pipped in the post, although did have an injury at the time, of which she's been covering and getting better for ever since, but certainly proved her exploits at Woodville just how good this young lady is. Roma Edwards, Taylor Rampton, Zara Gray are your top 3. Letitia, Hannah, Mel, Hallie, Kimberly, Brianna and Chloe making the numbers for our top 10. Women's qualifier, 8 minutes and 53 seconds. Girls go girls. 79 Romer Edwards, number 3 Taylor Rampton, 118 Zara Gray, 881 Letitia Alabaster, 35 and Hannah Powell, your top 5 at the moment. Girls cutting some mean track through there, but it's Romer, this lady, the 79, getting the best of them, and a clear cut 2:22.35, so good time, hasn't met at that over the last lap, so still a good time from earlier prevails on our results radar. This is Women's Cup qualifying. Roma, Taylor, Zara, they're your top 3 at the moment. No Amy, no, unfortunately no NZ number 1 senior women's champion Amy Roberts. Unfortunately, Amy with a niggle injury. Decided to send this one out. Here we are, chicken flag's gone out, chicken flag is out, time is up. So Roma, Taylor, Zara, if they're still out on the track, maybe they can get this one in as a last qualifier. Of course, right on time, the checkered flag goes out. You don't worry about when the lead rider's coming through. There's the 881 for Letitia on that Patterson O'Connor Motorcycles. KTM sitting there in 4th place as we look to the others. And Ellie, beautiful quick jump for the young lady. How good, how good. So well done out there. And what's that done for her time? Yes, put her up one to 6th. 6th place for Hallie. Great bit of riding. So there, in fact, all of a sudden, just gone back to 7th. Gone back to 7th. The other rider's just gone back and stolen it off her. Oh, so Roma, Taylor and Zara. Your order: Letitia, Mel, Hannah, Hallie from Kimberley, Chloe, Brianna. Round 3, not a scorching lap from Taylor out there on the Action Moto Kawasaki KX250. That brings Taylor into 2nd place at a 2:25, 2 seconds faster than Letitia. But Taylor, on the other hand, 3 seconds behind Roma. So there you have it, an update. Women's Cup Practice Qualifier. All right, here we are, 10 minutes to 10:2. Opportunity for our first race in our warm-up. So opportunity for our first race as we look to our program at the moment. And then just to see, of course, first up for MX2 at 10, followed by MX125, 1-3, and then our Yamaha YZ65 Cup and Women's, with that first race scheduled for 12 noon. So there we have it. That's the update of our program. Taking a break, back with you shortly. Bring it on. Time for our 3 championship classes, just our 3 major classes, MX1, MX2 and MX125 will get a look lap, So an opportunity to go for their warm-up and get back on the line. So here we are now with our update, ready to get back in our Mark Hames Builders commentary box and ready for our first one. Just a reminder, our podium change, Betcom Riders Briefing. Podium now here on the clubroom side by the commentary tower. So thank you, our winning riders, for the first 12 races. The winner of all our races today, MX1, 2, 125, 3, YZ65 Cup of Women's. We interviewed the winner alone from the first race of the first 2 rounds. And in our
All right, how's that? How's that? All right, here we go. We are live and loud and getting really excited, getting ready to go here. Round 4 of the New Zealand Senior Motocross Championships. Thanks to Fox, Pirelli, Aon and Kawasaki New Zealand. We are about to get excited. We have 75 championship points up for grabs in each of our championship classes, and these are going to be all on. So first up, MX2 Race 1. And this is going to be all on. So welcome everyone. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for joining us here at our all-important round 4 of the New Zealand Senior Motocross Championships. Stars on, and we are away with race 1 of MX2. What a great start. We're all away nice and clean. A good start from James Scott on the number 3. Vogel Bestfield Honda gets a great start. Brody Conley on the inside as well. And he's on the Husqvarna, so let's go fly with MX2 under the World Championship over the bridge we go, and this is all on. James Scott, he is down to 40 points in this championship. He must win all 3 of these races, really a different thing. The man with the points lead, Maximus Purvis, he is there in about 4th place at the moment, carving through the pack nicely. So we go racing with James Scott. Then we go to the Husqvarna there. Maximus Purvis right around the outside. He's up into 3rd place. It looks like Hayden Smith gets a good start as well. We've got Josiah Natsky on the Bridgestone Team Green Kawasaki. Looking good in about 5th place there as we fly over Rapids Jet for the first time, and it is all on here. Welcome to everyone. This is MX2 Race 1 on the program, and have a look at these guys go. Absolutely flying at the moment. We've got a decent field of entries, 28 in all. We've got our under-19 Cup in there as well. So can you not keep an eye on this one here? They've all sort of spread themselves out over Yamalupe Centre Point for the first time. It is the 3, James Scott. What a man. He was on fire at Harrisville just a week ago, where he won 2 out of 3 races. Unfortunately, it's a 5th in race 1. Narrowly missed out on the overall, but certainly showed us how quick he is and where his pace is. He's absolutely flying. So he leads this one over parts and services. We then go back to the number 88 of Brody Conley on the LMC Husqvarna. He's now leading the under-19 Cup as well. We've got Maximus Purvis there in 3rd place. James Scott leads this one. He's certainly going to want to try and get out of here in a hurry. Maximus Purvis loves this place. Very fast around here, so keep riding down here with our race leaders at the moment. This is some frantic pace. These motos are 20 minutes plus a lap, and it is on at the front at the moment. James Scott, we fly with him over the final jump of Digger Mcewen Motocross Park and under the Grant Townley Builders feature finish line. It's all on here. Maximus Purvis put a bit of a squeeze on for 2nd place. He's piling on the pressure as we go racing with our race leaders down the front straight. It is absolutely frantic at the moment. Everyone gets through cleanly. No one really gets hung up with it. A couple just sort of jostling for position back in the pack, but what a great depth of field for MX2. And really good catch and update of this one here. So let's update it with James Scott out in front, Brody Conley, Maximus Purvis. We go to Hayden Smith, Josiah Natsky, Logan Blackburn. He gets a great start as well. Adam Moss with the Marshall Phillips in there. And then we go back to Sam Blundell, Reese Lister rounding out our top 10, Luke Van Der Lee and Hunter Skeens there for 12th place. But have a look at this one here. James Scott flies over Rapids. Maximus Purvis is already up into 2nd place, so keep an eye on Maximus. He's got that 40-point lead in the championship. All he really needs to do is finish these 3 races today in point scoring positions, and he should hang on and retain his MX2 title. But there's no telling that to James Scott. He's just got to get out there, fly with these ones here, take the maximum amount of points and see what happens in behind him. We've also got our under-19 Cup as well. We'll talk about that throughout the day, where even with 2 DNF finishes, Brodie Connolly is still leading the points in that one there and running a good top 3 at the moment. Really good battle going on for 4th and 5th place with 2NZ Josiah Nansky piling on the pressure with Hayden Smith on the gas there. So check it out. That's a great little battle there. And shout out to Logan Blackburn. He has shown us real glimpses of good pace this year. And now finally, we've got him some up the front, good start, and he is flying. So check out that little top 6. We're going flying. We're going to get back to 7th and 8th. It's some great jostling all over this racetrack here. Digger Mcewen Motocross Park, the home of New Zealand motocross. And we are flying with our 2 race leaders at the moment. Over the dam jump, Daryl August Motorcycles, long-time supporter of Digger Mcewen Motocross Park, an iconic part of New Zealand motocross, and flying. With these 2 here, they have certainly been the fastest 2 on this racetrack so far today. We've had some really good pace from Josiah Nansky in qualifying, and now he's got himself up into 4th place. So look out for Josiah. He was a little bit quicker than the guys around at that time around. So look out, fastest man on track right now. Josiah Nansky on the number 2 machine. This is going to be all on. I can't wait to see what happens with Maximus. Has already got right on the back of James. So this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see these 2 go at it. They had the most amazing battle at Harrisville a week ago, and now we see them locking horns here again. We're going to go with the 3 and the 44. Oh man, this is going to be an absolute spectacle to watch as we go racing. Digger Mcewen Motocross Park looking an absolute treat. This is such a beautiful place. The jumps have been built up, the moisture's in the surface. And we are on here. Fireworks are certainly expected in MX2 as we've got this one here unfolding nicely already. Look at James Scott and Maximus Purvis already. They've stuck off into the distance. They've got a bit of an advantage back to Brodie Connolly and Josiah Nansky 3rd and 4th. And pretty happy with Josiah's pace as well. We've yet to see the best of Josiah Nansky this season, so this could be just what he needs. Loves this place. He's been fast here before, and now he's in good 4th place and already piling on a little bit of pressure there for Brodie Connolly. So a classy top 5. They're struck off into the distance. A good 6th place. We go back to them to Reece Lister and Luke Van der Lee. Then we go back to Adam Moss in the top 10 with Hunter Steens and Nick Westgate rounding out the 12. This is going to be all on. Phenomenal stuff, and we...
Right, I want to do a shout out as well for people like Toby Winiata, Toby, please, how well he's performing out there. Hunter Scott along with Carlin Italy. There's some of our next level names. Toby joined us only at his 2 years ago. So what he's done in the sport in a short time is great. Great to see the man with 2 men back on that City Honda. Hunter Scott, of course, flying form on Friday for King of the Schools motocross for the Hamilton Boys High School boys. So good to see the next generation, our new kids come up through our sport, which is awesome to see. Shout out as well for our cross-country boys here today. People like Tommy Watts having a debut run, playing game, and what about Reece Lister as well, doing exceptionally well in this class. He's coming fresh from some good results in our New Zealand cross-country championships, moving to April and going to South. Shout out to Mosgiel and Gore Clubs running those tour events coming up. So good to see our whole family in there. What about Isaac Lord, Sam Corsten, some of these kids as well, Brad, that are now starting to get some quality results in an overall picture. And that's the factor here with Taupo, that everybody's got a real chance, and we've seen many of them coming to the foot here today. Well done.
Absolutely, yeah. It's even hard to score points in MX2. That's how deep it goes. That's how talented these youngsters are. And you've only got to look out at the front 1 and 2 at the moment. The fastest lap times around Harrisville last weekend were from these 2 boys here. Faster than the MX1 boys, and absolutely flying. So have a look at this one here. We unlocked a fierce battle. James Scott still holding on to that 1st place. Maximus Purvis with the red plate on. Got that 40-point lead, a massive 40 points. That's going to be hard to peg back, but James Scott doing all he can do at the moment. He's just got to win all these races and find out what happens. We've got then in 3rd place, Bridgestone Kawasaki of Josiah Nansky. He's found himself in the top 3 and certainly got the pace to run with these boys out the front. So this is going to be a good day at the office. The fans have come out in force and should be a beauty. So Maximus has done the job. He is now leading this one. It was at the dual line section. James Scott made a little bit of a mistake and Maximus capitalised on it. So look at this one here. Maximus now in the lead of this one here. He is our current MX2 New Zealand Motocross champion and already leading here today. So less than halfway through race number 1 on our program. And we've got Maximus in charge of this one here. James Scott now has to be back in 2nd place. Still not out of this one. He's right there, but he's got work to do now. Josiah Nansky Third place for him, we've got Brodie Connolly and Hayden Smith. They were two of my standout riders from Harrisville a week ago, double classing and certainly quick. We've got Brodie under a bit of a fitness bout. He hurt his wrist at round number 2 and had a couple of DNFs. So a bit of damage control in the championship. He still leads the under-19s as well. We'll keep an eye on the under-19s, which has got quite a vast number of MX2 riders in it, which just goes to show how cool and how young and talented this field is. So let's update the top 10 as we see it. We've got Maximus Purvis now in the lead ahead of James Scott. Josiah Nansky now on his own in third place with some good track space as well. We've got Brodie Connolly, Hayden Smith. That's fourth and fifth. We've got Logan Blackburn and Sam Blundell. Awesome to see those two up there in the sharp end. We've got Reese Vista, Luke Vanderley and Adam Moss. That's our top 10 rounded out. Marshall Phillips now up into 11th with Hunter Stevens still there in 12th. This is phenomenal stuff. MX2 has been some great racing so far this season. It all started at the New Zealand Grand Prix where Maximus Purvis just came out of nowhere. He won everything there and he hasn't really looked back from there. We've got James Scott now showing his full potential. He won 2 out of 3 Harrisville and is flying up there at the moment. We've got Josiah Nansky, like I said, yet to see the best of Josiah in this series, but so far today we're seeing glimpses of how good he is as well. This is going to be brilliant. MX2, what a treat, and we've got 10 minutes to go on this one here, halfway through.
Right, so it might be the Maximus Purvis show. The riders are as well. They take their place in the pace of the race. What about Warden there and Sam Corston, Hunter Scott, Logan Keris, Logan there on the threshold, 19 points, so that's 2 points for him. Young man, fresh out of junior motocross, so debut year in MX1 racing, the talent across the board. Great to see the average age. The average age certainly come down for MX2 over the last few years. And they've incorporated the under-19 cup in here as well, so we'll take those other young guns and give them some credit further on. And certainly missing today, Jack Terror. Shout out to Jack. Hope all is well for Jack in a speedy recovery, minor injury, but taking a break. Did a very good round number 1, but particularly round number 2 was a smashing good effort from him, and he got some real credit to be up there in the top 3 for that, but not with us here today. Carter Haynes sits on 20th. Another young man on the move in New Zealand motocross. He's been a top former runner-up at New Zealand Junior TT Championship level, and now into the senior motocross as well. But a man who was sitting on the couch until he got the offer in the new year to ride the bike, so very limited training. But I tell you what, once a champion, always a champion. Logan Blackburn, and Logan's fought back brilliantly here. Fox, it's MX21 Mystic Fox Ranger motocross gear. Check it out, whether it be, of course, Fox Gal, their incredible female range of apparel. Well, it's not just the racing gear. It's your classwear as well, so take an opportunity. There's none better. Now Fox proud to be behind.
All right, still out in front with Maximus Purvis. He is absolutely flying. He's got that advantage between him and James Scott to 3.5 seconds. So that was absolutely telling. James there still in second place. Josiah in third. Josiah's got a decent buffer there back to fourth place. So handy third for Josiah, and really cool. Can't stress enough how excited this makes me to see Josiah Nansky back on the pace right at the top. We're going to see some great racing here today. And Josiah in third place, leverage Shane Kawasaki. We've got those two stablemates, LMC Husqvarna and CML Gasket. Brodie Connolly and Hayden Smith, fourth and fifth for those two boys. And continue their awesome performance on their double racing. Man, it's going to be really rewarding when this championship's all over for them, because they have had to work for it. We've also got Cody Burke double classing as well. He goes the other way. He goes MX125 and into MX1. So also back-to-back, but very impressive nonetheless. So this one here got about 7.5 minutes to go. Maximus Purvis crosses the Townley Builders finish line, ticks off another lap, and continues to extend that advantage. It's now out to 7.7 seconds, and just to give you an idea, he was 4.5 seconds quicker on that lap alone than James Scott. He's getting through these lappers really quickly, and just showing you how exciting this is. He is part of the Yamaha New Zealand Development Rider Program, where he is on his way to the Australian Motocross Championships. He's got a good MX1 ride, and it was exciting to see what Maximus Purvis can do. Shout out to the JCR Health and Window Systems team. They've nurtured Maximus the last couple of years. They got him to 1 NZ in MX2 last year, and big shout out to Josh and Amy. All the best No word on the new addition to the family, but we wish you all the best and hope you're tuning in. We love you, and we're going to see this one here with Mcewen out to 7.5 seconds in front of this one. Race one at the BMX2 on the program. 6.5 minutes to go. James Scott at the sign actually still second and third, and looking really good. We've spread the field right out, but good to update our top 10. But Murray's still there in fourth place, Peyton Smith in fifth. Logan Blackburn still there in sixth place. Awesome to see Logie up there. Reach Lister, Luke Van the lead. Adam Moss and Sam Blundell. That is your top 10, and then we go to Marshall Phillips and Nick Westgate. But that top 12 from about 7th onwards, there's only a couple of seconds on track separating all of those guys, so locked in a fierce battle, and those positions could certainly jostle around and change. Digger Mcewen Motocross Park here in Taupo. Look at an absolute treat. The club's done a wonderful job. There's so much moisture locked into the surface. The jumps are built up nicely. We are in for a spectacle at the moment. We are seeing a world-class rider of Mcewen carrying out with this one here. He's got a massive advantage, carving through the lappers, and on that Fox Racing health-in window system, JC Yamaha looks like he is on his way to retaining that MX2 championship. He's got a 40-point lead heading into this round, and if he wins here today, he'll extend that even further, and could be in line to really take this championship early on today. So look out for Mcewen's Purvis. He's flying there. Ticks up another lap. He's got 5.5 minutes to go. But still lapping in those low 2-minute marks. So absolutely flying. His fastest lap was a 2:01.9. So just to give you an idea, Digger Mcewen's one of those tracks that when the moisture comes up and tacks up nice and good. So it'll be almost optimal track racing time at the moment. Maybe when we see MX1, they'll show us how quick we can go. The 2:01.9. Keep an eye on that lap time, because I'm not sure you're going to get much quicker than that. That is absolutely frantic. So check it out. We've got MX2 out there at the moment with 5 minutes to go. And can anyone stop Mcewen's Purvis? That is the question.
Well, it's also credit where it's due for those other now. We're up here at Taupo. We're at the differences between all, but this common track. Series coming up, plus the Battle of the Clubs. So many events on here in Taupo. That's racing. So to class and the fact that he's the current a whole potentially that's a blitzing run. 3 minutes and 24 seconds left on the he has absolutely flawless season. Phenomenal. He's only finished second in 2 races. That's his worst finishes, 2 seconds so far. Everything else is going to win. He's got nearly a 9-second lead in this race alone. So with 2 minutes to go, he's at the track.
he's about to cross the stripe and get this one going. So check out Maximus Purvis. He's been absolutely phenomenal so far this season. And wow, I can't speak enough about him. Shout out to Yamaha. Pretty good performance. We've got Derek Dixon in the 125s. He's in the line for chance in a 125cc champion. We've got the MX one as well. The pretty white chip there as well. And this one here is going to feel pretty good. So red plate on board, Maximus Purvis. He is here over the arrow. He's jumping for the third class time. He's got 1 minute 21. That'll expire on this lap around, and then the white flag will come around. So 2 laps to go for Maximus Purvis. He is certainly dominating this race. Back to James Scott. He's got that gap under 9. He's got it at about 8.7 seconds. So a little bit quicker than Max on that one around. But he's running out of laps if he wants to try and get himself into this one here. James Scott, the most best early race leader. Had a little bit of a mishap. Gave the lead to Maximus, and Maximus has accepted it with open arms and taken off. We've got the updates now for Josiah Natsky through in third place. We go back to Brody Connolly and Hayden Smith. They are locked in a really good battle. So Brody Connolly on the 88 and Hayden Smith on 116 side to side as they go down the front straight. We've got Brody Connolly. He is leading the under 19 class as well. So keep an eye on our under 19s. We recognise them just in cooperation with our MX2 racing. So well done to our under 19s. So there's quite a lot of them too. So most of our MX2 components are all young men, and the future of the sport looking really bright. So the update of the top 10, Maximus Purvis, James Scott and Finance, still your top 3. We've got Brody Connolly and Hayden Smith. They are fiercely contesting 4th and 5th place. We go back to Logan Blackburn on the number 33 machine, ahead of Reese Lister. Adamos is now gone up into 7th place with Luke Vanderlee, Sam Blundell, Marshall Phillips and Hunter Steens. That's our top 12 as we run with the MX2. This is race 1 on our program. 3 races for each of our championship classes, and certainly fireworks expected. We've got a fierce battle for our 125cc championship. We've also got David Harwood and MX1. So anything can happen today. It's all on. We've got MX3. We've got Women's Cup and Rising 65 action on the program. We're right in the business end of MX2. Race number 1, Maximus Purvis is on the second to last lap now. At the moment, James Scott is chasing in second place, but running out of time. It's a couple of corners away from the white flag. Maximus Purvis on the 44. He's got the red plate. 40-point lead in the championship, a massive lead in just a 4-round series. And white flag time. So Maximus Purvis looking really good at the moment on the white flag. On the last lap, if he can win this race, he'll extend that lead. The good news for James Scott is he's in second place, so he's managed to damage limitation there, and will only lose 3 points. You get 25 points for first, you get 22 for second, and 20 for third, so you'll only lose 3 points, but it will still be a 43-point lead if it finishes in this order. Desperate start for James Scott if he wants to try and get himself into the championship fight. Maximus coming to this day, he just needed to finish all 3 races, get some solid points, and he was going to win it, but he's gone out there and is absolutely smashing them. 9-second lead at the moment on the final lap. We're going to update the top 10 positions as well, because Hayden Smith's gone up into 4th place ahead of Brody Connolly, so these are all important championship points, and we've got plenty of tight contested battles throughout the points in MX2. It's going to be brilliant to watch all day today. These guys have been certainly quick, and Digger Mcewen turning it on at the moment. So let's keep an eye on Maximus Purvis, because he is a half a lap away from race 1 honours, but let's keep an eye on him. There's plenty of lap traffic from the car through. It's brilliant. One of the real features of Maximus' riding in the last 12 months is how well he can negotiate back traffic. He's really good. He can take all the different lines. We've had a really good series as well. Neil touched on, we had the Hart Riversilk Woodville round number 1. We then went to Rotorua, a really rugged country there. Went to the Hardpack Clay in Harrisville, and now we're at the volcanic Pumice Bay soil here at Digger Mcewen. So for completely different soils, completely different tracks, we're going to find ourselves a true New Zealand motocross champions. And at the moment, through the sawdust for the final time in race 1, Maximus Purvis. Keep an eye on this one here, the Fox Racing. JCA Yamaha has not missed a beat so far. A shout out to Joe Star in charge of the team this weekend. Talking to Joe Star, and he is absolutely loving it. So brilliant stuff. Now let's keep an eye on this one here. Maximus Purvis is just a couple of corners away. He's over the Pirelli tabletop. and coming around the front. Over the club room's tabletop, this is going to feel pretty good. The chicken flag waving for Maximus Purvis. He's going to win race 1 in MX2 and go a long way towards retaining his MX2 title. He has won comfortably in the end. James Scott then finishes in second place, 8 seconds back. So James, after leading early on, he'll be thinking, what do I need to do to beat Maximus? But he's got second place, so keeps the championship alive. It's a 43-point lead, and there's still 50 points up for grabs. So mathematically still possible for James Scott, but that's about the only one now who can stop Maximus win this championship. So Josiah Natsky gets home in third place, ahead of Hayden Smith on the gas. Home in fourth place, one under Hayden Smith. He is our points leader in the 125s as well, where he'll be running straight to the line to compete in. Brody Connolly finishes in fifth place, and with doing that, he leads home the under 19 class as well. Well done to Brody, also double classing. He's the defending 125 champion, and he'll be running straight to the start line to get underway with that one there. So check it out, phenomenal start. MX2 race number 1 is in the books, and it's a dominant win from Maximus Purvis, who extends his championship lead out to 43 points. So that's going to be hard for anyone to peg back. Just a couple of points finishes to bring that one home, and certainly a telling margin there. We've got all on here. MX2. We can update now the top 7 across the line. We've got Maximus Purvis, James Scott, Josiah Natsky. That's your top 3. Well done to those guys. We then go to Hayden Smith ahead of Brody Connolly. Logan Blackburn holds on for 6th place. Well done to Logie. Reece Lister gets up for 7th place ahead of Adam Moss on the KTM. Well done to the Moss man there. Good top 8 position. He was running up into 7th place earlier. Had a bit of a mishap. Can't back up to 8, so he knows he's got the pace and he'll be right up there as well. Luke Van Dilly in 9th. Sam Blundell continues his awesome season he's having. Another top 10 result for him. Marshall Phillips, awesome result for Marshall in 11th place. And Donovan Ward gets up for 12th place. So that's the update there. The top 12 in the books now. And we'll cross down to Neil, who has an ecstatic race 1 winner, Maximus Purvis.
Well, what an opportunity to catch up with our star Maximus. Not the perfect of starts, but so calculated. What goes on in your mind when you can see somebody as good as James Scott out there in front of you?
Yeah, definitely didn't get off to a good start, but just got my flow and picked the laps off and just worked my way through.
Right, hey, being back home here at Digger Mcewen, does this feel better, different for you?
Oh yeah, definitely love this track, a bit softer and you can get into it.
Right, indeed. Hey, the boys have done a marvellous job. 5 truck and trailer loads of rock to rebuild up on the jump faces. So last move, even some of the landings like here at Dam and over at Energy Centre Point have been improved. You enjoying the track maintenance changes?
Yeah, definitely good to have some good lips on them now so we can throw some scrubs and some whips and make it a bit more fun.
Wow, that's a good way of wording it. So certainly here you are with our champion. Great to have Maximus Purvis with us. This is the number 44, the Altherm JCR Yamaha Hotshot. 43-point lead now in the championship. He's going to need 1 race of the 2 to go. We wish Maximus all the best. The racing here, courtesy of Sky Sport Next, Aon Insurance, along with Kawasaki. And of course, this is the Fox Pirelli Motocross Nationals 2021. Bring it on.
right, here we go. This is an intriguing championship battle on the line here at the moment. We've got MX125. They've had their sighting lap. They're ready to go. We've got a couple of contenders here that have just come off MX2. Our points leader, Hayden Smith, on the gas. 7-point lead. He come in third place in the championship, heading into Harrisville last week. He leaves with a 7-point lead, a really telling point in the championship. We've got Kobe Burke there in second place. We've also got Maddock Dixon. He's 15 points off the lead as well. There's so many people that can get themselves. We've got Brodie Connolly and Dylan Westgate Jackson still mathematically a chance to win this championship, but you'd have to think this one here, if these guys finish all these races, it's going to come down to one of these front three. Hayden Smith, Kobe Burke, Maddock Dixon. It's an intriguing battle. We've got 3 races on the program for MX125 and the future of the sport. We talked about it in MX2. It's on display here. We're under starters orders and ready to go. Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. We've got race 1 at MX125. We've got a good start from everyone. We're all the way nice and clean around the awesome one. Digger Mcewen whole shot corner. What a start. MX125. Raced up field of entries too. We had some great racing at Harrisville and we're in store for a beauty here today. So let's go racing with MX125 as they go flying over the A1 tabletop over State Highway 1 corner. This is flawless performance at the moment from these guys. Can't wait for this one here. MX125, these guys get 18 minutes plus a lap, and our fastest qualifier is Hayden Smith, but out front at the moment, it's all on. So checking it out. Well, how good is this racing in MX125? It's just been a treat to watch, and on display here over the top end, we've got this one here. It's done 18 minutes plus a lap. We're all on.
Out for our freight truck at the moment, guys, to go through. So looking good, coming in and out there. But hey, back with you again, Peter Smith, the man who was making the most of that one. Cutting out again, so
all right, here we go, updating MX125. We are flying. It's awesome to see the number 12 of Dylan Westgate flying out there on the gas. We've got Maddock Dixon in second place as well, so have a look at this one here. We've got a couple of them gone down. Brodie Connolly has gone down as well, so a bit of drama out of the sawdust section. The Let's Go racing MX125. And it is at the moment the number 12 of Dylan Westgate. He is the man in charge of this one here. We've got a great performance as well from a great second place from Ryan King. He's going well. He got a great start in flying up there. Maddock Dixon, Hayden Smith, that's third and fourth place. We then go to Christian Crane is up there. We've got all of this unfolding. Nick Darcy, Jared Hannon, Cody Burke, that's our top 8. We've got Marcus Hildesheim and Luke Maisie rounding out our top 11 and trying to get an update where Brodie come through in 12th place. So that's the update. Brodie through in 12 after crashing on lap number 1, so he's got plenty of work to do. And we keep racing. MX125. All right, let's check it out. Our top 125 races are out there at the moment. Still double gas 1-2 at the moment. Dylan Westgate ahead of Hayden Smith. We then go back to Maddock Dixon, who's got ahead of Ryan King. So cool top 4 at the moment. We go racing. Christian Crane, pretty good start as well. Nick Darcy's up there, Jared Hannon down. Kobe Burke and Brody Conley right on the back of them as well. So have a look at that one there. Fierce battles through the sawdust as we watch the 125s. The awesome buzz of the 125 two-strokes break that we have championship class here, MX125. We've got, like we said, the 7-point lead for Hayden Smith in the championship, and he's in second place in this race, so he'll be loving that because his other nearest rivals in the championship are all behind him. He'll be absolutely loving this at the moment. So Gas 1-2, and then we go back to Manic Dixon. He's certainly quick. He was a little bit quicker than Dylan that last lap around, so keep an eye on Manic Dixon in third place. Starting to come alive here, Ryan King, Christian Crane. Awesome to see those guys 4 and 5. At the moment, Nick Darcy, Brody Conley, Coburg. So 7th and 8th now for Broads and Kobe. So these guys here, 1 and 3 on the bikes, and it's number 1 and number 3 from last year's championship. Racing there, 7th and 8. Jared Hannon and Logan Denise. That's rounding out the top 10. Marcus Hildenshine and Luke Maisie. That is our top 12. We've got Nico Vorin, Sam Bowers and Dylan Powers on the 316 there in 15th place. So 15 all out there at the moment. So we are absolutely loving it. MX125 locked in a pretty good battle out in the front. We've got Hayden Smith got himself right up the front. Got Dylan Westgate in there, Matic Dixon. So a 3-way fight for the overall win here. Plenty of time left to go though. We've got 12 and a half minutes still remaining. These are 18 minutes plus a lap. We get 20 minutes for MX2, 18 minutes for MX125 and 22 minutes for MX1. So plenty of race time for these guys to sort themselves out on a beautiful day here in Taupo. Digger Mcewen Motocross Park looking spectacular. And the racing looking good as well. So the top 3, they've sort of taken off. They're flying at the moment. We've got Ryan King still there in 4th place on the Crown Kiwi Alpine Star Bell helmets, 100% KTM there. Great top 4 from Ryan. He gets better and better as the series gets on, and really cool to see him up there. We've got a great little battle. We've got Christian Crane there with Brody Conley and Kobe Burke. So those guys there, that's 5th, 6th and 7th place. So carving through the pack, Broads and Kobe. They certainly got some speed here at the moment. We also get Nick Darcy running up there in about 8th place with Logan Denise in a pretty good night. Jared Hannon rounding out our top 10. Let's check this out, MX125. And it is Hayden Smith, 7-point lead in the championship. He really turned up in this championship, but at round number 3 in Harrisville, where he said, I want this thing bad. He won 2 out of 3 races there, took the overall, and with that, a 7-point lead in the championship. But if it was to finish like this now, he'd go a long way to becoming a 125cc champion for the 2nd time. I think he won this championship in 2017, so about 4 or 5 years ago, he was crowned our MX125 champion, and now on the Gas, it will feel pretty good if that Gas can win a New Zealand Senior Motocross Championship, making a real comeback in New Zealand motocross and motocross all over the world. The Gas here, brought us by the CML team. And we've got action here, so check it out. Hayden Smith got out in front and now has put a little bit of a buffer between 2nd and 3rd. We've got Dylan and Manic having a great little battle, so nothing in it at the moment as they fly and head out over Rapids. That's we're near the midway point in this race. We're absolutely loving 125 racing. Ryan King still hanging on to 4th place, but Brody and Kobe are coming. So they had a crash in lap number 1, and now carving through the pack. They got themselves up into 5th and 6th place. Christian Crane, Nick Darcy, Jared Hannon, and Logan Denise. That is still the top 10. With Luke Maisie and Marcus Hildenshine, that is 11th and 12th. Nico Vorin, Sam Bowles with still Dylan Powers there in 15th. So everyone will score points if they finish this race. You get points right down to 20th in New Zealand motocross racing. So all important championship points up for grabs. We've got 3 races on the program for these guys. And Hayden Smith, man, he's turned up midway through this championship and taken over. He is flying at the moment. He's a 2:09.6 lap time. He's 3 seconds quicker than anyone on that last lap around. He keeps continuing to get stronger and stronger. He's just had a 20-minute moto in MX2 as well. Come out here, got a pretty decent start, and now flying. So the Gas man down in front, still Dylan in the 2nd place ahead of Matic. So they are absolutely hammering times through the sawdust as we catch an update here. We're still at Ryan King in 4th place with Brody and Kobe there in 5th and 6th. So there's all sorts of battles going on. We're going to crown some national champions later on today, but at the moment, Hayden Smith going a long way to being a 2-time 125cc champion. He's got the 7-point lead heading into the weekend, and now leading by 3 seconds. All right, trying to get an update of this one here. Halfway through race number 1 for MX125. We've still got Hayden Smith on the gas out in front. But Dylan Westgate doing a great job holding off Matic Dixon, but second and third is all on at the moment. We've got Brody Connolly now up into 4th place ahead of Ryan King and Kobe Burke. So check that fierce battle as they go over Rapids Jet. This is truly wonderful. Round number 4 of our New Zealand Senior Motocross Championships. Thanks to Fox, Pirelli, Aon and Kawasaki New Zealand. We've had a great series so far. We've got fireworks expected coming up, loading in the start gate at the moment. The big one, the MX1 on the line. Hamish Harwood has a 23-point lead in that championship. And all on. So we've got White Chase 2.5 seconds quicker than anyone when he qualified. He's only 32 points back in the championship. It's going to be all on. So MX1 lining up at the moment, but out on track. We've got an intriguing battle here. We've got Hayden Smith, the 7-point lead in the championship, flying out in front. Dylan Westgate and Matic Dixon are still second and third. They've been separated by less than a second for about 3 or 4 laps now. And Matic Dixon just desperately trying to get his way around. He's definitely got that JCR Althern window systems Yamaha hooked up really good, so look out for Matic Dixon, who's a little bit quicker than Dylan that last lap around, and now he's right on the back wheel. So let's carry on with these guys here. So 7 minutes ago as Hayden Smith crosses the Townley Builders finish line, ticks off another lap. We go back to that awesome battle for second place. They're pretty much on the same pace as Hayden, but Hayden now with a 3.8 second lead, so that's pretty telling here in MX125 racing. There's only about 6.5 minutes remaining. Brody Connolly now with Kobe Burke tucked in behind him, so 4th and 5th now for Brody and Kobe. Then we go to Ryan King. Still good top 6 from Ryan. Really cool on the crown Kiwi KTM. Phenomenal stuff. So top 6 there through the stripe and ready to start another lap. We then go back to Jared Hannon, who's now got himself up into 7th place. So he was outside the top 10 earlier on in the moto, and now got himself into 7th place. Nick Darcy in 8th. We then go to Christian Crane in 9th with Logan Denise rounding out our top 10 MX125.
Right, keen to follow what's going on the race. In there, keen just to see what we've got here now. And Brody, of course, all that hard work to do. But wow, back in 12th place, but has finally picked it up to be there in 4th at this stage. So nice to see that he's been able to get something going amongst the lineup. So keen to look out for it at this stage. So. There we have Logan. He's got to say a shout out to Logan. What a recovery if he's going to go for the an excellent recoveries.
All right, here we go. Now, taking off another lap, we've got Hayden Smith across the line with Matic Dixon now in 2nd place, and he was 2.5 seconds quicker than Hayden that last lap around. He's now got some clean track ahead of him. That gap 3.2 seconds, so we've got 4.5 minutes plus a lap left in this race. Can Matic Dixon reel Hayden Smith in? It would certainly shake this championship up really good if Matic can get ahead of... And he's back in 3rd place overall, Matic Dixon, and desperate to try and get as many championship points as he can. We've got an intriguing battle unfolding. We've got 15 points separating our top 3, and Hayden Smith, the man leading that championship, is out in front of the moment. Matic Dixon. Shout out to Dylan Westgate on the Boyd Motorcycles Gas in 3rd place on the number 12 machine. This is a great performance. Early race leader got the good whole shot, and now finds himself comfy top 3. Brody Connolly and Kobe Burke. They're in 4th and 5th place. They've been there for a couple of laps now, and certainly just slightly quicker than Dylan ahead of them, but with only 4 odd minutes to go, they're starting to run out of laps if they want to get in podium contention here. So checking it out, Ryan King still in 6th place ahead of Jared Hannon. He's got a 9-point buffer there, so 9-second buffer, sorry. So 6th and 7th, 9 seconds between them. We've got Nick Darcy, Christian Crane, Logan Denise. That's our top 10. They've crossed the line there. Luke Maisie home in 11th place with 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Marcus Hildenscheim, Nick Vorend, Sam Bowers and Dylan Powers rounding out the top 15. Still 15 runners all on on the lead lap, and really cool. EMX 125, Hayden Smith. Let's have a look at this gap, because I think Matic Dixon is certainly coming for him. Hayden will be feeling this. He's just had a 20-minute MX2 moto, so he will be absolutely cooked after that. He got 3 minutes to hang on to this one here. And look at Matic Dixon on the JCR Yamaha. All right, here we go. Checking out this one here. Starting to heat up at the front. We've got less than 2 minutes to go, plus a lap. And Matic Dixon now right on the back of Hayden Smith. So checking it out. We've got the gas of the 116 out in front. The 318 Yamaha in second place. And nothing between. They go over Yamalu centre point. We've only got a minute and a half left on the clock, so that will probably still be a little bit of time on the clock when they cross the stripe. They're well over halfway through this. They go through the Kawasaki rollers. Hayden Smith, can he hang on to this one here? It was over 4 seconds a couple laps ago. It come down to 3.5, and then it's 1.8 when they cross the line. It certainly looks like Matic putting a great late race comeback in here. We've got Dylan Westgate still there in third place. Brody Connolly, Kobe Burke. They are about 20 seconds back there in fourth place. We've got fourth and fifth. We've got Ryan King, Jared Hannon. They locked in a pretty good battle there. There's still 7 and a bit seconds between those guys as we unfold this one here. So coming down to the business end of this moto here, the fastest lap of the race was the last lap from Matic Dixon. It was a 2:08.775. So let's go racing with our front man, Hayden Smith. He's got the pit board and he knows Matic will be there. So this is going to be all on. Can he respond? He's slowly getting to the end of this one here, but there will be some time left on the clock when they cross the line. Here we go, over the Pirelli tabletop and under the Grant Townley Builders finish line. There's still 30 seconds left on the clock, so that'll expire on this lap around. 2 laps to go for Hayden Smith. He did get that gap out to over 2 seconds, so he's put a little bit of a squeeze on that last lap. When Matic reeled him right in, he come right on the back wheel up the top end, right rapids, but now he responded with a bit of a late race squeeze. So check it out, the top two. 2 laps to go, intriguing battle going on. Dylan Westgate pretty comfy there in third place. He's got about a 13-second gap between him and Brody Connolly, third and fourth place. Kobe Burke's there in fifth. So shout out to Kobe. He's about to line up an MX1 as well. So he's in the 2-stroke, the 250 2-stroke for CML KTM, and well and truly in the command of the 2-stroke Cup, where we honour our 2-strokes in MX1 racing. We've got Ryan King still there in 6th place. Great race from Ryan so far. 2 laps to go to hang on to that one there. And a good top 6 on the cars. Jared Hannon there in 7th place. We've got Nick Darcy and Christian Crane, Logan Denise still our unchanged top 10. So awesome start in MX1 25. We're coming down to the crunch. We've got less than 2 laps to go, but Hayden Smith certainly, once he got Matic on the back wheel, has just turned it on and now has a decent commanding gap between first and second. So checking it out as we go, the MX125 racing. This is the race one for them. They got 2 more races later on, but this one here, Hayden Smith can hang on to this. And then Kobe Burke back in 5th place. He's going to extend that points advantage quite considerably. Matic Dixon, who's 15 points back in the championship, he's sitting there in 2nd place. So all falling into the hands of Hayden Smith now at the moment. A former 125cc champion back in about 2017, I think. But he is yet to do it on a gas. So the CML gas out in front and now in firm command of this one here. So lap and a half to go for Hayden Smith, and here we're feeling really good. Just had a pretty good top 5 result in MX2 racing, and then to back it up here, well and truly in command MX125. It's a flawless day so far for Hayden Smith. He was the rider of the day at Harrisville a week ago for sure. And now we go with this one here. 1.5 laps to go with Hayden Smith well and truly into this one here. Righto, let's update this one here. MX125 race 1 out on track. We're on the last lap. The white flag's waving, and Hayden Smith had that 12-second advantage. So we've definitely got a big late race push from Hayden Smith. He's just got to bring this one home. He is absolutely flying at the moment. So Maddox still there in second place, but he's got to be careful. Dylan Westgate's only a second and a half down the road. So definitely a mistake from Maddox on that last couple of laps. He was challenging for the lead, and now well back in second place. So check this one out through the Kawasaki rolls for the final time. MX125 Hayden Smith. He is just absolutely on rails last weekend at Harrisville. Loves that part of the country. Formerly from Tai Happy, now residing in the Silver Bay area. He's on the CML gas. And the likeable young man is well and truly on his way to this one here. So through the Fox Sawdust section, final time, the 1:16 of Hayden Smith. He'll be absolutely hanging out. He's been double classing. Top 4 in MX2 last race, and then he goes out here, another 18 minutes plus a lap, MX125. He's going to do that 3 times today. We've got 3 races in each of our championship classes. Let's update us on the top 12 at the moment. Hayden Smith, Maddox Dixon, Dylan Westgate. That's still your top 3. Then we go to Brody Connolly, Kobe Burke. Still there 4th and 5th. Ryan King, Jared Hannon, Nick Darcy, and Christian Crane with Logan Denise. That is still our top 10 as we're on the last lap at the moment. But here it is for Hayden Smith. Over the finish line we go. Townley Builders finish line here at Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. So the checkered flag waves, and Hayden Smith, he will get the win here and extend that points advantage quite considerably. Well done to Hayden Smith. Here's Maddox Dixon, the 318 Altherm Window Systems JCA Yamaha. He'll get home in second place ahead of Dylan Westgate. So certainly one of the best performances from Dylan so far. Good top 3 result on the number 12 machine. And there we go with that. So the top 3 are home in the book. We go to the number 1 now defending champion. Back in 4th place, Brody Connolly had a crash on lap number 1. But certainly knows he's got the speed to run right up the top. So look out for Broads. He's under a bit of a fitness cloud as well. So great to have him out there. Top 4. He's sitting 4th in the championship as well. Kobe Burke comes home in 5th place, but that has played right in the hands of Hayden Smith. Kobe was 2nd in the championship by 7 points heading into this one. And a bit of a mishap on the first lap, put him back to 5th place. So still in line for the championship, but it's certainly now advantage Hayden with this one here. Ryan King gets home in 6th place. Well done to Ryan on the Crown Kiwi Alpine Stars KTM. Awesome stuff. Jared Hannon gets there in 7th place with Nick Darcy home in 8th. Christian Crane and Logan Denise 9th and 10th. Let's cross down to Neil, who has our MX125 Race 1 winner and extending his points advantage, Mr. Hayden Smith.
All right, an opportunity to welcome Hayden up here. The Gas Elevate Roofing, Unforeseen Decals, CFX Seats, Pirelli Shift, MX Motorex rider, and Hayden, the first 2 rounds, it was sort of mixing it with those top guys, but you weren't quite there. You hit Pookie Cowie on your home clay, and you were feeling much better, but hey, you've done it here at Taupo today. What's been the secret for the change?
Just being really aggressive the first sort of 3 laps. Well, I'm not getting the best starts just because of my weight. Just being aggressive and trying to make as many passes as soon as possible, yeah.
Right, indeed. What do you think of the improvements I've done with the track? Things like improved down ramp at energy centre point, all those up faces done, looking good and feeling good for you out there?
Yeah, I love Taupo now. The track crew have done an amazing job. Track's heaps of fun, lots of lines. It's going to get rough. It's going to be a real man's track. Looking forward to it.
Right, indeed. Hey, 125, you're just chipping it away. Another win. You're feeling confident you can repeat that for the next 2 motos?
Yeah, I'll do what I have to do. If I can win the next couple, that'd be ideal, but I'm not going to go out there and do anything silly.
Indeed. Hey, how do you feel right now when you've just done back-to-back motos? That is massive. Anybody just trying to do one?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of fitness, a lot of mountain biking and running and F45. I'm feeling brand new right now. Come the 6th moto of the day, I'll be feeling a bit tired, but no, I'm feeling brand new now.
Excellent indeed. So here we are with Hayden Smith, another awesome ride from Hayden as we hang in here. This is more racing. This man on the gas. We haven't seen a 125 race like this in New Zealand before. Great to have a world-class brand represented in world-class moto. Our championship's still alive, folks, but this man pegging away at the points and pushing the advantage further out in front. MX125 with our hotshot Hayden Smith, racing for Gas. Our racing brought to us by Kawasaki, Yamaha in conjunction with Aon. Pirelli, power is nothing without control. This is the Fox Motocross Nationals coming to you out there on Sky Sport Next as we enjoy this Fabo coverage. 4th and final round, 2021 New Zealand Motocross Nationals. Yes, indeed, an opportunity. Well, thanks and support going out there to Kia Trailers, Yamaha with Alpine Star, Hooker Honda. There are some great supporters. I love the fact that what the Taupo Club have done, they call it the partnership. If you have a look at their thank you in the program, they call it a partnership. So they've got their sponsors that they have for their long-running events. And just because we've got another event on, we still make sure we continue to acknowledge these sponsors. But hey, talking about the all-new V3 RS, the most complete approach to safety and performance. It's light, it's strong, it's balanced, it's MIPS equipped, and it's more performance. It's crafted with carbon and balanced for a light and stable feel. It's engineered to add protection to helmet for your safety, and it's got the inject compatibility, emergency release cheek pads, and improved NVRS. It is Fox MX21, available now at your nearest Fox dealer or online at www.foxracing.co.nz. And again, to thank those partners of the Taupo Motorcycle Club, including Penny Homes, Townley Builders, Hyundai, Isuzu, Taupo with Taupo Smash Repairs, Yamalube, More FM, Engraved, along with Heavy Diesel Services, McDonald's and Motul Oil. So great that we can get these updates in and have enough time on our program, of course, with our warm-up now for our MX3. Wow, what an MX3 that we've got on our program today. I just love the fact as to how we've been able to bring this group together. And check out Scott Moyer. Scott, of course, a former moto man. We've had him previously in MX1, but he's been away doing the NZ Superbikes, and this Taupo hero, I'm sure, will be in Fabo form here today. Courtesy of Debrett's Taupo, stay, soak, soothe and savour. We look forward to seeing a fantastic lineup with our Taupo prospered MX3 class. Remember, of course, for the last 3 rounds, that's 2-3 in this round, the 4th and final. It has been a championship, and Daryl King has edged his way into that, riding his 2005, you heard it, 2005 Subway Yamaha YZF 450. So got the bike out from underneath the blanket in the storage shed 10 days ago, went to pick up the air filter, it disintegrated in his hands, the tyres were perished, so with some new rubber and a little bit of TLC and some maintenance, it's back on with the graphics update for his numbers as well. It's looking a Fabo bike, just to prove that the latest and greatest of bikes aren't everything. You put that 50-year rider on it and show us what it's all about. Former world superstar of moto, looking good out there. DK, Mr. Daryl King, coming at you in MX3. So great to see. Let's look out for the start shortly.
All right, starting to get revved up for this one here. We've got MX1, the big one. Race 1 on the line right now. The mechanics have walked back in. The riders are on their own. One to starters orders now once we go racing. And we're going to have 22 minutes plus a lap to see how we unfold here. 3 races on the program for these guys, and Hamish Har with the 23-point lead in the championship. We've got Wyatt Chase. He's only 10 points back from that, so 33 points back off the lead. Kane Lamont, he is 56 point back, so still mathematically possible to win this title. So let's see what happens. We unfold with a 22-minute feature race here. Race 1 on the program for MX1. The stage driver, the roar of the 450s is away. We've got this one here, fastest qualifier, Wyatt Chase. Looks like he got a great start. We've got some all-eye action here. We've got a couple down in the first corner as well. So keep an eye on this one here. Some drama for MX1. Let's go racing. as we go right up the back to Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. We've got so many guys who can win MX1 races, and this one here is certainly going to be a treat. Check out our New Zealand Superbike champion with Mitchell Rees. He's flying in this race as well. It looks to be the number 4, Kane Lamont. He is flying on the Alpha Window Systems JCA Yamaha. He is already stretching out a little bit of a buffer, but Tommy Watts gets a good start as well. So all on here, Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. The crowd has come out to be treated to this superstar lineup here. MX1 Racing out at the moment. Kane Lamont, exactly what I needed to do. He's 56 points back in the championship. He's still mathematically in the hunt for a top 3, if not top 2 result here in this championship. Over Yamaloop centre point, nearly gets it upside down. Go the toughie. This is all on. A great start from Hadley Knight as well. Hometown hero certainly coming to the fore. We've got Cody Cooper gets himself right in the mix. He's about 6th place. We've got all sorts of guys that can win races from anywhere in this MX1 field. Where is our points leader, Hamish Harwood? I think that's him back in about 10th place, so plenty of work to do. We'll go racing with these guys here as Kane Lamont leads over parts and services, turns it right and heads into the sawdust section. We then go and have a look at the 91 Apex Window Systems Pro Moto Yamaha Hadley Knight. Then we look at the 491 Sam Cuthbertson. It is Sam there in 3rd place with Campbell King. The 2 men from Dunners there in 3rd and 4th place. There's Coops in 5th place. We'll also get a good start from Seaton Head as well. We've got the 912 and Tommy Watts rounding out to our top 7, and Hamish Harwood carving through the pack. He's about 9th place alone, so work to do, but he is a 23-point lead in the championship. Doesn't need to do anything silly. He's certainly been the fastest rider on the track so far this summer, but go racing with our race leader. It is Kane Lamont, the toughie, on the Alpha JCA Yamaha. Then go back to Hadley Knight. This is better from Hads. He gets a good start. He's certainly had some pace so far this year. Just struggling for starts. This is going to feel good. He's right there. We then go racing with Sam Cuthbertson. Coops is now up in the 4th place ahead of Campbell King. Go back to Seaton Head, Tommy Watts, Hamish Harwood, Keegan Barnard. What a start, 9th place. I then go to Tyler Steiner with Cam Negus in about 11th place as we catch this one here. How good is this from Tuffy? He's already sneaking off into the distance. He is going to love these guys jostling for position in behind him. Going to play right into his hands. He's a massive motor, so 22 minutes plus a lap. And all on at the front with the tough, the number 4 NZ from last year. Normally runs the 94, but thought change it up this year. He's done a lot of work in the off-season. He's had a couple of practice crashes throughout the series, which has sort of just knocked him back a little bit. He was only cleared to ride for Harrisville a couple of days before we went racing at round 3. So still not feeling 100%, but loves this place and loves to play into the crowd. So get in behind Kane Lamont on the number 4. Hadley Knight there still in 2nd place over Yamaloop centre point. He'll be loving this as well. One of the fastest riders out there, but just hasn't been able to get a start this year. So now we'll see what he can do. Sam Cuthbertson and Cody Cooper locked in a good battle there. So that's 3rd and 4th place. We then go back to Campbell King and Tommy Watts with Hamish Harwood piling on a bit of pressure for those guys as well. So keep an eye on them. We've got Wyatt Chase. He was our fastest qualifier by 2.6 seconds. Now that is a lot in motocross around 1 lap. So he was the one that got caught up on the front in the whole shot corner. So he's got work to do, but right there now in the top 10. Let's see what he can do on the Chaseworks suspension Pro Moto Yamaha. The hometown man, Wyatt Chase, he's now in about 8th, 9th place and charging through this pack, so check it out. But have a look at this one, stretching the legs out. Kane Lamont, go the toughie. He's going to be feeling real good about this one here. We've had Maximus already win on the Alpha Window System JCA Yamaha. We had Mannequin 2nd on the 1-2 for us. So Kane, continue on the Alpha Window System JCR. Good run here at the moment. Well represented in all 3 classes. And shout out to JC and Amy. Not here with us this weekend, expecting the birth of their child. So we can't wait to catch an update from Team JCR down there. But all the best team as we go racing. Kane Lamont well quicker than anyone. 2.1 seconds quicker than anyone else on this racetrack. He has a massive advantage back against Hadley Knight there in 2nd place. So he's pretty comfy in 2nd place as well, as we got a big fierce battle in behind him. Had 2nd place. Then we go to Coops in 3rd place. Sam Cuthbertson still there in 4th place. And have a look at this intriguing little battle. Campbell King, Hamish Harwood and Wyatt Chase flying down the step down of Aon Insurance. We've got Tommy Watts in the mix as well. So And that battle from 5th onwards is absolutely breathtaking as they fly up the top end. And on the run to Rapids, this is a very fast part on a motocross track and really spectacular. If you are here at Digger Mcewen, I would recommend going up and having a look at MX1 up the top of the hill. Really spectacular as we fly with this one here. Now, Fox, Aon, Pirelli and Kawasaki New Zealand Senior Motocross Championships. We're at Digger Mcewen Motocross Park for round number 4. We've got intriguing battles for the championships unfolding. But out there at the moment, we've got our points leader, Hamish Harwood. He's buried in about 5th place on the racetrack, but Cody Cooper is only in 3rd place, so he's certainly got a bit of damage control there in that regards, as we've got Hadley Knight and Kay Lamont out in front of this one here. So check it out. Coops is just on the move into 2nd place. It was out of nowhere, coming way back, just threw it in there on the dual lane section. And now we find the 121 Coops, 9-time Open Motocross champion. He's now in 2nd place. See if he can catch up with the toughie. If he can win this race and get Hamish Harwood finishing back in the pack, this will certainly shake up the points. We've got White Chase as well. He's only 33 points back in this championship, so he'll be loving that. He's just got on the inside of Harwood as well, so check out White Chase. He was our fastest qualified. He's a New Zealand Grand Prix champion on his debut year in 450 racing, and this is going to be awesome to see White Chase, how quick he can go around here. So let's update the top 3. We've got Kay Lamont crosses the line, starts yet another lap. He's at a decent advantage. Back to Cody Cooper now in 2nd place, ahead of Hadley Knight. Then we go back to Sam Cuthbertson. Still there with White Chase up into 4th place. So White's got that job done. It was a 2:045, so the fastest man on track is, of course, White Chase. He had a crash in the whole shot corner, and he has been carving through the pack ever since. Well and truly the quickest man out here, and let's have a look at what he can do. We've got 25 entries here, and 14 seconds back. So 14 seconds off the lead, White Chase. Let's see what he can do. It's Kay Lamont over Cody Cooper by 7.9 seconds. Then go back to Hadley Knight, White Chase, Sam Cuthbertson and Hamish Harwood there in 6th place. Campbell King, Tommy Watts with Tyler Steiner rounding out the 9th, Seatonhead in 10th. We've got Barnard there in 11th, Richard Horn in 12th. This is all on MX1. We're at race 1 of these guys here. We've got massive 22 minutes plus a lap. We've only had 7.5 of those gone. So we're looking at around about 13.5 minutes still remaining. So plenty of time, but have a look at this. Kay Lamont through the Kawasaki rollers. He has just absolutely flawless so far. Got the good start, ticking these laps off really nicely. Cody Cooper had to do a bit of hard work. He was buried in about 5th place after a couple of corners. Got himself now into 2nd place, but a clean track ahead of him. And flying, we've got Hadley Knight. My local Taupo man loves this place, done a lot of laps around here, and his Apex Window Systems Promoter Yamaha is right there. 3rd place, we've got White Chase, another hometown hero. He's there in 4th, and certainly the fastest man on this track, so keep an eye on White Chase, the number 32. He was down on the ground after turn number 1. He'll be absolutely loving it, top 4 at the moment. Hamish Harwood in 5th place, but he's the man who leads this championship. He has led ever since race number 1. He won the opening race of this championship and has not looked back. So check it out. Hamish Harwood, 23-point lead heading into this round, but buried there in 4th place. We've got Sam Cuthbertson and Tommy Watts rounding out top 6. Also Tyler Steiner. He is now carving through the pack quite nicely as well. So where we go. Intriguing stuff here, MX1. We are right in the thick of race number 1 here with 13 and a bit minutes to go. Kay Lamont, Cody Cooper and Hadley Knight now your top 3 with Hamish Harwood. They've gone up into 4th place after a little bit of a mishap in the sort-out section from White Chase. White, he was the fastest man on this track, but has to make the mistake. So he will be absolutely gutted. He's now back there in about 8th place. So 8th place now for White. And still with a 2:24, yeah, what might have been for White Chase. He's now going to be up against it to try and get himself in the thick of it as we keep going with this one here. MX1, this is exciting. The crowd's coming out already early in the day. Track's looking phenomenal. The Taupo Motorcycle Club have done a phenomenal amount of work here. And this place is looking trick. So checking it out. MX1 brought to us by Aon, Pirelli, Fox and Kawasaki. It is our New Zealand Senior Motocross Championship. It was a 4-round series. We started in late January at the New Zealand Grand Prix at Woodville. We then went to round 2, Rotorua Motocross Park, where we had some great racing. We went a week ago, round number 3, Harrisville, Mr. Motorcycles Raceway. That was a very, very good day at the office. And then we go here now, round 4. Digger Mcewen Motocross Park, right in the centre of the North Island, the spiritual home of New Zealand motocross. And at the moment, the big boys are out in force. MX1, 12 minutes to go for Kay Lamont. He's got that gap It is around 8 seconds, so it's been pretty steady for the last couple of laps, and he is just doing everything right at the moment. So Kane Lamont leads Cody Cooper, but Coops, we know how good he is around this place here. He absolutely loves Taupo. Some of his best performances have been right here at Digger Mcewen, so don't count him out yet. He's still got 11.5 minutes to go. Can he catch up with the tough? He's certainly putting a bit of a punch on at the moment. Hadley Knight, awesome heads, hanging on to third place ahead of Hamish Harwood. But Hamish there, the 23-point lead in the championship. If he could finish fourth all day, that would certainly be enough for him to hang on to that championship. So let's go racing with MX1. It's looking fantastic at the moment.
Well, an opportunity to see whether we've got a good race on our hands at the moment. Kane Lamont, Cody Cooper, Hadley Knight, Hamish Harwood. So these boys are making it happen, which is brilliant to see. So what about it? Campbell King, Tommy Watts, Tyler Steiner. This man, what a star he's been after a serious crash round number 3 of last year's championship. He's making up some cool ground, and really is looking a class rider as far as our lineup is concerned this year. So putting in consistent motos, which is great for the T-Pookie man on the Botany Honda Crown Kiwi Chaos Graphics Moto HQ Alpine Star 100% Redline supported CRF 450. Look at that, there's our man Mitch Reeves, New Zealand Superbike Road Race champion. You heard it right, the Superbike Road Race champion, of course, came from motocross. He was part of our junior team way back here in the 2009 with our World Junior Championships. He was one of our profile teenage kids. He's come a long way since then. Went, of course, all the way to the best in MX Zone racing before deciding to follow his younger brother and have a go at road racing. As they say, the rest is history. And this year, just 2 weeks ago, crowned just up the road at Bruce McLaren Motorsport Park, the Tarsield racing circuit here in the Taupo region, as our New Zealand Superbike Road Race champion. Here he is today, supported, of course, by Tony Reeves Motorcycles with the brand new sponsor on board, Crown Kiwi, and certainly there was some great support behind him. So well done, Crown Kiwi, to acknowledge his racing with Moto Graphics as well, and Honda also. So Mitch, what a shout out. We've got Scotty Moy, of course, doing it as well. So there you go, folks. That effectively is your best from Tarsield, and mixing it back with the best on turf as well. So love that fact. Cam Negus out there, Jacob Steele, Harrison Giselle. Unfortunately, Hunter Gilbertson, a non-start. Welcoming Hunter here today. Some of these guys cracked that middle one, but don't know quite what's happened for Whites to be back off for Hamish. A bit of bad luck earlier on. But what it's done is it's brought Tuffy back. The man they nicknamed Tuffy 94. They've dropped the 9. It is just the number 4. It's his placing in New Zealand. The Altherm JCR Yamaha rider back to form. We know he's been plagued with injuries and problems in the championship to date. But obviously things coming right on the night for this fabulous Digger Mcewen, literally a 30-minute drive away from his home in Mangakino in the Central Plateau. And here is the local effectively putting on a star-studded performance today. This is great news. He has not been in first place in the championship for any other significant time for any other previous lap. So coming right on the night, although the overall championship's out of reach, it's never too late to put on a show to tell everybody who's number 1. By the way, fastest on the track with a 2:03 is Cody Cooper. But again, Brad, looking out for it, we can see that it's all about Taupo in this final, closing up that gap. So Cody A, as well as being the fastest, trying to be the first. There they are, going down through the sawdust, 4 over 121, the 2 bikes. It's blue from red, it's Yamaha from Honda, and they are 2 superstars. Former MX2 champion, hasn't yet been an MX1 champion. Don't worry, it'll happen one day. This is the man, the flying number 4. Look at all the class of it now. So there we go. Oh, look at Cody, the gap closes there. 1,001, not even 2 seconds, not even 2 seconds down through the sawdust. Here we are with still 7 3/4 minutes to go in the moto. Plenty of time to try and get that update. And you are going to see it all on here at the moment. Over the famous Dan jump, DAM, Daryl August Motorcycles, local hero and long-time sponsor and all-round good guy on the New Zealand moto scene. But Brad, here we go. These 2 boys have left Hamish further back, but I think Hamish in his mind doing all the right things. No point in pushing it. He's got to keep it in his head, keep it controlled, and he can still easily be number 1.
Oh yeah, things are heating up at the front. All right, there is nothing in the battle for the lead now. So we've got Kane Lamont, Cody Cooper. They are in several, half a second in it, and that is nothing on a motocross track. 2:03.8 last around Cody Cooper. 2:05.4 for Kane. So certainly Coops has got a little bit more speed, but it's one thing being quicker. You've got to be able to pass, and Kane Lamont is a very good defensive rider. So checking out, they're going down the Aon step down at the moment. It is Kane Lamont, Cody Cooper locked in a fierce battle. Still a massive 6.5 minutes to go. We've got Hamish Harwood up into third place, playing right into the hands of his title contention. He's got the 23-point lead in the championship. 3 third placings will be certainly enough to lock that away. So check out Hamish Harwood. He is doing everything he needs to do at the moment. CML KTM man. Third place Hadley Knight. Certainly the best performance from Hadley so far this season. Fourth place Camel King is in 5th place, but now it is Wyatt Chase piling on a bit of pressure there. So Wyatt was up into 4th place earlier, made a big mistake in the sawdust, and now has to settle and try and carve back through this pack. So we'll keep an eye on this battle for the lead, because there's absolutely nothing in it at the moment. We've got the 4 of Kane Lamont ahead of the 121 of Cody Cooper. They're through the Kawasaki rollers, and this is coming down to the business end. We've got some lappers in front of them, plenty of action, plenty of drama still to unfold. We've got the next one, 3 races so far. This one here, only 23-point lead in the championship. Hamish Harwood, we've got Wyatt Chase in 3rd place. He's only 33 points back, but it's Cody Cooper. He's in 2nd in the championship, 23 points back. Desperately love a win here and try and get as many points between him and Hamish Harwood as he can. He's had some awesome come from behind performances over the last few years. I remember him having to come back and win 2 out of 3 motos against Kurt Gibbs a couple of seasons ago, and some of the best racing I've ever seen around Digger Mcewen that day, and there's nothing that Cody Cooper can't do. So check it out. Kane Lamont, Cody Cooper still that 1-2. We've got Hamish Harwood, Ben Hadley Knight 3rd and 4th. Then we go back to Campbell King and Wyatt Chase still locked in a battle there. So plenty of battles is all over this track with 5 minutes to go, and it's still Kane Lamont narrowly over Cody Cooper. They go one way each around the final corner. Down the front straight we go, and the Alpha window system JCR Yamaha. Kane Lamont just leads the Mogul best built Honda of Cody Cooper. There's plenty to look out for here. Get on your feet. Who is your favourite? Is it Coops? Is it Tough? It's so good to see Tuffy up here. We've had Wyatt Chase win races. We've had Hamish Harwood win races. We had Coops win a race at Harrisville last week. We have not seen Kane Lamont win a race in this championship, and he will be loving it at the moment. So Kane Lamont, Cody Cooper 1-2 at the moment, but could be anyone's with 4.5 minutes left in this one.
All right, brilliant to see, because it is the stars of the show that have come out to shine and save the best till last. It is the number 4 in set of Kane Lamont. Been having a bad run with injury on and off the track over the last few seasons, but look at this. Although it may not have been a perfect build-up, he's used this one to an almost perfect race. Can he stay there till the end? We're about to find out on the Alpha window system. JCR, Yamaha Motor New Zealand, Yamaha, JYTR, Blue Crew, YMF, YMI, Holland's Collision Centre, Ward Demolition, Fox, along with Workshop Graphic Contract Consultants, Edgar, Oakley, also CDI knee braces, Flex Fit Mount, along with John Apple, Physiotherapy, Phil Perry Contracting, shout out to Phil, along with his employer, of course, Mark Mason Builders, and Black Dirt Collective. So there we have Kane Lamont getting his sponsors some credits out there, but awesome to see. And are they going to come back the other way? I think we could see the change around. We're going to see if we can keep an eye on them over there. Could be a change around. Yes, it is there. Cody's got it. Cody's there. The 121, Mr. Cody Cooper, the man from Mount Maunganui, out there on the Honda, Motul, best built Wellington, Alpine Star, 100% bell helmets, Pirelli Provic with Renthal Twin Air Metrics, Dr. Trim Henson Works connection, along with Vortex Hahn Wheels, Unforeseen, DRC, Flying W Racing, Ebbett Pukikowi, Flex Fitness, Mount YT Bikes, Adamson Contracting, Container Innovations. The list of credits go on for an all-round great guy, and coming back. So this is more what Cody needs, because remembering there was only going to be 2 points was all he was going to get for all that hard work to be the difference between 2nd and 3rd and peel back that. Hamish back there in 3rd place. I don't think Hamish should be hitting the panic button either, but those two going for it for the overall glory, and Cody will get a mere 2 points back, and if he gets 2 from each of the races, 6 will be for the day. That won't be enough to try and eclipse the lead of Hamish Harwood. Hamish, Brad, super calculated. That is what you call using your head and racing. Don't put anything on the line, because 3rd placing with those other guys out in front fighting it out is good enough.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been calculated. He's been smooth so far this season. He's won 3 from 3 at round 2, and that was really the turning point in this championship. he turned up to Rotorua Motocross Park and really dialed it in. Missed some of his moto racing where he got some good starts, put a couple of really good laps in, and then just controlled the race beautifully. It was really good to watch, and now he has that 23-point lead in the championship. He does stand to lose 5 of those now, so you just anything can happen here. We've had some drama over the years at final rounds of New Zealand Motocross, and this one here shaping up to be absolutely brilliant. We've got 2 minutes to go. Let's update the top 10. Cody Cooper, Kane Lamont, that is still 1 and 2. Hamish Harwood and Hadley Knight to look out for White Chase. He is flying in 5th place and nearly caught up to the back of Hadley Knight. So White may be out to 4th place. He's got a bit of work to do here. As the time's starting to run out for him. We've got Campbell King, Tyler Steiner there in 6th, 7th. We've got Tommy Watt, Sam Cuthbertson, and Richard Hall. That's our top 10. We've got Kobe Burke and Quade Youngs there. That is all the way down to 12th place. We've got Keegan Barnard, awesome performance from Keegan. We've got Seaton Head and Mitchell Rees, our New Zealand Superbike champion, rounding out our top 15. So let's keep an eye on this one here. A minute and a half left, and certainly heading out. We've got Cody Cooper and Kane Lamont. As we watch him over the dam jump, but Cody Cooper reeled Kane Lamont in. Now that he's in clear track, he has extended that gap. It was 2.1 seconds, but it's out a bit more than that now. There's still going to be a minute on the clock when Coops crosses the line. Here he is over the Pirelli tabletop and ticks off another lap. So a minute to go. So 2 laps to go now for Cody Cooper. That minute will certainly expire. Fastest lap of the race to 2:03.8. Certainly that clock will be gone by the time Coops comes back around. 2 laps to go for Cody Cooper, and if it finishes in this order, he's going to take 5 points out of Hamish Harwood's championship lead, just to make things pretty exciting. Hamish Harwood, he knows 3 third placings. He's got that buff. He can lose that all day long, but 3 third placings will certainly be enough to secure him his first MX1 title. He's a 4-time MX2 champion. He's a 2-time MX125 champion, and in line to take his CML KTM to glory today. So here he is crossing the stripe. He's in 3rd place, all on his own. And just so smooth and calculated. It is a joy to watch Hamish Harwood on a motorcycle. But this one here is the battle with Hadley Knight and White Chase. That's 4th and 5th. This is quite impressive with Hadley Knight on the Apex Window Yamaha. He is really turned up to play on his home track, loves it. We've got Campbell King, Tyler Steiner. Tyler Steiner's been certainly one of the riders of the season. He's put in such a hard effort, and he is battling now with Campbell King. So it's all to play for here. We've got 2 laps to go. Coops is certainly running away with this one. He's through the Kawasaki rollers now after the second to last time. And MX1, man, we've been treated to some great performances so far. And just when you think a 23-point lead in the championship, just about Hamish Harwood's championship in the bag. No, Coops has come out strong. So check this one out. Cody Cooper. Man, he's impressive. 9-time Open Motocross champion New Zealand, and he's going to fly through the Fox Order section here now. Absolutely flying. Shout out to Lee and Dick Dog down there looking after Coops. They've done a tireless effort so far, and it'll be pretty good to see this one here come through. So lap and a half to go for Coops. Caleb still there, comfy as in 2nd place. After leading most of this motor, got the whole shot and got out there, had a decent advantage, but got reeled in by Coops. He'll still be pretty happy with 2nd place. This will be one of his highest finishes to date so far this summer, and really another good performance here on the Elfin Window Systems JCA Yamaha. We've got Harwood there in 3rd place. He's pretty comfy as well. Back to Hadley Knight and White Chase, 4th and 5th. Then we go with Campbell King and Tyler Steiner. So there's a few battles going on at the moment. But at the moment, white flag out, 1 lap to go for Coops the man. He is on the 121, the Motul Best Build Honda. And this one here will catch an eye on the split times when they cross. It's 8.1 seconds now, so out to 8.1 seconds between him and Kane. Certainly with 1 lap to go, it is only a disaster now. Will cost Coops this one here. The fall of Tuffy, he gave it his all. Got that great whole shot start, which bodes pretty well. He'll be getting better and better as the day goes on. He was under a bit of a fitness cloud heading into round 3. Only got cleared to ride at Harrisville on the Thursday before the Saturday, so certainly not riding at 100%, but out there in the 2nd place. This is brilliant. Let's update the top 10 at the moment. Cody Cooper and Kane Lamont ahead of Hamish Harwood, Hadley Knight and White Chase. There's now about 2.3 seconds between 4th and 5th. So Hadley Knight has responded to the pressure that White Chase was putting on him. So that's 4th and 5th with 1 lap to go. We've got Campbell King, Tyler Steiner there, still 5th, 6th and 7th. We've got Tommy Watt, Sam Cuthbertson and Richard Horn. That is your top 10 with Kobe Burke and Quade Young in 11th and 12th. We've got Keegan Barnard, Mitchell Rees and Evan Hawkless rounding out the top 15. MX1, this is brilliant. We've got 25 entries in MX1. Pretty healthy numbers at pro top-level motocross for New Zealand. This is awesome. We had 31 of them at the Grand Prix and carry on through the series. So check out Cody Cooper. He's just got to get through half a lap now. He's through the Fox sawdust section where he's up on the pegs. 22 minutes plus a lap. These are absolutely physically demanding races. And Coops, certainly talking to Coops before the third round, he said, I've put a lot of work in, feeling good, the bike's awesome, so I just got to get there and get this job done. So 121, he is over the dam jump, only a couple of corners away from checkered flag glory here at race number 1. Kane Lamont are still there, comfy in second place. We've got Hamish Harwood, third place. We'll then go back to Hadley Knight. So well done to Hads. He has been flying in this one and still really good top 4. So let's go with Cody Cooper. He is going to take the checkered flag and win race number 1 here for MX1. Exactly what he needed to do. He knew what he had to do. He's got 23 points in arrears in the championship and gets that first job ticked off. We then go to Kane Lamont. He is going to come home in second place. So shout out to Kane. The toughie gets home in second on the Alfield Windows. This is JCA Yamaha. He'll be absolutely loving that after the great start. Keeps it out there. And we've got Hamish Harwood over dam jumps. He's a couple of corners away from a third placing. He will lose 5 points in the championship to Cody Cooper to make things quite interesting, but he won't be too worried about that. He knows just 3 trips to the podium today is enough to secure him a New Zealand title, so look out for that one there. Hamish Harwood will come home in third place on the CML KTM. Well done to Hamish. Then go back to the ride of the year for Hadley Knight so far. 4th place for Hads. And then go back to White Chase. Still one of the fastest guys out on the track. Had a crash in the whole shot corner and then a bit of a mishap in the sawdust section as well. So 2 crashes in one moto. And then finds himself relegated back to 5th place, but still knows he's got the pace. 2nd fastest lap time logged in that entire race. So look out for White Chase later on in today's race 2 and 3. 3 races for each of our championship classes. But in the books, so far our top 5 have come through. We've got Cody Cooper. He gets the job done. So damage limitation now. It's now going to be a pretty exciting battle. It's now down to 18 points in this championship between him and Hamish Harwood. Anything can happen. We've still got 2 races to go as well. So, oh man, we're excited. Cody Cooper gets the win over Kane Lamont and Hamish Harwood. That is your top 3. They have come home and log that one in. We've got Hadley Knight there in 4th place ahead of White Chase. Go back to Campbell King. Finishes ahead of Tyler Steiner. What an intriguing battle that was. So great to have those guys out there. Tommy Watts, Sam Cuthbertson. Then go back to Richard Horn, Kobe Burke, and Quade Young's running out our top 12. Let's cross down to Neil, who has the legend and MX1 Race 1 winner, Cody Cooper.
Oh, wow, that's the only way to describe it. Oh, wow, Cody Cooper, when it comes to making something happen, you can make it happen. You're back here today at Digger Mcewen. What's it like out there, Cody?
Yeah, I'm having a ball. There's some awesome corners and they're moving throughout the moto within 1 to 1.5 metres, and then you've got to be onto it to come inside and redo that line and just be patient in some of them, but and then really patient in some of them where they're a little bit drier and where they haven't got as much water, but I think that's more my style. I'm a little bit getting older, you're a bit wiser, and that's how you ride this track. It just suits me good, I think.
Right, first of all, the sun was out this morning. We noted a little bit of cloud cover, so obviously it's not going to dry out, so it'll stay a bit moist for a little bit longer. Is that going to suit you?
Yeah, for sure. It's a little bit harder base than usual years, but no, it's still raceable, and we can use different lines and when you're following someone, and that's what I like. So good to have a change where each line doesn't go into one and then becomes one line.
Right, hey, it's been a big week because it was 8 days since last Saturday. What have you been up to during the week to keep yourself focused for today?
Just working on my bike, changing tyres like usual, and yeah, just making it look nice, you know.
Well, always needs to. Here we go, Cody Cooper winning another race. That's 3 different winners in our championship so far, so a popular choice amongst the race fans. Here we are with Sky Sport Next, Aon Insurance, Pirelli, Paris, nothing without control. This is your NZ 2021 New Zealand Champions, brought to you by Fox and Pirelli. We've got an awesome championship on. This man's made up points in the final stage. We're all on for the run home. Stay with us, folks, for more Sky Sport Next action as we bring you our 2021 season finale right here at the home of motocross, Digger Mcewen Park in Taupo. Bring it on.
right, we are flying with MX3 race number 1. And going out in front of the moment on the number 44, New Zealand Superbike man, Scotty Moyer from Pro Motor Yamaha. He's on the Eltham window system, JCA Yamaha, and he's logged and on at the moment. So the 44, Scotty Moyer, leads this one. DC Darren Capes is there in second place. We've got a great update here. Plenty of guys in here. There's 34 in all. Well done to MX3. This is a championship this year as well. They get some free motors as well, and we've got some awesome points battles going on at the moment, so let's keep an eye on this one here as we go. Scotty Moyer, Darren Capel, Bradley Watling up there in third place. We've got James Parry, Alan Nichols, we've got Joel Hansen there, that's sixth place for Joel. We've got Shane Robinson, Richard Furs, Tommy Dillon and Lance Pratt, so that's our top 10 at the moment. As we see Scotty Moyer, he is absolutely flying at the moment. I wonder how long he can sustain this pace. He's sneaking out into the distance, and MX3. So we'll keep you updated here, but at the moment, Scotty Moyer, Darren Capel and Bradley Watling, that's your top 3. Some great classy top 3 racing at the moment. So MX3, race 1, all on for young and old. And we've had 2 of their 3 rounds already in the series, and leading the points is the man. He's in 17th on the racetrack, but leading the points on the Subway Yamaha, DK Darryl King. This is going to be cool, so check it out here at the moment. MX3, one of our support races in the past, but this year it is recognised as a championship, so they get 3 rounds so far in the series, and we're all on here. So MX3, we're flying at the moment. So Scotty Moyer, the local man, he is former top 3 NZ in New Zealand Superbike level racing. He was a former top 10 in MX1 racing back before he went to the tarmac. He's a real legend, and flying out there at the moment. So I believe he's on Max's practice bike out there at the moment, and the man who is from Pro Moto here in Taupo, and engine builder, dyno extraordinaire, Scotty Moyer. Very, very good motocross rider. Then he went to the road. He went and he's a former New Zealand Superbike contender. He's top 2 NZ, formerly 2 years in a row. He's top 4 NZ last year. A former Robert Holder Memorial champion as well. So he's won it all, Scotty Moyer, and he's out there leading this one quite comfortably at the moment, lapping in the 2:15. So certainly a really good pace. He's at a 9.2 second lead over DC Darren Capel. Then go back to Bradley Watling, James Parry, still 3 and 4 in this one here. So well done to those guys, Alan Nichols and Joel Hansen. Still there in 5th and 6th. Richard Furs on your Fursy out there in 7th place. We go then to Shane Robinson. Cody Lush is now into 9th, ahead of Lance Pratt, who's still in 10th place, with DK Darryl King 11th place. So DK, he's got that championship lead in MX3, but he's going to need to get some more points in that. So he's 11th place at the moment. Let's keep an eye on the number 2, DK. Charging through the pack at the moment. Not the best start for DK, but certainly knows he's got the pace. Late the motor gets better and better as these races go on. There's still 4 and a bit minutes to go, and it's so far well in control for Scotty Moyer. He's over Yamaloop centre point, absolutely flying. So can't speak enough about Scotty Moyer. He's really turned it on here. I'd say those arms will be starting to feel pretty tight though, so check it out. Can he hang on to it, Scotty Moyer? Get him behind him, the local Taupo man out here. But see Darren Capel, Capes the man in second place. I would say there is no one in New Zealand that's done more laps around Digger Mcewen Motocross Park than Capes. He is a true legend of this place, and flying at the moment. So we've got 3rd for Bradley Watling, the local man or 2 man. There in 3rd place. So on the 35, we've got James Parry, one of the standout performers of round number 2 for these guys, round 3 for the championship at Harrisville. There he is now in 4th place on the smaller 125, so certainly giving away a lot of horsepower to these guys out in front of him. So pretty respectable top 4 as well. Alan Nichols, Joel Hansen, good to see them guys 5th and 6th place. Richard Furs, Shane Robinson, with Cody Lush, Lance Pratt, Darryl King and Tommy Dillon. Awesome to have Tommy Dillon out there, 12th place. Jacob Burke-Palmer as well, that's 13th for Jake, and Zach Nolan with Jed Bixley on the Carter Tyres machine, rounding out our top 15. But let's go racing over the Townley Builders finish line, ticking off another lap. 3 minutes to go in this one here, so certainly get a couple of laps in before the time will expire. So about 3 laps to go now for the man, Scotty Moyer, on the Pro Moto Yamaha out in front. There's Capes coming through in 2nd place. So still 2nd place for Capes. Then to go to the 35. Bradley Watling still there. on the AFC Moto KTM there in third place for Bradley. We go then to James Perry on the two-stroke there in fourth place. Alan Nichols renegade our top five. So that's MX3 update at the moment. 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go, and well and truly in command. 15.7 second lead for Scotty Moyer, this is going to be pretty awesome. So MX3 out there at the moment, keeping an update there. All right, the update is Scotty Moyer now out to a 15.7 second lead, so certainly a telling blow out there at the moment. The 44, he's on Maximus Purvis's practice bike for this weekend, but got that thing set up for his riding style and absolutely loving it. So he's on the 44. He's the man from Dyno Lad and Promoto in Taupo here. He's flying at the moment, so absolutely dominant performance, the 44. Ticks off yet another lap. There's 47 seconds still remaining on the clock, so that'll expire on this last lap around. 2 laps to go now for Scotty Moyer. A great little battle, an intriguing battle for second place with DC Darren Capel, a legend of New Zealand motocross, under pressure now from the man or two man, Bradley Watling in third. So going well, those two boys there. Then we go back to James Perry on the 74, the smaller two-stroke machine. So cool to have him there in fourth place. We then look for Alan Nichols in fifth. Joel Hansen is in sixth. And there's plenty of battles all over. We're going to keep an eye on DK Daryl King. He's now up into about seventh place. So there we go. DK Daryl King, he leads the points in this championship, and he is certainly doing a pretty good job there. So way back at about 17th when they crossed the line first up. He's just ticking off these laps, getting stronger and stronger. And if we had told you at the start of the day that DK was in chance for a national title on a Subway Yamaha, you would have thought you'd gone through a time machine. But here he is out here. It's absolutely brilliant. We've got DK back on his 2005 Subway Yamaha, leading the MX3 Championship. It is a championship for the first time in a few years, and really cool. So MX3 racing out there at the moment. This is their third round of the series, and they get 3 motos as well. But right now we've got a lap and a half to go. Scotty Moyer absolutely flying, but how long can these arms last? Can he do this all day? He's got 3 of these motos to come. And at the moment, showing us how good he was. He's a very capable motocross rider until he went to the tarmac, and still shows us how good he is. A former New Zealand Superbike top 3. He's also won the Robert Holder Memorial, one of the biggest and most coveted trophies in New Zealand road racing. He's the Suzuki International Series winner, and all-round nice guy. Scotty Moyer flying at the moment, so massive advantage, over 20 seconds between Bradley Watling now in second place. Capes is still in third, so Capes second overall in this championship. He'll be grabbing a few points off DK if he can hang on to third as well. All on here. MX3, this is going to be an intriguing battle as Scotty Moyer gets ready to grab the white flag. White flag is out. Scotty Moyer takes the white flag. So 1 lap to go now. Let's have a look at this gap now, because Bradley Watling's got himself into second place with a clean track ahead of him. Now we've got the man or two man flying at the moment. So check it out. It was 20 seconds between Capes and Scotty. It is now down to 17.6, but that's going to be one hell of a last lap for Bradley if he wants to do it. It is coming down. He was much quicker than Scotty that last lap around, so anything can happen. Still on here. So not done and dusted. Scotty Moyer on his final lap. We've got Bradley Watling, still Darren Capel there in 3rd place. We've got James Perry and Joel Hansen 4th and 5th. But have a look at 6th place. It's now DK in 6th. He's getting stronger and stronger as this race progresses. And certainly not done for yet either. So, oh man, this is exciting. MX3, it is a championship like we talked about, and Scotty Moyer hasn't done the other 2 rounds, so not in contention for the overall title, but certainly loves to come here. His home track in Taupo, and we are flying with him. So he's over Yamaloop's centre point for the final time. He's got quite a decent margin. Back to Bradley Watling there in 2nd place. And this one here, MX3, we're down to the business end. We've got 1 lap to go, and it's Scotty Moyer well in charge. Right, update of the top 10 here in MX3. We've got Scotty Moyer, Bradley Watling, Darren Capel, James Perry and Daryl King. So DK's got himself up into 5th place. We've got Richard Furs back there in 6th. We then go to Joel Hansen, Alan Nichols, Cody Lush and Shane Robinson. That's top 10. Jeff Bixie's up into 11th. Ahead of Jacob Bird Palmer, Zach Nolan there in 13th, Bradley Lauder and Brendan there in 15th place. So checking it out. We've got a few corners to go over the dam jump for the final time. He has been absolutely dominant so far. Scotty Moyer got the good start, got out in front and ticked these laps off. 10 minutes plus a lap, these motos. And we've got a couple of corners to go. He's right at the top end at the Pirelli tabletops at the moment. Here's the number 44, a local man from Pro Moto and Dyno Lab in Taupo. He's going to win first blood at MX3. It's a win for Scotty Moyer on the number 44 machine. So well done to Scotty. We then go back to 2nd place. Is looking like it's going to be the 35 of Bradley Watling. DC Darren Capel there in 3rd place. We then see James Perry coming home in 4th place. So that's a wrap of MX3. Awesome to have them guys. They get 3 races on the program. That first blood goes to the local man of Scotty Moyer.
Right, we'll be catching up with Scotty shortly for the podium, but nice to have with us board member and motocross Solway and Big Mac, Mike McLeod. First of all, Mac, you arrive in here to Digger Mcewen. You have a look. What's your first thoughts?
This is unreal, Neil. The Taupo Motorcycle Club once again picked up. The game is awesome, awesome venue, awesome spectators here. Racing's been great. It's really good to see.
Right, hey, long time commitment to our sport. And coming up for election time and standing again for board member, and any other little whispers you can tell us?
Yeah, we'll put my name forward for the board again, Neil, but also for the president of Motorcycle New Zealand, Noel May, is standing down. He's done a great job in the last couple of years as a president. He's decided to stand down. So I'm putting my name forward for the president of Motorcycle New Zealand as well.
Hey, Hardy, congratulations for them. Mac, a lot of support out there. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people that'll understand your commitment. Also letting us know you're involved in Zoom meetings at night at the moment, undertaking some FIM exams. Tell us about those.
Yeah, we've got to sit a motocross exam every 2 years to be on the World Motocross Commission. So I'm going through that process at the moment, and it's because it's upside down here. We've got to do it at like 2 o'clock in the morning and 9 to 1, 2 or 3 days a week. So it's been a bit difficult the last 2 days, but we'll get there finishes tonight. So yeah, it's been good.
Right, from an MNZ point of view, what's been the feedback with regards to your New Zealand Motocross Championship this year?
It's been a bit of a tough year, Neil, with the COVID situation and Auckland going into a late lockdown, but we've had some positive feedback, and the clubs have worked real hard to get these events up and running. It's been a fantastic series, and it's good that it's so positive, so many positive people around, and the clubs work really well together. It's been great.
Thanks, Macca. Hey, all the best, matey, and we'll see you shortly.
Yeah, thanks, Neil.
Thank you. Straight into it here at the moment for Scotty Moyer. Where's the fans out there? Where's the Scotty Moyer fan club? How good's this? SJ here to support you today. Scotty, what's it like to come back to Digger Mcewen?
I mean, hey, it's where I grew up, you know. I've done more laps around here than probably most people have. But, yeah, no, it's just good to come back and have a bit of fun, really, you know. It's just a bit of training and stuff for the next road season and that. So, really enjoying it.
Right, the crossover doesn't worry you? Is it easy to go from motocross to road racing or come back to moto?
Both ways, I mean, it doesn't really bother me, eh? I mean, I found it's been really good doing the motocross in the winter, which I hadn't done in the past few years. Last year, and you hit the ground running, fitness-wise, you know, which makes a big difference. But the two bikes are just, you know, 200 horsepower super bike. It's hard to ride, but motocross is still probably the hardest by far. But especially on a 450 too. Like, thanks to Max Purvis for letting me use his practice 450. It's a handful, but yeah, I love it.
Awesome. There we are. Scott Moore, you're our champion with us here today, because why is the champion? He's been a winner here in the past in motocross, and now is into New Zealand Superbikes, 2 times runner-up in our championship, plus Suzuki Championship Series winner, and now here he is an MX3 winner for our day. More Mighty Motocross as part of Sky Sport Next. Coming up your next, it's YZ65 Cup. Bring it on.
All right, out there at the moment we have our YZ65 Cup race one for these guys to get a couple of races on our program today. The future of New Zealand motocross on display. They were here a couple of years ago, and it was such a spectacular thing to watch. They do a slightly shortened track where they go over rapids, hang a left after that, and go around and do the parts and services section. So check out this one here. We have a treat for the fans today. The number 1 NZ, 2-time defending Pro 65 junior champion Levi Townley on display here on the JCR Yamaha. So he's absolutely flying. We're going to see all the future talent as it unfolds here. So all on the YZ65 is the new bike. I've been around for a couple of years now, and really cool initiative from Yamaha New Zealand to bring us the YZ65 Cup out on track at the moment.
So fabulous to have this YZ65 Cup. What a cool part it is on our program. So neat to see it here. Congratulations to Yamaha and Taupo, selected us around for our YZ65 Cup. YZ65 is a celebration of motocross designed to offer participants and their family money you can't buy. Factory team race experience, great especially for young YZ65 racers. The YZ65 Cup is a fantastic opportunity to be part of the exciting world of Nationals motocross. More details, YMF, Yamalube with Yamaha Genuine Parts, and catch it of course on Facebook, YouTube, and find your local Yamaha dealer at yamaha-moto.co.nz. YZ65 revs your heart, these fantastic little bikes. Look at them, I tell you what. Shout out to Johan as well, and Johan is a young man from Taranaki, and out there to take a ride. So you'll see them in your program, and you'll see their great dealers that have got them behind them. Shout out to cool dealers like Promoto here in town, Craig Stevens Motorcycles up the road. What about right over there in beautiful sunny Taranaki to Craig Bailey Motorcycles? He's proud to be behind Johan today. So that's just some of our sponsors of this awesome YZ65 Cup. Hey, Aon, New Zealand's leading insurance broker, proud to be behind our Motocross Nationals. Our Yamaha dealerships like JCR, like Motorland, like Philco. Shout out to Murray Thorn Motorcycles down there in beautiful Motueka, and sponsoring young Tararua man and Paddy Parks as well. So here's our riders. But the Levi Townley Show, folks, of course, 8 to 10 years competition for these guys is just a sensation. But of course he won the championship back in 2019. We didn't have a championship in 2020 due to COVID, and back in 2021 this guy, when he practiced today, 9 seconds slower than an MX1, just 9 seconds. He's already starting to lap some of these kids out here. So check the number 1 Levi Townley. Had we had a championship in 2020, I'm sure he would have won that, and he could have become the first junior ever to win the same class 3 years in a row. So an amazing feat by this young man, making moto happen. So out there, and looking forward to seeing him fly. Group of other kids out there. What about a shout out today to Team Lang MX, Team Lang MX, and cool to see the way that they're going. Of course, we've got Hazel and Percy out there for a ride. Young Percy at just 7 years of age. So a lot of future talent there. There's Sister Hazel out there. Speaking about sisters, a couple of the girls out there, including Isla Nagel as well. She's supported by Sergeant's Motorcycles out of the Wairarapa. This is the talent of the future, the champions of the future. Our sport in its hands. You've only got to look back to the New Zealand Grand Prix at Woodville. 180 mini riders in January this year. New Zealand Juniors hosted for the first ever time by the Tauranga on their fabulous Tech Park venue. So that sport growing and growing as well. So and it's machines like this now. Years ago you wouldn't have caught them able to do the jumps and the obstacles, the ruts, the berms and the rollers and the rhythm sections. And now with the YZ65, these are a true motocross bike, but just in a smaller version. And with the mechanical excellence of Yamaha, making them really a true racing bike. So it is the #1 of Levi Town there out there at the moment, and Johan Lonergan, our birthday boy today, on his Bailey's motorcycles, looking out to see if he can get the whole shot today. The 92 of Theo Pilcher out there on the Blackwood Yamaha. Shout out to Team Blackwoods, long-time supporter of Mighty Moto, based out of the Great Waikato town of Cambridge. And here we are with the #40. This is little Percy. There he is, the youngest in there, the little number 1414 of the Craig Stevens Motorcycles, Percy Lang. So here we are, looking forward to this as part of our racing each year, the YZ65 Cup. But here he goes, and right over the jump this time, ready to line it up and power his way through. So it is the #1, super impressive, super fast, super smart. It's Mr. Levi Townley.
All right, this is awesome to see. YZ65 Cup out on track at the moment, and we have 3 minutes plus a lap still left in this one here. So Levi Townley, certainly a class above the rest. He's a two-time winner of the Pro 65 Junior Championship, where he was a winner a couple of months ago on his home track at Tech Park. A spectacular rider and so flawless to watch him out there. He has a 2:07.27. That was his lap last time around, so that's 15 seconds quicker than anyone else on the racetrack. Second place for Levi Rogers on the 411, then go to Trip Glasgow. Third place, Jagger Townley in fourth. They're locked in a battle. There's three of them separated by less than a second, so keep an eye on that battle there. Absolutely anyone's for the podium as we check this one out. Levi, he's out and gone 36-second advantage at the moment, so that is very exciting. The future of the sport to see Levi out there. We then go Hazel Lang. Great to have Hazel out there. That's 5th place for Hazel. Look for Cole Tracy in 6th place ahead of William Simpson. Paddy Parks up there in 8th. Go Paddy. Well done there on the 263 machine. As we round out our top 8, we've got Max Nathan, Carter Grant, Tyson Harris, Cody McDonald, Isla Nagel. Well done to Isla in 13th place. Johan Lonergan and Harry Daly there. That's our top 15 as we catch an idea about the future. We've got a mixture of junior and mini competitors out there, so some big age group differences out there, so cool to have. This is a great initiative from Yamaha New Zealand, and this is our YZ65 Cup race 1 on the program for them. And then we check in it out. So there we go, 1 minute 45 left on the clock at Levi Townley. Here he is around the Pirelli tabletops at the moment on the BT 101 Adventures machine. Awesome stuff. Fox Racing, JCR, Yamaha. He grabs another lap in the book there. So 1 minute 30 to go. Levi Townley's got that telling lead in this one here, but check out the battle for 2nd place. This is red hot at the moment. The 3 of them all in with a chance here. Levi, Tripp and Jagger. They're going through the sawdust at the moment, so that's where our eyes are dragged to at the moment. We've got battles all over this racetrack. There's a good field of 21 entries here in the YZ65 Cup, but awesome stuff. So 1 minute left on the clock. Levi Townley is long gone in this one here, but the battle for 2nd is absolutely anyone's as we're getting through the program here. Race 1 of the YZ65 Cup on track at the moment.
All right, the Levi and Levi show. Levi Townley, Levi Rogers, Trip Glasgow, Jagger Townley. That's Levi's younger brother, always wants to beat Levi. If you ever talk to Jagger, that's all he wants to do. I want to be able to shout out for Super Grandad doing the work in the pits here with the awesome Grant Townley, life member, instigator of the fabulous battle of the club's legend in these parts, and the work that he's done, the mega hours that he spent here. But now it's his role to be Super Grandad and get those bikes back on track on so many of the events. So shout out to GT, love your work and your congratulations. Lovely to see, of course, Vicky here last night as well to what we call just you know, celebrate what a fantastic history this Taupo Club has and the events that they've put on over the years. It's you know, just a sensation to see this quality of motocross unveiled before us here in New Zealand. Our standard rising all the time, and we come to Taupo. It's just the undisputed club to host a final round. Many others try and achieve, but none to the success of the excellence of what Taupo does. So here we are. Right, our YZ65 Cup, Levi with Trip Jager, Hazel in there. This young lady from Matamata out of the Waikato, an exceptional run for her. Tell you what, Sister Penny's got something to look out for, because Hazel's getting faster and faster as the younger sister tries to chase and hunt down her big sister, and I'm sure it'll happen in time. William, Cole, Paddy and Max, Tyson and the others battling out there, but Brad, YZ65 Cup, and everybody looking out for it.
Yeah, white flag out, 1 lap to go. Levi Townley well in command of this one here on the JCR Yamaha. We then go back. Levi, Tripp and Jagger still there for that battle. It is still with Levi Rogers there on the 411 from Craig Stevens Motorcycles. Absolutely brilliant. He's been weathering that storm the whole race. Tripp Glasgow. Tripp's there on the Cycle Spot Yamaha on the 152 machine. He's in there. 3rd place, Jagger Townley on the 2nd of the JCR Yamahas. That's 4th place for Jagger. We've got Hazel there. That's 5th place for Hazel. She's on the Phil's Motorcycle Centre. YZ65. It's cool to watch this unfold here at the moment. Absolutely anyone's for the podium. Levi certainly is in command at the moment. He's right up the top end of Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. And we've got, like I said, we've got a mixture of juniors, we've got different minis out there. There's plenty of action on this track. It's really cool. So let's give you an update of the top 10 at the moment. Levi and Tripp. That's your top 3 with Jagger in 4th place. Hazel and William, 5th and 6th place. Cole Tracy there. 7th place. Harry Daly has got himself up into 8th place. Ahead of Paddy Parks and Max Nathan. That's your top 10. As we check it out, we've got Cody McDonald and Tyson Harris with Carter Grant, Johan Lonergan and Isla Nagel. That is the top 15. As Levi, he has got the whole shot cleared out of this one here through the sawdust for the final time here. This is race 1. They get another race on the program, so a 2-race spectacle for these guys today. And really cool. Coming up next, with our Women's Cup on the line as well. They've got 2 races on the program to carry on from their opening round at the New Zealand Grand Prix. So this is round 2 of the Women's Cup on the line next. But check it out with Levi. Got the number 1 on the bike. He is a 2-time New Zealand Junior Pro 65 champion. And so cool. Spoiled to have him on display here today. He's got 1 more jump at a corner to go. And here it is. The checkered flag waves. And it's going to be Levi Town. He's going to take the first of the YZ65 Cup races today. So well and truly in command of that one there. We're going to look now for the battle for 2nd place. Levi Rogers, Tripp Glasgow and Jagger Townley have been locked all race long in a battle for that 2nd position. There's still not much separating. They're right up the top end dual lane section at the moment, heading on their way to parts and services. So certainly quite a dominant display by Levi Townley, but some great racing nonetheless. 2nd, 3rd and 4th is anyone's at the moment. Let's check it out as they go over parts and services, drop down into the right-hander. It is certainly Levi Rogers with the upper hand there, but Jagger's gone up into 3rd place, so we'll check out this one here. We've got plenty to look out for. We've also got Hazel Lang there in 5th place. All on here. YZ65 Cup. Levi has got the checkered flag. He's already wrapped this one up. But the battle for 2nd place is the one we're still keeping an eye on there through the sawdust. For the final time, Levi Rogers certainly looks like it's his 2nd place to lose here at the moment. He's got just a little bit of a buffer as he heads over the dam jump. It was certainly quite spectacular to watch Pro 65 racing around the New Zealand Grand Prix at Woodville earlier this year. They do as many jumps as the main 450 guys do, and these guys certainly giving it all out there. Fierce battle for the podium. Levi Rogers, he's certainly got it almost done there as we watch him over the tabletop here. He's got 1 more corner to go. Jagger Townley in 3rd, Tripp Glasgow in 4th place, but it's going to be Levi Rogers going to hum home in 2nd place. We then go to Jagger Townley, comes home in 3rd place, ahead of Tripp Glasgow in 4th. That's the update there for YZ65 Cup, the top 4 in the books. And we now see Hazel Lang coming through. That's going to be 5th place there for Hazel. with William Simpson there. That's going to be 6th place, Harry Daly. We've got Cole Tracy, Max Nathan, Cody McDonald, Tyson Harris, Carter Grant, and Johan Lonergan. Isla Nagel there, and 15th for Paddy Parks. That's your top 15 wrap. We're going to cross down to Neil, who will wrap up our Pro 65 YZ65 Cup, and he's going to have race 1 winner, the number 1 two-time junior Pro 65 champion. It's going to be pretty cool to catch up with the future of New Zealand motocross. We'll cross down to Neil, who has Levi Townley.
Well, YZ65 Cup, just how good is this on our agenda today, folks? Yes, indeed, real bikes racing, a real motocross track, but still kids at heart. And for Levi, first of all, Levi, today, first reaction, what's it like out there?
Yeah, track's awesome. The Taupo committee have made an awesome job of the track, and it's coming along really good.
All right, the race behind you, certainly Jager in there with a chance, along with Tripp and the other Levi as well, but you're so far out in front. What do you got to do? Just concentrate on your own race?
Yeah, I got to focus on myself, ride to my pace. It's pretty hard when you have no one that's pushing you, though. Yeah,
it is indeed. All right, you got a favourite part here at Digger Mcewen. What part do you enjoy the most when you're out there?
Well, my part's centre point, but we're not running it today, so that's a bit sad.
You're far too honest, far too honest. No, that's because you can do it, but some of the other kids do. Do you like the idea of the YZ65 Cup at the Motocross Nationals?
Yeah, it's awesome. It brings us, we never get to ride the track when it's like rough and when the big boys are riding it, so yeah, it's cool.
It's cool, nice to see. So here we are with Levi, the winner of our YZ65 Cup. That's the final race of round number 1. Still another 2 full rounds of racing to go through here today. Part of the magic that is our Fox Pirelli 2021 New Zealand Motocross Championship. This, the 4th and final round. And the last say before we go to our next race, we'll leave to Levi.
Shout out to my pop coming along and watching, and I hope my mum's all right and at home.
Well done. Thank you, Levi. There he is doing the shout-out. So more of it to come shortly on the warm-up now for our MX2 as we get into round number 2.
All right, brilliant. Well done to the team there from YZ65 Cup in the books there. And we move quickly now to our Women's Cup on the program. Race number 1 for these guys out there. And so far in command is our series points leader, Roma Edwards. On the number 79 machine, certainly odds-on favourite to win this. We saw how good she was around Digger Mcewen at the Hooker Honda MX Fest here at Labour Weekend a few months back, and now carrying on her dominant performance around Digger Mcewen. Just absolutely awesome at the New Zealand Grand Prix as well. So here we go with this one here. There's so many girls that can win this race. So New Zealand Women's Motocross is coming alive here at the moment. Women's Cup, round number 2. So let's go. Roma Edwards, Taylor Rampton there in 2nd place on the Action Moto Kawasaki. We've got some great performances. There's so many girls that can win races in New Zealand women's racing. Letitia Alabasta is one of them. She's in 3rd place. We've got Zara Gray there as well. Kimberly Cheatham on the CML KTM. We've got Hallie Cox there on the Motorland Yamaha. There's so many awesome girls out there. Go Girl Power, Women's Cup, race number 1. They've got 2 races on the program today, and this is a continuation from the New Zealand Grand Prix where they had round 1 of the Women's Cup. And Roma Edwards leads this championship, leads the race as well by 3.8 seconds over Taylor Rampton. Letitia there in 3rd place, Zara Gray, Kimberly Cheatham. That is our top 5, Hallie Cox, Mel Patterson and Chloe Steele, our top 8. Hannah Powell, Brown and Roberts and Georgia Marshall, a very capable and classy top 11 out there. 11 Women's Cup competitors, and this one here is going to be good. So 10 minutes plus a lap for these guys, but can anyone stop Roma? She is flying at the moment. She won here at Hooker Honda MX Fest at Labour Weekend. We thought, oh, this is Roma Edwards, but then we went to the New Zealand Championships where Amy Roberts got the win there. So then we were thinking, how good is this? And then we went to the Summercross at Whakatane, the Bay of Plenty Motorcycle Club event there, and Taylor Rampton turned up and won that one comfortably. So when we were shaking all up, we got to the New Zealand Grand Prix, and Roma stick a stake in the ground and said, I'm taking this one here. So leads the Women's Cup, leads the race here at the moment. We're all on here. Got Taylor in 2nd place, Letitia Alabasta coming off a bit of an injury, so she'll be loving that in 3rd place at the moment, and Zara Gray there in 4th place. So awesome stuff. Women's Cup. We've got this one here, 10 minutes plus a lap, still 6 minutes to go, but Roma Edwards stretching the advantage out. All important stuff here. Digger Mcewen Motocross Park looking an absolute treat. This is the final race of round number 1. After this one here, we're going to start it all over again with MX2, race number 2. So certainly getting through the program. We're slightly ahead of schedule, and really awesome. A very well-oiled machine, the Taupo Motorcycle Club. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming to Digger Mcewen. And this one here at the moment, the Women's Cup Race 1. So this one, Roma Edwards, Taylor Rampton, we've got Letitia Alabasta, Zara Gray, Kimberly Cheatham and Hallie Cox there. They're sort of distancing themselves out a little bit. We've got Hannah Powell there on the number 1. That is her junior women's championship number from Tech Park of the Junior Motocross Championships. She won that class, and certainly cool to have the City Honda lady out there, number 1 on the bike. We've got the future and all on display here. New Zealand Women's Motocross. It's so cool how far and how awesome we're coming on. Let's keep an update here. 2-minute 25.7 lap time, so 5 seconds quicker than anyone else last time around. She got that lead out to 8.6 seconds. Roma Edwards certainly in command of this one here. Halfway through this race and quite a good margin. Taylor Rampton still in second place. We've got Letitia Alabasta and Zara Gray still third and fourth. Kimberly Cheatham, Hallie Cox fifth and sixth place. Hannah Powell in seventh. We've got Mel Patterson and Chloe Steele. That's 8th and 9th place. Brianna Roberts, Georgia Marshall, top 11. We've got Georgia Sieberlink and Taylor Edwards with Taylor Miller there in 14th. So really good. Women's Cup update there as we carry on with our program here. 4 and a bit minutes to go. Roma Edwards certainly in command on the number 79 machine. Blue Crew Yamaha. Really cool to watch the crowd come in here. It's a pretty nice overcast day. Perfect day for motocross. And so far we're into the final round of final race of round number 1.
Well, Brad's rightfully been explaining the fact that we had effectively 3 major events to consider through there. So that's Nationals, Summercross in Woodville, and bang, through all of those 3 different women leaders. So looking to see that consistency of points. Unfortunately, only taking a break out of this event at the moment, so we don't see the 1NZ for a show. Must, of course, pass on the announcement is confirmed already by Motorcycle New Zealand on their website and Facebook page that the Taranaki Club are hosting the 2021 New Zealand Vets and Women's Motocross Championship. That event to be held in October this year, October 30-31, weekend after Labour weekend. Of course, we'll be here for MX Fest. Shout out to Taupo Club for that event. They'll put it up on their Facebook page, of course, in the last week as well, that they will be hosting on the Friday of Labour weekend, the Battle of the Clubs. They did it last year. It was an event normally held in June and July over the last 10 odd years, and they put it off till a later stage due to COVID, and it worked out to be a very successful time to host it, and they're back again to host it at Labour weekend on the Friday, leaving Saturday for juniors and minis and Sunday for senior, and I'm sure in there we'll whip in some Bell Dirt sprints and a few other bits of fun, which is what Labour weekend is all about. MX Fest, Motocross Fest, so a couple of events there in October of high profile. All on here for our Women's Cup. The one I'm looking out for is our 95 down in here, Hallie Cox. This is a young lady turning some heads in a very, very short time in motocross. So she's been riding for less than 2 years and quickly moved up in bikes and now on the Yamaha 250. But wow, what a head-turning performance it was back in November last year at the New Zealand Junior Women's, where she came through to win that title. But since then has been going, and only just 15 years of age, her first time to be out in a star-studded field such as this, and to see her right up there with those premier girls of our class is certainly exciting, and just giving us that legacy and the fact that we're going to see a quality rider to join these top ladies. Sure off. She's got immense amount of fitness and dedication to the cause, and looking forward to seeing her muscle away up with the big ones. But certainly Roma Edwards fresh from her victory at the New Zealand Grand Prix at Woodville and those Women's Cups races as well. Here she is for round number 2 in the final of the Women's Cup and leading once again.
Yeah, so we've got a minute and 5 seconds left on the clock, so Roma half a lap to go. She will probably cross the line with a bit of time on the clock, so we've got about 2.5 laps to go here in the Women's Cup, and we'll go, Letitia Alabasta's now got herself up into second place, so well done to Tish on the Patterson O'Connor Motorcycles machine. There we go, second place. So third now for Taylor Rampton. On the Action Moto Kawasaki, we then go to Zara Gray and Hallie Cox, 4th and 5th place. It's brilliant stuff here from Kimberly Cheatham on the CML KTM in 6th as well, so awesome to see Kimberly there, top 6. Hannah Powell in 7th place. Chloe Steele's up into 8th ahead of Mel Patterson, who's in 9th. Brianna Roberts running out our top 10. And we look to George Marshall on the number 21. That's 11th place with Georgia Sibley, Tyler Edwards and Taylor Miller. So check it out with Roma Edwards in command of this one here. She's got a 15.0 second lead. There's a few seconds left on the clock. She's coming around to grab this white flag. It looks like we may be touch and go whether we're going to get this lap in. The clock is running out. The white flag is ready and waiting. We're going to see the white flag. I think we are. So it's going to be a white flag now. Roma Edwards on the final lap. She has timed that to perfection. Really, the clock pretty much expired right when she crossed the line. We've got 1 lap to go, and she has a decent more than 15-second advantage. Back to Letitia Alabaster, who was down in about the top 4 or 5 early on in this moto. Managed to get herself up into 2nd place now. So 16.4 seconds the lead, and it's Letitia and Taylor there. There's not much separating them. Less than a 1.5 seconds separating 2nd and 3rd. We've got a great battle between Zara Gray and Hallie Cox. Is well under half a second. They're nearly side by side as they start the final lap here at the Women's Cup. There's plenty to talk about here. We've got Kimberly Cheatham still in 6th place. Hannah Powell, Chloe Steele and Mel Patterson with Brianna Roberts in the top 10.
Well, I tell you what, the talking story will be this Hallie Cox performance, talking with Mum yesterday and just how she was feeling and what it was like, and she was looking up to people like Kimberly Cheatham thinking, no, I'm not going to be doing as well as Kimberly, and here she is in front of her in their first ever battle together. So wow, we know Kimberly turns heads, top performing woman in many class motos around the country for our women's racing, and yet here we have young Hallie to be in front of her. This will be a real confidence booster, but for me it's a performance at Hallie that she's doing off the track as well as on the track. What an attitude, what a statement she's made by fitness and personal preparation and bike preparation as well. So this lady loves motocross, knows motocross, and I'm sure it's not going to be long before she's at the front of motocross. So what a sensation out there, Brad. But it is the Roma Edwards show today. 16.5 seconds, that is massive in anybody's terms. So even with the absence of a few of our others today, maybe it was still going to be Roma's day. And for Taylor, for example, as you well pointed out, winning Summercross back on December 27 last year, and she's there only in 3rd place at the moment. So the Roma Edwards show on the final lap now.
Yeah, pretty dominant display, all right. The number 79 machine, Roma Edwards, the Blue Crew Murray Thorn Yamaha, really awesome stuff. She won here at the MX Fest and Labour Weekend, and we thought this is going to be the start of it. Didn't quite come on until the New Zealand Grand Prix, where it was very, very impressive to watch Roma Edwards on display, and now getting a bit of air over dam, a bit of sideways whip, and awesome stuff. Well done to Roma Edwards, just a young lady, and certainly full of talent. One of our superstars of New Zealand women's rotocross. She's got a couple of corners to go, and here we go with the number 79. It's going to be checkered flag and a win for Roma Edwards, the first Women's Cup Race 1 winner, and that will go a long way to securing that title. She is the points leader for the New Zealand Grand Prix, where we had round 1, and now we're extending that points advantage even further. And then we go back to Letitia Alabaster. Well done to Tisha on the Patterson O'Connor KTM. She was did it the hard way, had to come through the pack, but 2nd place for Letitia. Well done to her. That's in the books now for 2nd place. We go to Taylor Rampton in 3rd place on the number 3 machine, Action Moto Kawasaki. We then got Hallie Cox ahead of Zara Gray. So what a last lap from Hallie Cox. She's got it done and got himself up into 4th place. Well done. Zara Gray finishes in 5th ahead of Kimberly Cheatham. So when 3rd, 4th and 5th and 6th across the line, less than 3 seconds separating those girls there. Well done to the Women's Cup. We then look to number 67. That is going with awesome stuff there. We've got plenty to look out for here as we go Women's Cup racing. Fantastic. Race 1 is in the books. Roma Edwards gets the win over Letitia Alabaster. Then go back to Taylor Rampton and Hallie Cox, 3rd and 4th. Zara Gray gets home for 5th ahead of Kimberly Cheatham. Hannah Powell across the line. That will be 7th place for her. We then look to the 139 of Chloe Steele ahead of Mel Patterson, and Brianna Roberts rounding out the top 10. Race 1 Women's Cup. That is the final race of round number 1 in the books, and we're going to cross to Neil, who will have a wrap of our Women's Cup race number 1.
All right, Pirelli, Paris, nothing without control in the words of Cody Cooper. The awesome thing about Pirelli tyres is that not many people know is that Jeffrey Herrings and Tim Geiser, of course, run the same Pirelli tyres in MXGP that you can buy from your local dealer. So when you buy a Pirelli, you're effectively getting a factory tyre right off the shelf. So check it out. There's... of course, the reason why. So check it out, hashtag the Pirelli Scorpion MX tyre range available now at your nearest Pirelli motorcycle dealer. Check them out. My favourite Pirelli tyre dealer, of course, Motorcycle HQ. Shout out to the team and all of what they do and represent for our sport and our people. So nice to have them on board to support me. I really appreciate that. Pirelli, Paris, nothing without control, and look into this podium update. So that's what Brad talked about as the conclusion of the round. So we repeat that again. Our final round of racing won't have the YZs or the women because they're only getting to 2 races today, but so there'll be 3 for those 4 classes of MX1, MX2, MX125 and MX3. So I talked to Roma yesterday and asked her how she was feeling about today. She said, I'll do 2 interviews with you tomorrow, Neil. I thought, well, that was a positive statement that she made there and then. So hopefully looking forward to seeing that she can make it through and joining us here as we continue our list of credits for the day. It is massive, including Carter Coaching, along with Debrett's Taupo Mini Golf, 4-wheel drive warehouse, Trev Terry Marine. A lot of these are cool local businesses, proud to be supporting our sport. But certainly it is our Yamaha YZ Cup and Kawasaki that are behind this great championship event. So keen just to see, certainly one eye to see whether Roma's going to join us, and that doesn't appear to be happening, but it's certainly an opportunity to preview our next round. So here we go, effectively the penultimate round. We had only at Woodville at the Grand Prix we counted the first 2 races there on the day, so that was 2 races. So we had an odd number of races this year. We went to Rotorua and counted all 3, Pukekohe all 3 last week, and here now for the final. So effectively it's a 11 race championship. For our MX3 class it's actually 3. We didn't have them at round number 1, but we've added to them our other classes. But of course the Women's Cup, for example, we had 3 races for that back at Woodville, but only 2 today to give us another odd number. Always like the odd numbers from the point of view you have less chance of points collations being equals and having to use the countback, so we get more defined place getters than we would otherwise. So looking forward to this next round. So of course our MX 250, which is called MX2 class, that's on I suppose you'd say a point of victory. And when I say that, it's almost the Maximus Purvis one, and I want to see all of these Taupo supporters, the Maximus Purvis fan club, on their feet in this next one. Remembering, of course, with a 43-point advantage, it means effectively all he needs is 7 points to have the 50, which means that there'll be more than he'll need to do that last round and already take the title. So he will be our first champion for this year, about to be crowned. Should that be the case, of course, if it gets 0 points, well, he's certainly still in there, but we'll need points in that last moto. We'll wait and see for that scenario. Of course, with our MX125, we've got Hayden Smith. He's been on the way up today. Massive congrats to Hayden, because, man, that had gone all the way through Woodville and on to Rotorua, and it was anybody's opportunity. In fact, he was back behind on points. It wasn't until Pukekohe that he went bang and established his credibility in that pack, and he led at the final round, and certainly leads now with a great win already up today. To our MX1, wow, we've turned that upside down a little bit, haven't we? And Hamish back there. But personally, I think he's just being the cool, calm, collected guy that knows what it's all about to win a title. You don't go for a race win when you're thinking about a title win, and it's that title win that's more crucial, and 3rd place certainly good enough. MX3, we've turned it upside down here today and adding local superbike star Scott Moyer to the field. Scott thought about doing MX1, but had realised that no, it's today just about going out and having some fun, and he wasn't too keen on a 25-minute moto, so keen to do the 15 that the MX3 class does. So comfortably winning that, but also included in there the stars like Darren Capel and Daryl King. A shout out as well to Bradley Watling for a good performance, and amongst those others as well. Hey, to our classes, MX1, MX2, MX125 and our MX3 today, all part of the excitement. We'll be back with more of the action right here now for our penultimate round of 2021. Just some machine work being done. You'll see tractors out on the track. They're just doing fine grooming. There'll be places where some holes have opened up. There'll also be places where some of the moisture perhaps hasn't gone in enough, and we try to mix the dry with the wet to give a better race service through there as well. So more Mighty Motocross still to come at you. This is Turbo Sound, proud to be pumping out the volume and the excitement for a fantastic finale. You are with us. This is 2021 and our Fox New Zealand Motocross Nationals. Stay around. Hey, to make a championship work, you've got to have a lot of champion people. And, of course, we've had 4 fabulous clubs. Manawatu Ryan celebrating 60 years of motocross in New Zealand with the Honda Grand Prix back in January, round number 2. Rotorua just up the road on the Hora track to Phillips's farm. Shout out to Team Phillips and all your great work for the sport. Nice to see you here today, Mikey P. Then, of course, to Pukiko, back to the awesome clay of Harrisville just last weekend, and the back-to-back 2 weekends in a row with this final here at Taupo. It's been a sensational series, and wow, what quality racing it has brought us, and some ups and downs, and mixing those 4 dirt types together. That's what's been a characteristic of it. And the great news, excuse me, is repeated by our volunteer and great commissioner Ray Broad this morning at briefing. 8 clubs have applied to run a round of the New Zealand Motocross Nationals next year. What that does is it keeps raising the standard, because the clubs are selected on doing their best efforts. So I think it's just sensational that we've got so many clubs vying for it, that it means that they all want to have a chance to be that club to hold one of the unique rounds. And certainly from a point of view, it was decided with just shortening our series and with the chance of more COVID that we didn't have a South Island round for this year, but hopefully to be back on the radar for 2022, because it certainly deserved to be. And once we've got open borders and easier travel cross to cross and top to bottom, we'll hopefully see the South Island back for 2022 as well, to give New Zealand flavour on our championship. So a lot happening behind the scenes. Motorcycle New Zealand to celebrate their conference and annual general meeting, and that's where they hope to actually have the announcement of which clubs will be running our 2022 series. So there you are. In fact, the machinery just coming off, and ready for a warm-up. Warm-up now. MX2 out for their 1-lap warm-up.
All right, we are on championship watch here. MX2, race number 2 for these guys. Maximus Purvis just needs 14th position or better to seal himself back-to-back MX2 titles. So going to be pretty exciting. We've got 20 minutes plus a lap on the cards right now. These guys were a little bit quicker than the MX1 guys, so certainly the speed out there. The crowds come out, and we are in for a treat. Digger Mcewen formed up really nicely. There's quite a few ruts forming up. It's beautiful. We just did a little bit of track maintenance in the break. This is round 2 of racing. We've already had one race for each of our classes, and we're going to do it all over again. This is going to be brilliant. 20 minutes plus a lap. We've had our sighting lap now. Everyone's loaded back up. Mechanics are just firing up the whole shot devices where they preload the front forks and keep that front wheel to the ground when they drop the clutch. It's a bit of a new innovation over the last few years in world motocross, and we're on display here. So MX2, race number 2, and like we touched on, we are on championship watch. 43-point lead the championships. Maximus Purvis just needs 7 points to secure that. That is providing that James Scott wins. So if James Scott wins, Maximus will only need to finish in 14th or better, but he has won so many races so far. He's never finished outside the top 2 in this series, and he will be ready to go. So the mechanics are all in. We're all loaded up. And when we go racing, we'll have 20 minutes to decide who's going to win race number 2, MX2. They're on the Kia trailer start line. We are now under starters' orders. We get in the centre box there, presses the button, starts the countdown clock. It counts down from 10. When it drops, we're going to go racing. MX2, race number 2. This is going to be exciting. We're loving this. Certainly got some speed from Josiah Natsky in race number 1 as well. He's on the number 2, Team Green, Bridgestone Kawasaki. This is all on. We've got young guys in there as well, Brodie Connolly and Hayden Smith to look out for. So let's go. We're under starters orders. When we go with the gate drop, we will go racing. MX2 on the line. And we're away, and this is looking pretty good. Everyone gets a pretty good jump. James Scott on the best build Honda. Looks like he's got the best of the starts. Up the inside, Brodie Connolly squares it up nicely as well. And we've got Donovan Ward gets a pretty good start. Everyone gets away cleanly. So we're racing here. MX2 race 2 is Brodie Connolly's going to lead on the LMC Husqvarna ahead of James Scott. We've got Maximus Purvis up there at about 5th place, so well and truly inside that top 14. He's going to want to go out and win this race and make a real statement. So he's sitting there in about 5th place at the moment. It's Brodie and James right there. Hayden Smith there in about 3rd place on the CML Gas. We've got a great start there for Maximus Purvis. So all he needs to do, finish in that top 14, and he's locked away back-to-back MX2 titles, but already charging hard. This is going to be pretty good as well. Everyone gets away. We've got a good field of entries in MX2. The crowd is up on the top of the hill and treated to some great pace here. Brodie Connolly, James Scott piling on a bit of pressure. This is 1 and 2 at the moment. They're flying on the run to Yamalube centre point. Here we go with this one here. MX2, we've got Hayden Smith, Maximus Purvis. That is 3 and 4. We've got everyone up there, pretty good starts. We've got Josiah Natsky buried at about 12th place at the moment, so plenty of work to do for Josiah. We've had some really good pace for him, and he's charging through already, so look out for Josiah. We are on the watch at the moment. The top 4 fly into the dual lane section up at the top end of Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. It is still with Brodie Connolly. James Scott goes around the outside, not quite close enough to make a move. Out of parts and services, and on the run to the sawdust, Maximus Purvis dives up and goes into 3rd place. So look out for Max. He is flying on the Elfin Window System chassis Yamaha as we go. Our race leaders, 4 of them, all into the dual lane section after the sawdust. It's no change. It's still Brodie Connolly, James Scott, Maximus Purvis, and Hayden Smith. We're looking at this one here, and look at Brodie Connolly. He's got the bit between the teeth. He is flying still. Slightly injured wrist from round number 2 at Rotorua. He's had a month since then, so getting better and better every time, and he's flying at the moment. So look out for the 88 LMC Husqvarna. Brodie Connolly leads this one here. James Scott, Maximus Purvis, 2nd and 3rd with Hayden Smith in 4th. We've got great start from Donovan Ward. Adam Moss is up there as well. We've got Josiah Natsky now up into about 7th place, so that's the update. Josiah, our fastest qualifier, there in 7th place, so a good top 7. We've got 8th place for Sam Blundell, Hunter Scott, and Reese Lister rounding out the top 10 with Isaac Broad, Luke Vanderlee, and Carlin Henley. Logan Blackburn down in about 14th place, and Nick Westgate there in 15th. So this one here is on at the moment. James Scott's found himself in the lead with Maximus Purvis following him through there in the tight left hander after the step down. So now we're going to 1-2. James Scott, Maximus Purvis. All Maximus needs to do is finish in 14th, but you won't be able to tell him that. He'll be going out for the win. He is absolutely flying. This is going to be good. So check out this one here. Over Rapids, we're early on in this one here. We've got massive 20-minute plus a lap motos, but James Scott and Maximus Purvis have already got themselves out in front, and this is going to be good. So the fireworks are expected here, and we're on with the MX2 race 2.
Well, it's just interesting to see what the 44 what approaches are going to take. The mighty Maximus Purvis on the cusp, on the threshold, on the edge of a national title, repeating his title. He won last year. Last year, out of the 12 races for the championship, he only won 2, yet he won the title. It was much tighter than this. This year, he smoked it right from moto number 1, and the worst result he's had is a second place. He's hanging back there at the moment, but it won't be long, I'm sure, before he busts it out. But the smoothness of the guy is just incredible, and what he's been able to do this year has been lightning. Oh, leaping around the outside. How good's that? He overtakes and gets a lead in mid-air. Oh, he went past him while he was flying. He had his airline ticket and he just rocketed past. How good's that from Maximus when you overtake a rider and you do it in the air? That is sensational. What a launch to get it off the old parts and services. RD1, and here it is, 44 Maximus Purvis. He's not doing the Hamish Howard. He's not looking for a conservative finish and just securing the points. He wants to be the number 1 again, and he's gone out in the early stages of the moto. Smashed it out this time. The lap to go back in third. Here he is now. He's already in first place. Incredible. And the cheers on from the crowd. He's a big favourite here in Taupo. And he's certainly right on target. How good's that to have taken the advantage as well? Oh, that is incredible, incredible. Wow, where does this guy, where's he got his speed from? Just as we were talking to Joe Starr prior to the start of that race, going into the Nationals, you actually probably wouldn't have called him the favourite. He'd had a few up and down performances, but right from this Nationals, he is locked and loaded, Mr. Consistent, to have taken so many of these race wins. It is incredible to see. So here we are, MX2 incorporating our under-19 second race of the day, the 10th race of the championship of the 11 for the title, and there's the number 6 already, a 1.1 second advantage over James Scott, head of Brody Connolly from Hayden Smith. Brody was leading a lap below, ago now in third place, but what an exceptional talent, remembering like Hayden Smith, doing the back-to-back with both MX2 and 125 racing also. So keen to see. So it is 44 Maximus Purvis, the 3 of Honda Hotshot in James Scott, as we look out for our charge. And there's the 2 of them in the picture at the moment as we get some fantastic air and look out up and over. 44 by 3, it's blue from red, looking back in the order at the moment. The others to take it on. We've seen some great 125 racing from Hayden. I'm starting to get the idea. I think you'll find he'll be putting more effort into his 125 racing, so I don't see him trying to bust out anything special. Back there in 4th place will be good enough. What about Josiah Netsky? Josiah just hadn't had things go his own way. It has not been a championship that he'll want to remember. It's not as solid as the number 2 NZ that he earned last year. In fact, he was all on target to be number 1 NZ until things just rolled off the rails a little later on. But here is, man, and all the build-up. What about the build-up? You know, things like late weekend, the MX Fest, things like the Summercross. What about SX4? SX4. Brad, you'll recall that Josiah Netsky looked like nobody was going to touch him through this motocross championship. But hey, Maximus Purvis hanging back, and he's just gone bang.
Yeah, absolutely. It's peaking at the right time of the year for Maximus Purvis. He's flying at the moment. So he ticks off another lap at 2:04.5 that time around. He's a little bit quicker than James, but not by much. So there's only a couple of seconds between 1 and 2. We go back to 3rd and 4th, 2 stable mates. We've got the number 1, 6, Hayden Smith up into 3rd place ahead of Brody Connolly. So that's 3rd and 4th for those 2 guys. And they're separated by not a lot at all, as they fly down the Hooker Point front straight here at Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. We got Josiah Netsky there in 5th place, so we can clear track ahead of him now. He should be able to get some good speed. Adam Moss is in there as well, Sam Blundell and Reese Lister. We then go back to Hunter Scott up there in 10th place. We've got Luke Vanderlee, Marshall Phillips, Carlin Headley, Donovan Ward and Isaac Broad rounding out our top 12. So well done to these guys. Flying at the moment as we go with our race leader, Maximus Purvis. On the Eltham Window Systems JCR Yamaha, he is well and truly on track to defend his MX2 New Zealand Championship. He's flying over Yamaha Centre Point, and we are early on in this one here. We've only 7 minutes gone, so over 12.5 minutes to go. We've got James Scott there in 2nd place. He's got the best seat in the house to watch Maximus Purvis, and he is absolutely flying. Go back to 3rd and 4th. It's still with Hayden Smith and Brody Connolly, and then Josiah in 5th. So that's the top 5 update we can give you. Still early on in this moto, but certainly a big statement in New Zealand motocross being made by Maximus Purvis right now.
All right, tell you what is another big statement, Brad, is the fact that Energy Centre Point back in our feature track always for the Nationals, that big beautiful jump. The boys have been building it up. It's got another probably 1.5 metres of soil on that down ramp. What had happened is over the years that down ramp had just got chewed and chewed out, so the boys have put it in, it's just made that down ramp smoother. Then, of course, we go to the 3-line corner. We say 3 lines because there's 3 berms that are built up there. So effectively, you're coming over the air in that massive jump and then just hauling on those EBC brakes and getting it around the corner and getting it back on the gas to go down. So effectively, it's a 180, it's a hairpin, it's a U-turn, and they're back on themselves. A spectacular part of the track. Here we go with the 44, Mighty Maximus down in front ahead of the number 3 of the mighty James Scott. Had a great run, although didn't win the day. Won 2 of the 3 races at Pukekohe last weekend for the penultimate event in the championship. Now looking out to 116 and Hayden ahead of the 88 of Brody Conley out there on the LMC Husqvarna Elevate roofing up. We'll see decals, CFX, Pirelli, Shift MX, Motor X, FMF, Pro Taper, WP suspension, a Turbis, and the list of credits go on for Brody. So well done to Brody in this back-to-back performance. Hanging on with that number 1, of course, in 125 racing. Still not over, still with 2 races to go in our MX 125. Can he still stay there? Well, we're about to find out. Or it could be our 2016-2017 champion in Hayden Smith coming back to take that one. We'll find out shortly. 44 Maximus over the 3 ahead of the 116 of the former Taibi man, Hayden Smith, from the 88 of Brody Conley. Checking out the number 2 of Josiah Natsky, 8.72 to Adam Moss. What a standout performance from that man. Into the 33 of Logan Blackburn. As then we mix it up as well, a few more in there, like the 223 of Reese Lister, 255 out there to keep in touch. Luke Van Lee, this young, under the radar, quietly spoken but serious racer. And then going to the 29 of Sam Blundell from Marston. He is my standout. JB Industries, Johnny Burkhardt. Shout out to Johnny and all the work he's done for Sam. That is incredible. As we check out the 23 of Marshall Phillips and the 67 of Hunter Scott, cousin of our race runner-up at the moment, James Scott. That's an awesome top update there at the moment about our 12 riders. Some of those behind them, Carlin Heatley, Diamond Ward out there along with Nick Westgate, Toby Winiata in 6. Hope Toby can get some good results in there. Isaac Broad on 17, Kyan Lumens, Logan Kerisk and Carter Haynes smashing 20th. That's the 1 point. The 1 point, you always want to get those championship points. And good performance from Carter on that. Haynes Transport, North Island, Fortnum. Haynes Engineering supported MV Motorcycles, Husqvarna 250. So all in all, Brad, some spectacular racing. But I'll tell you what, the 44 of Maximus Purvis, tell him to slow down because he only needs 8 points in this race to win the title. No way, he wants still to be number 1 in the race, to be number 1 in the title.
Oh, this is absolutely brilliant. Breathtaking stuff. He got a 3-second lead. He's 9 minutes left in this race. We are counting it down to the New Zealand Championship time. We're at the final round here, the 4th round of the New Zealand Senior Motocross Championship. Sport to us by Aon, Pirelli, Fox and Kawasaki. And we are right in the middle of the day. We've started round 2 of racing. And this one here, the biggest points advantage coming into the weekend was Maximus Purvis's. Couldn't get it done with the 2 races in hand. He's coming out, race number 2. Just needs to finish 14th or better, but he's out there in a commanding lead at the moment. So taking it off to Maximus Purvis. We didn't see much of Maximus early on in the summer. He come to the summer cross with his first real ride, where then he went away and did a bit of work. He turned up the New Zealand Grand Prix and very much wowed us. He has been flawless since then. He's never finished outside the top 2 in this series. He's won so many races. He won 2 out of 2 in the New Zealand Grand Prix. He won 3 out of 3 Rotorua. The only 2 times he was beaten was last weekend by James Scott at Harrisville. Now comes out here. He's 1 race, 1 in style, and leading this one quite comfortably at the moment. So Maximus Purvis, take your hand up to this young man. He's on his way to Australia as well. We wish him all the best in that endeavour, where he's going to ride a 450 in the Australian MX1 Championship. This is going to be exciting to see how far Maximus can go. He is absolutely on rails here at the moment. So Maximus Purvis, James Scott, still 1-2. We then go to Hayden Smith and Brody Conley there, 3rd and 4th place. Josiah Natsky's catching them up though, so look out for Josiah to see if he can get himself right up in the top group. He's sitting in 5th place at the moment. Shout out to Adam Moss, the Moss man from the capital. On the 872 machine, so well done on the TSS Motorcycles KTM to Adam Moss. Another good top 6 performance. Logan Blackburn, after not getting a quick start, he was buried in the pack. Now finds himself in 7th place. We go to Reese Lister and Luke Van Der Lee rounding out the top 9. Marshall Phillips in a good top 10. Marshall Phillips, he's had a good year as well. A shout out to Marshall Phillips, awesome stuff from him. We go to Cullen Headley and Donovan Ward rounding out the top 12. MX2 racing. We have 7 minutes to go, and we are potentially going to crown our first New Zealand champion. It's Maximus Purvis. He needs to finish 14th or better, but with 7 minutes to go, he is in a commanding lead, and we're running with this one here. So MX2, race 2 out there at the moment. Can anyone stop Maximus?
Well, we certainly know there's a good bunch of supporters here for him, and I'm sure as being a local, he will thrive on the opportunity. Such a humble young man, so explosive as far as a rider is concerned, but more for me the person and not just the rider on the bike. What a young man he has grown up to be. Enjoy his interviews, enjoy his performances of life, enjoy the fact that he's a true outdoors man. He goes deer stalking and pig hunting, and really loves to be involved. Of course, he works for his father in a contracting business, so he's outdoors doing manual labour and driving machines, and particularly diggers, which he's very good at. So a quality excavator operator, which is something of interest to me as well with other vacations that we cover. So good on you, Maximus. Top man, top rider, and an all-round good guy. What more do you want in a champion? All right, here we go. Keen to continue our updates. It's the 44 Maximus Purvis show out there for the Alfred Window System, JCA, Yamaha Moto, Yamaluke, JYTR, YMF, YMI, Hollands Collision Centre, Ward, Demolition, Fox, Workshop Graphics, Contract Consultants, John Newton, Penman Paint, Promoto, and CNC Pro Cut. Some awesome sponsors. And therefore, Maximus, the man from Mankato, we call him, and certainly a championship charge of the highest calibre. James Scott, remembering the margin was 1.1. So we take an opportunity to look at that now. 4.5 electronically, so 4.5. Okay for that. So what it does is that the earlier pictures that we were getting here on Sky Sport Next, you'd actually see that they were in the same picture. Now there's just a bigger gap between them. So keen just to update those, I suppose you'd say the differences, and that is, or the gap between our rider placement out there. So it is 44 as your race leader here, the number 3, James Scott. So now the best 2 in the pack. As we look to that third place battle with 116, Hayden Smith over the 88 of Brodie Connolly, 2 and Josiah Natsky in there. Hasn't got all the answers at the moment, but great to see that he is here. And, there has been a program misprint, the fact that he was written down in the MX1 class, but is actually an MX2. So for those of you with the program and wondering where the number 2 has gone, go to your MX1 page. You can see bike number 2 with all of his sponsors to mention for the MX2, and they include Kawasaki New Zealand, Bridgestone, Mainstream Logistics, M-Spec, along with Unforeseen, CFX Seats, Alpine Star, Butylene, Arcade Chain, with Renfeld and Coramico Engineering, a great team behind the champion. So well done, Josiah Natsky. The number 2 sitting there in 5th place at the moment, Adam Moss, Logan Blackburn, Lister from Luke Vandley and Marshall Phillips make up our group. Talking about those guys back in that 20th place, Carter Haynes has moved up 1 and Sam Corsten's got in there. So Carter looking for 2, Sam Corsten on target with a very good 20th in there for the young man from Taranaki in the top 20 of motocross. Here we are down to the business end of our moto at this stage, a little over 3.5 minutes to go. Once the time expires, of course, the next time the race leader comes past, he gets a white tag, so it's effectively a time plus a lap. The reason it's not a set number of laps is the conditions of the track can change, or weather can force that. So it's a matter of making sure that the race is consistent by the length of time, whether it be a fast speed or slower. That then doesn't affect the race. It's the amount of laps covered in the time duration. So here we are with our MX2 fun, well, not quite fun finale overall, but it may be for the 44 of the next. But when you, other times, Brad, we've looked at people and said, oh, can they hold on? Just with Maximus, there doesn't seem to be any doubt. There is no reason why he can't. It's not as if you say, if only, or whatever. The guy is just so perfect, he looks like he's all there.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked to Max. He's a very relaxed character. There's a very good reason he's gotten himself in this point of the championship, and that's just how he's been riding. So there's no point changing anything. If he rides that aggressive and he feels comfortable on the bike, that's exactly what he's going to go out there and do. Just treat it like another race, take it lap by lap, take him off, and get excited for this one. 2.5 minutes away, and he's well in command. He's got that decent 3.7 second lead over James Scott. James is still right there, so don't count him out, but Maximus certainly hits to lose at the moment. Hayden Smith, Josiah Natsky, Brody Connolly, that's intriguing at the moment. So Hayden, a decent little 3-second gap between him and Josiah, but Josiah certainly a little bit quicker than the other two boys there, so look out for Josiah. I can't wait to see Josiah, if he gets a better start, what he can do and run up the top here at the moment. So check it out, Maximus and James, they're out in front. We've got Hayden, Josiah and Brody there. That's still running in our top 5. Adam Moss, Logan Blackburn, still 6 and 7, the Reese Lister. Luke Vanderlee and Marshall Phillips. That is rounding out our top 10. We've got Donovan Ward, Carlin Headley. Then you get back to Nick Westgate, Hunter Scott, Kyan Lumens. That's our top 15. We've got Isaac Broad, Logan Kurz in 17th. And you go to Toby Winiata, Carter Haynes and Sam Coulston with our final championship point in 20th place. So that's the update here as we catch up with our race leader right out the top end. That's phenomenal stuff. Over the dam jump for Maximus Purvis, the number 44, the Fox Racing. L-Therm Window Systems, JCA Yamaha. He's turned up, won the New Zealand Grand Prix. He's won everything at the round 2. Won 1 out of the 3 and took the overall at round 3 at Harrisville a week ago. And now he is on schedule, well and truly. Another lap in the box. He's got a minute left on the clock, so that will certainly expire on this lap around. We have 2 laps to go, and we could be crowning a New Zealand champion. Here it is, Maximus Purvis. Just got to tick these next 2 off. We've got James Scott there in second place. He's got that gap down to 2.1 seconds, so a little bit of a late race move here from James Scott, but that could have meant maybe some lappers on the lap around for Maximus. We're not sure. Still got that gap. Back to James, so 2.1 seconds. He's got to finish in the top 14. That's if James wins it, so well and truly in command here. Couple of laps to go. We're looking at the battle for third. It is still narrowly with Hayden Smith, Josiah Natsky piling on a bit of pressure there now as well. So check that one out. We've got 44 in the 2 there, 44 in the 3. They are gone. They are 33.5 seconds up the road from third place, which is Hayden Smith. Josiah Natsky and Brody Connolly still there in 4th and 5th, but that battle for the podium certainly not done for. That's all on here in the last couple of laps. Wow, this is exciting. Let's take a moment to appreciate the number 44, that awesome new Fox Racing gear on, and shining here at the moment. So through the Kawasaki rollers he goes. He's only got a lap and a half left in this one. James Scott, after getting a pretty decent start, got himself out in front, but then Maximus, what a move over path and services. Early on in the moto, just held that corner speed on, cut the line off, and ever since then it has been all Maximus. He had the red plate on ever since the New Zealand Grand Prix at Woodville, and has never really looked like relinquishing the points lead. Had a 40-point lead coming into this race, won race number 1 and extended out to 43 points. He is just moments away retaining his MX2 championship. Let's quickly update our top 10 as we see it. It is still Maximus and James. They are 1 and 2. Hayden Smith, Josiah Natsky and Brody Connolly still there, 3rd, 4th and 5th. We then go to Adam Moss, Logan Blackburn, Reese Lister, Luke Vanderlee and Marshall Phillips rounding out the top 10. But here it is, white flag, 1 lap to go. So Maximus Purvis is 1 lap away from a New Zealand championship for the 2nd time in MX2 racing. He is part of the Yamaha New Zealand Development Program, where he is off to Australia to compete in their Australian Motocross Championships in MX1. He's got a good ride over there, and the sky is the limit. He could really turn some heads over there and show how good he is. He does a bit of riding on the 450 as well, where he's very capable, and it's certainly an exciting time. So that gap, 2.2 seconds back to James Scott. James has ridden out of his skin today. He's been phenomenal, but it's been all in vain because Maximus has turned up today. He's really flying. Here we go with crossing the white flag stripe. We've got Hayden Smith and Josiah Natsky. There's less than a second in it, so check it out. Battle for the podium is all on here. We've got Brody Connolly there in 5th place, so that's 5th in the race. But first of the under-19s coming through, so well done to Broads. He's double classed as well. He'll have to go and back it up after this one here on MX125. So that's the top 5 crossing the line and in the books as we go. Yamalube's centre point, we catch up with the 44. And that is just flawless. This track's starting to get pretty gnarly. There's some square edge bumps starting to form up, but still with a 2:03.8 lap time. That's absolutely flying on a 254 stroke machine. So we look at the pants Maximus Purvis. This is going to be cool. He's got half a lap to go. Let's check it out. Through the dual lane section and on his way to parts and services. Flies over there and hangs a good right-hander. That's cool part of the track here now into the awesome Fox Sawdust section. This has been a feature of Digger Mcewen for, I'd say, nearly 20 years. Back in the early 2000s when the Taupo Motorcycle Club put it in there, and ever since then it's been spectacular. We go now and have a look at the Darryl Hawks Motorcycles jump, the dam jump here. He's only a couple corners away. Let's get on your feet, start getting excited, because Maximus Purvis has got a couple of Pirelli tabletops and a couple of right-hand corners to contend with. This is going to be feeling pretty good. He had to finish 14th or better. He's gone way better than that. He's taken the race win, and with that, a New Zealand Championship MX2 2021 champion Maximus Purvis crosses the line and does it in style. Well done to James Scott. He chased hard all the way, but with that second place, has now going to have to settle for no better than second in the championship. But nevertheless, James Scott has had a phenomenal summer. Just not to be for James Scott as Maximus Purvis wins the title with a race in hand. Man, that's impressive stuff. Maximus Purvis, he'll be absolutely loving that. Well done to Team Yamaha, and a big welcome to Nabe-san back from Japan to be his mechanic for the final 2 rounds. It's awesome to have Nabe back. And we celebrate our MX2 2021 champion, does it with a race in hand, Maximus Purvis. Well done. And this is going to be a pretty cool podium. Well done to Maximus. James Scott finishes in second place. Hayden Smith does get home in third ahead of Josiah Nansky, so that's going to be an intriguing battle to keep an eye on. They are battling out for third overall in the points as well, so some very important championship points on the line here at MX2. Brodie Connolly finishes there in 5th place, and with that he'll win the under-19 race 2 here today. Well done to Broads on this LMC Husqvarna. We then look out for our rest of our guys coming through. Adam Moss will get through in 6th place. Well done to the Moss man, finishing there in 6th place. We look out for Logan Blackburn. He's going to come through on the number 33 machine. And that will be 7th place. 8th for Reese Lister. Luke Van der Lee gets home at 9th. And Marshall Phillips rounding out the top 10. So this is going to be pretty exciting. Pretty good stuff. We will cross down to Neil. He's going to have an ecstatic race 2 winner, but more than race 2, he's going to take the MX2 2021 championship. Let's cross down to Neil, who's got our new champion, Maximus Purvis.
All right, we'll just let him get his helmet off, but here's the number on the front more than just the red plate. It is our number 1, the first champion to be crowned, because he's done it with an entire race to spare. Maximus Purvis, let's go back, Maximus. We go back to October last year, summer cross and other events in the build-up, and you weren't quite the number 1. What was the secret when you hit Woodville this year?
Just timing it, I suppose, but just been working real hard, and yeah, it feels mean.
Yeah, it does feel mean indeed. Well, last year, of course, you won the title by only a couple of points, and you only did it with a couple of race wins. You put them all together here. You proved it doesn't matter whether it's the loam of Woodville, the sand, or the pumice of Rotorua, and the clay of Harrisville. You can ride them all.
Yeah, definitely been training hard on all the different soils, and spending a lot of time in Aussie was good on the clay, but no, yeah, it's primo.
All right, indeed. Hey, tell us a little bit about your training and the week in the life fob. Thank you. Yeah, keen indeed to catch that Pirelli cap on the top. But how much has it come down to preparation?
Yeah, just training hard, I suppose. Yeah.
Does Dad let you off the digger, or you still do a full day on that as well?
No, I've still been working for the old fella and bits in between, a little bit of hunting, but yeah, not just mostly riding and training.
Well done. Here it is, our first Pirelli Fox champion, folks. Let's hear it again. Maximus Purvis. Yes, listen to that support out there today. Hey, there's a whole lot of Maximuses out there in the YZ65 Cup. Have you taken a moment to look out at that field? They're all Yamahas. They all want to be Maximus Purvis. How does that look?
Yeah, I'm loving the old mullets everywhere now too on the young fellas, but yeah, it's all good.
It's all good. It is a man of few words, but more importantly, the man of a champion. Here it is, your new number 1 MX. It is Maximus Purvis, 2021 champion. Well done, Max. Fantastic. And the red number tells the whole story. There it is, Contract Consultants, YMF, YMI, and Hollands Collision Centre. It's the Altherm JCR winning Yamaha of 44. Just the last one, Maximus, you're going to keep the number 1 on the bike for the next race?
Yeah, may as well, eh?
Yeah, may as well. Cool, calm and collected. There it is, Maximus Purvis taking a sensational victory and the national title.
All right, we are under starters orders and we're away with 1-2-5, race number 2. This is all on here. We've got 16 points in the championship between Hayden Smith and Cody Burke. We've got Manic Dixon just 18 points back as well. So Hayden Smith going to have to hang on to this one here. He's got the whole shot as well. He is flying at the moment. We've got Cody Burke, good start from him, as well as Brody Connolly. So check this one out. MX 125, we've got 18 minutes plus a lap on the cards right now. All right, catching up with our race leaders back into Shot Oval. Yamaloob centre point we go. Hayden Smith on the gas, wicked stuff. He's got that all-important 16-point lead in the championship. He'd love to extend that even further. Cody Burke there has got to be thinking championship stuff here. 16 points back. He's in second place in the championship. We've got Manic Dixon in there as well with the awesome updates here. So with Brody Connolly, a better start from Broads. He's in third place, and he certainly showed he had the speed to run with these top guys last time around. So look out for this one here. We've got Dylan Westgate there. Great start from Dylan. He's in fourth place and having a great day at the office. We've got Manic Dixon. Fifth place for Manic. He's third in the championship. He's going to be desperate for some points here. He needs to get involved. We've got Ryan King, a good start from Ryan as well. Jared Hannon's running in the top 10 as well. Nick Darcy, Logan Denise battling out through the sawdust as well. Plenty of action here. MX 125 race 2 is on, and Hayden Smith, can anyone stop this man? He's been really turning it on ever since round number 3 at Harrisville. He won the overall comfortably, and ever since then has just really turned it on. It's brilliant stuff. So Hayden Smith, the 116, former New Zealand 125 champion this year on the CML Gas, and absolutely loving it. We've got Cody Burke, Brody Connolly, second and third. We go back to Dylan Westgate, then Manic Dixon. And look at Manic, he is quick. So Manic Dixon, certainly the quickest man on track at the moment. Didn't get the best start, but flying at the moment. That brand new Fox Flex there, Psychosis gear. We just saw Maximus Purpose out there with that cool bright yellow gear, and it's winning combo at the moment. Cody Burke also on the CML KTM's running it, and spectacular stuff. So race 2 at the moment, MX 125, and we've got a massive 15.5 minutes still remaining.
Just want to get in a notice. Thank you, riders. If you're one of the 3 with a look lap, it is compulsory to do the look lap unless you're a double classer, and there's only 3 of those. So just want to point out that look lap, now that it is part of the program, it is compulsory, that part. So compulsory for riders to do the 1 lap look lap for our 3 championship classes. Just a technicality I want to point out. Thanks, back to you, Brad.
All right, here we go. Hayden Smith still leads Cody Burke, Brody Connolly. But look at Manic Dixon around the outside. Dual lane section. He rails around that berm. Still going to be Dylan Westgate, but I think Manic's going to get that job done into the Kawasaki roller. So a change for 4th place. And Manic Dixon, he has now got that one into 4th. He needs to get himself well up there. He's 18 points behind Hayden Smith in the championship. And desperate stuff. He had the red plate after round number 2, lost it at Harrisville last weekend, and needs to get himself back in this championship. So check it out. Hayden Smith leads into the sawdust, and then we go back to Kobe Burke, Brody Connolly and Maddock Dixon. We've got Dylan Westgate there on the second of the gas machine, so we're all on. We've got great updates as well. Top 6 for Ryan King again, carrying on his awesome weekend so far. We've got Jared Hannon, Nick Darcy, Marcus Hildenshire rounding out the top 10. We're going to go back to Christian Crane, Luke Macy, Nico Vaughan, Sam Bowers and Dylan Powers. That's our top 15. We've got 15 runners in MX125, but at the moment, CML Gas well in control. Hayden Smith, he's double classing here as well. He's been out in MX2 just before, where he got a great top 3 result. He's top 3 overall in the points there. So really, really good summer so far, shaping up for the man from Ty Happy, Hayden Smith. So brilliant. Out there, Kobe Berg under a bit of pressure from Brody Connolly, our defending MX125 champion. Unfortunately for Brody, he had a crash at round number 2 and a couple of DNFs, so a couple of non-points finishes. Has put him back in the championship. He's still about 59, 60 points back in the championship, but unfortunately for Broads, he is not going to be able to retain his 2020 Fox New Zealand 125 championship. And now he's out there at the moment. So he's got himself up into second place. He's flying at the moment, but unfortunately, as far as the championship's concerned, Brody, not a contender in this one here. We've got the 3 guys that are. The man out in front, here's the leader by 16 points, Hayden Smith. We've got Kobe Burke there in second place, but he's third in this race. And then we go to Maddock Dixon, third in the championship, 18 points back, and he is 4. So desperate stuff for Maddock Dixon. We just saw his teammate Maximus Purvis win the MX2 championship, and he'll be desperate to try and get into the mix here. So check it out with this one here. MX125, the future of New Zealand motocross, in very good hands, and absolutely flying at the moment. I'm very impressed, Hayden Smith. We saw him turn up. He won one of the races at the New Zealand Grand Prix for MX125 and started this awesome campaign. He's on the new Gas, the motorcycle brand, making a real resurgence in world motocross. And we saw a junior Lachlan Bourne. He won a New Zealand Grand Prix title on the Gas for the first time earlier this year. And now in line for Hayden Smith to take the first New Zealand Senior Motocross Championship on a Gas. He's got the 16-point lead. He's winning this race at the moment. The only 2 that can stop him are buried in 3rd and 4th. They're having a drag race through the sawdust at the moment, so anyone's for that one. But have a look at this one here. The man really on the move in this race is Brody Connolly on the number 1. He's now on side by side with his good mate Hayden Smith. Check it out. We've got action. We've got a 2-way fight for the lead. We've got a 2-way fight for 3rd. It's all on here. We've also got some great battles between Jared Hannon and also Nick Darcy, Logan Denise in there as well. We've got a great classy top 10 and some good results. But let's catch our race leaders. Over the stripe they go. Tick off another lap. And then we go back to 3rd and 4th. CML KTM's Kobe Burke and Althem Window Systems JCA Yamaha Maddock Dixon. Here we go, separated by nothing on the track. There's only 3.5 seconds separating our top 4 and all identical lap times. So we are shaping up for an absolute beauty here. We've still got a massive 11 minutes to go. MX125, we're not quite on championship watch yet. It's only a 16-point lead, but certainly advantage Hayden Smith at the moment. Let's keep an update of this one. All right, here we go with an update of our top 5 at the moment. It's still Hayden Smith and Brody Connolly locked in that battle. It's nothing in it at the front. We've got Maddock Dixon now up into 3rd place after a little bit of an off from Kobe Burke, who slipped back to 5th. We've got Dylan Westgate there in 4th place on the gas as well. We then go back a good 6th place from Nick Darcy. Ryan King's there in 7th place with Logan Denise up into 8th. We've got Christian Crane and Jared Hannon 9th and 10th. Marcus Hildenshire in 11th with 12th for Luke Macy, Digger Mcewen Sam Bowers and Dylan Powers. That is the top. They're all flying out there. MX125 Hayden Smith leads Brodie Connolly. The two stablemates, the CML Gas and the LMC Husqvarna. Really awesome riding from these two at the moment. Matic Dixon is fast as well, so look out for Matic. Certainly looks like he's putting on a big mid-race moto here, so check it out. Our race leaders over the Pirelli tabletop and into the checkered flag line. We've still got a massive 9 minutes plus a lap to go, so still only halfway through this race. But the top three starting to emerge into a great little fight. The fastest lap of that time around was Matic Dixon. He was 2 and a bit seconds quicker than Hayden and Brodie, so that gap now less than a second and a half between our top three. Let's check it out. This is going to be phenomenal. We've got Dylan Westgate and Kobe Burke. Unfortunate stuff from Kobe. 2:28, so he was 15 seconds slower than his lap time before that. Just really telling. And unfortunately, when you've got a 16-point deficit in the championship, finishing outside the top 4 is not going to help. So check out Hayden Smith. Everything's falling into place for him at the moment. Brodie Connolly and Matic Dixon. This is going to be a phenomenal three-way fight. They're over the top end of Digger Mcewen and on their way to Rapids, the fastest part of New Zealand motocross. It's really cool. You can see some big square edge bumps starting to form up as they brake hard and go in there. Have a look at Matic Dixon, have a bit of a look at Brodie Connolly and go over the inside. I think he might have got that done. Brodie Connolly with the injured wrist, not going to try and get into too much of an argument there, and gives the position away. So Matic Dixon now into second place on the L-Therm window systems JCA Yamaha. The number 3 180 had the red plate, the points lead after round number 2 where he won the overall. Unfortunately, lost that to Hayden Smith at Harrisville last weekend, but now desperate to show how good he is. We've got Hayden Smith, Matic Dixon and Brodie Connolly now. That is your new updated top 3 as they're into the dual lane section and on their way to parts and services. Have a look at Matic Dixon. He is flying at the moment. So can Hayden Smith withstand the pressure he's getting pulled on at the moment? He's got an 18-point lead over Matic in the championship as Matic lands hard into the Fox Saunos section. It's all on here. There's no holds bar. We've got plenty of action here as this track's starting to get really gnarly at the moment. So Hayden Smith, Matic Dixon, Brodie Connolly separating not by much in the top 3 with Dylan Westgate now. Starting to get a bit of pressure put on by Kobe Burke, so 4th and 5th starting to tighten up. Nick Darcy, Ryan King, Logan Denise, Jared Hannon and Christian Crane. That is still the top 10. MX 125, it's starting to unfold really nicely here. We've got this one here side by side as they go around the final corner and into the Townley Builders finish line. It's 1 and 2 side by side as they go into turn number 1. It's 6.5 minutes left to go as they go for a drag race down the front straight under the Hooker Prawn Park World Champion overbridge. It's going to be nothing in it as they go. Well, one goes inside, one goes outside. I think Matic Dixon might have had it done. It's going to be a change, and Matic Dixon now has taken over the lead of this race to well and truly keep his title chances in the hunt. This is going to be awesome. Matic Dixon ahead of Hayden Smith. That's how you see it at the moment, but Hayden's not done for yet. Have a look at it. He's going to try and argue straight back. He's not quite there. This is brilliant from these two as they fly at the moment. Brodie Connolly double classing today and under a bit of a fitness cloud. He's sort of losing a little bit of touch with his top 2 at the moment, but still there in a handy 3rd place. We've got Dylan Westgate and Kobe Burke 4th and 5th. And that battle's starting to emerge on track at the moment. We've still got a massive 6 minutes to go. Anyone's at the moment, but Matic Dixon has made a bit of a statement halfway through this moto.
It is a wow factor because it is Hayden Smith, man, what a performance from this dynamic young man. Has he ever put his fist down on the table and said, I own this? This is just sensational. And of all of the riders that had a chance, he'd been the least consistent of those other front runners. We'd seen the wins to Brodie, we'd seen the wins to Kobe, we'd seen the wins to Matic, but Hayden was there or thereabouts. But man, once he decided that he was going to grab this one, it is incredible to see. And it's like we saw with Maximus last time. It's just an incredible performance to see what's happening to that the overall, and more importantly what these guys are doing with that mental strength. It's such a factor. Last year the MX2 of course won by Maximus. 2 wins is all he got in the entire series, and only I think from memory was at 2 or 3 points, and yet here he is this year to go bang and own it against the odds as well, because it was Josiah and James, they were the hot shots at other build-up events to it. So here's Hayden as well, who'd had that less consistent run, and now he's turned up to own it. So it's the mental factor that's coming into its own big time here for this 2021 Fox New Zealand Motocross Nationals. Coming at you live, loud and proud here in Taupo, Digger Mcewen Park. We're at the hotshot venue of New Zealand Motocross. And to check it, well, there we go. Change there. And a change at the top. Matic's got it, and I'm listening to Hayden. Is that Hayden's bike off tune? Was it? I hope not. just looked as if he'd had to blip the throttle there a little bit. I'm thinking that all of a sudden he'd lost something. Well, Maddox Dixon, a little while since Maddox had a win, so Maddox, Hayden and Brodie, so changes there. So we've seen Brodie in front, we've seen Hayden in front, and now we've seen Maddox in the front. We've got Kobe there. He's moved up finally into 4th place after a bad start, with Dylan Westgate demoted back into 5th. Still in the top 5, people like Nick Darcy, Ryan King, Logan Denise, Jared Hannon and Christian Crane, with Jared Hannon, freshman's victory at King of the Schools Motocross on a Friday of this week. Yes, indeed, Schools Motocross. Some of these are still school kids, and the young man from Cambridge putting in a magnificent performance to win our Junior 125 class in North King Country. So Schools Motocross, of course, a big one coming up in the Rotorua weekend after next, Friday 9th and Saturday 10th of April. Their one is that big, it's now turned into a 2-day with secondary schools on Friday the 9th and our junior presidents, juniors and primary and intermediate schools running on Saturday the 10th. Check it out, Schools Motocross, probably around 400 kids in action. It is mega as we look to the update. Yes, indeed, and more of the changes to go on out there, Maddox, Hayden, Brodie and Kobe, and we're going to put them back around the other way, are we? Yes, indeed. Oh, there we go. So checking it out, 116. And just waiting to see the update. And here it is with Hayden. He's back in front. And look at the margin. Now, what has happened? Because that has just completely turned itself upside down. Maddox was there. He was there for sure. And all of a sudden, it's been Hayden. So Hayden back into view. The 116 here on the gas 125. Out to lead. And that's the kind of situation that he wanted to. Won't show as being your race leader on results, but he's certainly showing it as being out and in front on the bike in the race at the moment. So all on for 116, and at the moment 2.5 minutes to go, 2.5 minutes now. That's going to equate to effectively coming past the white flag this time. No, will it? Oh, no, it's going to be more than two. No, I think we're going to go at least another two laps, I'm sure. Sorry, another three. I think they'll still come around on the clock next time. So there you have it. All right, so they've gone back the other way. It's Hayden over Maddox, and then going to Brodie, Kobe, Dylan and Nick. So there you have it in our 125 class. Brad, always been a building ground of our champions, but as Hayden's been saying, because of his 80 plus kg, more than the general weight you'd find of a 125 rider, he's finding the start's a bit of a struggle, but then he's having to put his head down and go, and it's proved that it's a better recipe for it, because at 80 plus kgs you can still be a good 125 rider.
Oh yeah, he's been absolutely brilliant this year. He's turned up the New Zealand Grand Prix, won one of the races there. He was second in the points out of that first round. Didn't quite have the round 2 he was hoping for. Maddox Dixon won the overall there, took the championship red plate. But then round 3, that's when we saw Hayden Smith really turn it on. He really put his hammer down, got himself in the points lead, had a decent lead going into race number 1 where he won that. Now he's got that 16-point lead over Kobe Berg, but Kobe's back in 4th place. He's got an 18-point lead over Maddox, who's now back in 2nd place. Maddox did all the hard work, got himself into the lead, and made a bit of a mistake. He's now back into 2nd place and stands to lose even more championship points here to Hayden Smith. So the 16-point lead, that's going to be pretty telling. The 18 back to Maddox, so that'll go to a 21 if he can hang on to 2nd place. So checking it out here, Hayden Smith, Maddox Dixon, still 1 and 2, but look at Maddox, he's putting a bit of a charge on now. He's still got 30-odd seconds left on the clock, so they may get round in time to do one more lap, and that will play right into the hands of Maddox Dixon, who has just reeled Hayden Smith back in after making that bit of a mistake midway through this one. Hayden Smith's just come off the top 3 result, MX2 as well. He'll be really feeling this double classing today. He's got a comfy buffer back to Brodie Connolly in 3rd place. So check it out here for Maddox Dixon. Can he do it? We've got, looking at the clock, not long left on the clock. Was only about 5 or 6 seconds. So I'd say we're going to go white flag in this time around. White flag time. Hayden Smith and Maddox Dixon checking out one more lap to go. It's a showdown here. Maddox Dixon will be desperate to try and beat Hayden Smith to keep this championship alive. We're going to have some big points deficit. We've got Kobe Burke back in 4th place. He's 16 points down in the championship, and he stands to lose another 7 of those. So this will be telling. if he can hang on to this one here, it's going to be very much advantage Hayden Smith if he can hang on to this. Hayden Smith, Matt Dixon, they're right up the top. It stayed high one corner at the moment, plunging down the Aeon step down for the final time in race number 2. The Gas versus the Yamaha. Look at Matt Dixon giving it everything, rails the boom and heads up the step up. It's definitely still Hayden Smith. He's going to ride defensively, takes all the inside lines, cuts those lines away. He is a very experienced rider. He's a former 125cc senior champion. We've got Matt Dixon. He's a recently crowned 2-time New Zealand 15 to 16 years junior 125cc champion, and he is the one desperate to try and make a move. 18 points down in the championship, desperate to try and get into it. We've got Brody Conley still there in 3rd place on the LMC Husqvarna. He is back in 3rd place, outside the championship fight now, but still loving it at the moment. Here's the defending champion out there. We've got 3NZ Kobe Burke back in 4th place. He's 2nd in the championship, but going to lose a packet of points here. We've got Dylan Westgate still in 5th place. Nick Darcy for 6th. We've got 7 Logan Denise, Jared Hannon in 8th. Ryan King now down to 9th place with Christian Crane. Rounding out our top 10, Luke Maisie and Marcus Hildensheim 11th and 12th. Nick Ivorian and Sam Bowles rounding out our top 14. Then Dylan Powers on the Gas there in 15th as we catch him through the sawdust. Fox Racing time here on the last lap with 125 Racing. Maddock nearly off the track. He drags a bit of the tyre as he plunges up the inside. Hayden Smith does that awesome line there. Certainly the favourable line to go from the outside to the inside, and that takes it to the dam jump. Final time for Hayden Smith on the Gas. I think he might have had this done. Maddox just a little bit too far back to try and challenge for this one here. It's been a pretty calculated race for Hayden Smith. He will carry on with this one here. Couple of corners to go over the Pirelli tabletops and flying at the moment. So it is going to be the 116. Hayden Smith's going to win race number 2. And with that, he's going to extend his points advantage. Maddox Dixon chases hard, but has to settle for 2nd. Less than half a second behind him. With that here, loses another 3 points, but with 18 and 321, he still keeps the championship mathematically alive, but means that Hayden Smith's only going to need a handful of points in race number 3 later on today. Still no New Zealand champion in MX125. It's going to come down to the final race, but certainly advantage Hayden Smith in that one there. Wins yet another race on the CML Gas. And now takes it out to a 21-point lead in the championship. We've got Brody Conley coming home. He does finish in 3rd place on the LMC Husqvarna, so well done to Broads. Keeping that one there. Kobe Burke back in 4th place, so that's Kobe in 4th. He will lose a handful of points. He was 16 points back. He's going to lose another 7 of those, so 23 points now. He's going to need to win that last race if he wants to be New Zealand champion, and he's going to need a bit of bad luck from the others as well. So that's Kobe Burke back in 4th place on the CML KTM. We've got Dylan Westgate finishing on the Gas there in 5th place. Another good performance from Dylan. Then we go to Nick Darcy, gets home in 6th place. We go to Logan Denise. He will get home in 7th place ahead of Jared Hannon, and well done to Jared there, top 8 place. We've got 9th for Ryan King on the Crown Kiwi Bell helmets, Alpine Stars 100% KTM. That's 9th place. Christian Crane will round out our top 10. That's the update MX125. We'll cross down to Neil, who has a championship leader and race 2 winner Hayden Smith.
All right, just as we get a fresh bit of water for Hayden, he can take that down. We'll just review the situation. We, after this now, have 1 race to go, and Hayden's been taking the wins and looking pretty good and building up on those points. And Hayden, at that point, all of a sudden you were thinking it was slipping away from you, but how'd you fight your way back?
Oh yeah, that last lap I really pushed a lot harder. I was sort of trying to conserve a bit of energy. I wasn't too phased if Maddox was actually going to beat me. Thought I'd just save some energy for the last one, but unlucky for Maddox, lucky for me, he dropped it in that corner down there, poor guy. No, he's riding awesome. Yeah, track's brutal.
Right, so what's happened in the racing? In the first part of the racing, first few races, you were finding yourself harder to get that number 1, but now that you've got there, you've been pushing and getting it better. What's been the change for you?
We made a couple of minor changes to the bike. And I'm just gelling with it more. That's about it, yeah.
Oh, awesome to see. And hey, fresh memories of when you won the title a few years ago. Is it feeling good now?
Yeah, it's not all over till the fat lady sings, Neil.
He's got the words for us here, ladies and gentlemen. Hayden Smith on target. We're here with Mac Media, Kawasaki, and everybody looking good for our Mighty Motos. Bring it on with Fox, of course, and Pirelli. This is your 2021 New Zealand Senior Motocross Nationals. We've got, for many of the classes, one race to go as we're into our penultimate round here for our super feature final here at Digger Mcewen Park, the home of the Taupo Motorcycle Club. Check it out with Facebook at NZMX Nationals, also the Taupo Motorcycle Club at MXT, and you're watching this courtesy of C-Test Live. Remembering C-Test Live for all your live video, audio and replays. So take an opportunity. It'll be all available for you again. We're on Sky Sport Next, coming to you with this mighty sport of motocross right here for the final round of the 2021 New Zealand Champs. Bring it on. Well, good timing as we see another one of our classes taking on their warm-up at the moment. So rocking into our program. Here we are, effectively our event. This one's scheduled to start at 1:10, so there we are, about 4 minutes behind time. How's that for clockwork action for the Taupo Club? Absolutely brilliant. We've already done 8 motos, and at this point, in fact, we have 8 to go. So it is our halfway mark with the MX1, MX3, YZ65, Yamaha Cup and Women's Cup remaining in this round. Our final round won't have YZ65 or Women, so we'll just be MX2, 125, MX1 and MX3 for our final today. Guesstimated finish for those of you looking to plan it is around about 4:15 to 4:30 this afternoon, so still plenty more daylight left in our final weekend of daylight saving here in New Zealand. This is our last Sunday as we change over at 2 a.m. next Sunday morning to return back to New Zealand Standard Time. Man, we're going to miss it. It's a sad time of the year, isn't it? We say goodbye to summer, we say goodbye to daylight saving, we go back to hibernate, but still bring it on. Remembering the best winter series you'll find for motocross in New Zealand right here at Taupo MCC and the Taupo Motorcycle Club's round number 1 of their series, kicking off on Monday. You heard it right, Monday the 26th, of course, with the Anzac Day falling on the Sunday, and the weekend's Monday eyes, so they'll be taking their racing on Monday the 26th for round number 1 through the final Sunday of April, May, June, July, August and September, and then we're back here at the end of November for another great MX Fest, incorporating the Battle of the Clubs on the Friday of Labour weekend, the Hawke's Bay anniversary holiday weekend as well, so a bonus pack for 3 days of fantastic motocross, and then of course we'll go into another super summer of New Zealand's mighty motocross, all part of our sport, coming at you here with the Taupo Motorcycle Club, leading the way in riders, leading the way in track preparation, leading the way in event preparation, leading the way in how you run a motorcycle event. It is sensational, and that's why you come to the cream of the top in our final round of 2021. Now, congratulations to Bevan Wheel and his quality club. All the best to the club. They've got their AGM annual general meeting this week. Wishing them all the best for maybe some people that move on in the committee and others that start to move away. And we know that it will just be a fantastic legacy that the great people like Jeff Hall and others have set as a standard for this club. One of the greatest life members any club could ever ask for. And a shout out to Hawley and his huge work that he does. What a team behind him. We've got Grant, we've got George, we've got Glenn, and of course Ben as president, and the ladies behind the scenes, the Nicoles and the Nicolas and the Sarahs and the Kylies and the other super ladies that all form up part of what happens here in Taupo. We love it, you will as well. More details, check it out for the Taupo Motorcycle Club. All right, ready to bang it out, coming at you next. It's some big time racing with MX1. Back to you, Brad.
All right, we are ready to go. Gates drop and we are away. Race 2 for MX1. It's a great start from Cody Cooper on the best build Honda. We've got Hamish Harwood right there as well. Also makes that white chase and Kane on. So both of them are the identical Fox Flex Air Psychosis race gear at the moment. So we'll try and we can keep them apart as we fly over the Aon step up around State Highway 1 corner. Square that up and drop down the Aon step down for the first time here. MX1, we've got Cody Cooper, Hamish Harwood. The battle for the championship is alive here, and this is exactly what we want to see as well. So check it out, we've got the 2 Yamahas 3rd and 4th place, and good starts from all our MX1 contenders. Everyone gets away nice and cleanly, so no more drama like we had in race number 1, but let's check it out. It is Coops out in front. We've got Hamish Harwood. All he needs to do is keep these top points results going through. He's got about an 18-point lead in the championship coming into this race, so he's certainly got the advantage, the upper hand in the championship. We've got White Chase, good stuff from him. We've got Kane Lamont up there as well. We've got plenty of action to look out for. Tyler Steiner's got himself in the top 5 as well, as we get some big air from Tommy Watts over Yamalu centre point. But check it out. Out in front, 9-time New Zealand Open Motocross champion Cody Cooper is flying. We've got Hamish Harwood here in second place, the CML KTM on his new 450 for this year. He's been the points leader ever since race 1 in this championship and has not relinquished that. So checking out with this one here, we've got fastest qualifier White Chase getting himself right in the mix as well. He'll certainly be a factor around here. Kane Lamont is in 4th place. Tyler Steiner, Tommy Watts. We go back to Campbell King, who's got a good result in there as well. And look at Mitchell Rees, what a start from the New Zealand Silverweight champion. He's flying right up the top as well. Hadley Knight's got a good start. The local Apex Windows Pro Moto man. Rounding out our top 10 at the moment. So check it out. Coops, Harwood and White Chase. There's nothing in that battle for 2nd and 3rd. Look at White Chase. All over the leg of Harwood. Harwood doesn't need to get into too many tussles tonight. He's got the points lead in the championship, so it's up to the others to try and get involved. We've got this one here, our top 4, classy top 4 across the line. Ticking off lap number 1 here at Digger Mcewen. We're going to race 2 of MX1 on at the moment. Cody Cooper, Hamish Harwood and White Chase. We've got Kane Lamont, Tommy Watts, Tyler Steiner there in 6th place. Campbell King, Hadley Knight, Mitchell Rees inside the top 10. Well done to Mitch. And then we go back to Quade Young's up there as well. Plenty of guys out there. 25 in all entered in MX1. And we are in for a treat. Let's check it out. The top 3 flying the Aon Insurance step down for the 2nd time here. We've got Kane Lamont in 4th place. So any one of these top 4 you'd have to think could easily win this race from here. These are massive races, feature-length races, 22 minutes plus a lap. And we're only on lap number 2 at the moment. So checking it out. Cody Cooper, he knew the equation coming into this weekend. He was down in the points by 23. He needed to go out there and win all 3. He won race 1, ticked that box, and is leading race number 2. So all he can do is put his best foot forward and hope for some luck to go his way. Let's check it out. Cody Cooper, he is in the prime of his life. He just gets better and better every season. I talked to Coops right at the start of the year. He said, I've put in a lot of work. The bike's good. I feel good. But the level's just been lifted around him. He's had no luck at all. He had some bad luck at Harrisville a week ago. But here he is putting his best foot forward. Loves Digger Mcewen and flying at the moment. So check him out. 121, Cody Cooper. Out in front, we've got Hamish Harwood and White Chase still locked in that pretty good battle for 2nd and 3rd. And Kane Lamont in 4th. Tommy Watts, one of the standout riders for 2021 on his debut year at MX1 Racing. Running the top 5 with Tyler Steiner in behind him. We've got Campbell King and Hadley Knight rounding out a awesome top 8 at the moment. MX1, this is going to be brilliant. Look at the crowd in Digger Mcewen. They're in for a treat here. And get on the bags, get on your feet, and get excited for MX1 Race 2. The championship's coming alive because Cody Cooper is out in front of this one.
Well, I had an opportunity to catch up with Tommy Watts prior to the start of their meeting, Brad, actually, and talked to him about his excellent effort in the cross country. Said how he's enjoying that and how much fun that is. And he's definitely looking forward to going down south because the final 2 rounds back-to-back weekend late in April. So all the best with Gore and Mosgiel over those 2 events. And some beautiful Southland Otago Open Country will make for a magnificent finale for our cross country. So, and somebody like Tommy Watts, I'm sure, can stamp his authority in there. Going up against none other than world-class GNCC ace Paul Whibley from Palmerston North as well. And those 2 guys tied after each of them having had a win in the 2nd so far. So when you talk about how much improvement that we've seen him make in this racing as well, what's he done in cross country as well? Gone bang, first ever events, and he's gone straight up there. Tell you another one who's did it, he ended up in 5th place is Quade Young. So Quade coming out of our MX1 field, he's done some cross country, realising that it's a whole lot of fun and he wants to do more as well. So cross country and that, of course, Brad Groombridge was a long time to prove of that, a former New Zealand motocross champion, supercross star, cross country champion and Giro champion. So when you had a guy winning 3 titles in the same year was just incredible. So well done to BG, proving just what the crossover is between our various forms of off-road racing are. So the man we're talking about, of course, is Motoland's Tommy Watts on the tyre general of Wyville, supported awesome Motoland Yamaha YZF 450. So wow, top 5 is incredible. But as we've been talking about everybody else in the field, what about it? Back to Cody. He's just looking better and better. But is it a little too late, Brad?
Yeah, it is maybe a little bit too late. Hamish Harwood, he has just yet another great start. He has just had such consistency this year. He's sitting in second place. We've got him there with White Chase. Piling on a bit of pressure a lap ago, but now Hamish is pretty comfy in that second place. We've got Kane Lamont. You can see these guys in their awesome Flex Air Psychosis Fox Racing gear. Second, third and fourth on the racetrack. It's absolutely spectacular. Fox Racing, one of our feature sponsors, bringing us New Zealand Motocross Championships for 2021. But at the moment, it is the best build Motul Honda. That is Cody Cooper. He is absolutely flying at the moment. Caught up with Team Honda this morning, and they are in a really good space at the moment. Awesome stuff. Great team down there. Dick Dog and Lee Luppy and the boys down there. It's great stuff. So Honda Racing rules at the moment. They are leading this one with Cody Cooper. Then you go back to the CML KTM. Hamish Harwood, second place for him. We go to the Chase Works Promoter Yamaha. White Chase, that's third place for him. Kane Lamont on the JCR Eltham Window Systems Yamaha. Fourth place for Motorland Yamaha's Tommy Watts. Rounding in our top five. Then go back to Botany Honda and Tyler Steiner. Campbell King and Hadley Knight. These guys have had some pretty good battles so far this summer, and locked in a good one for 7th and 8th place at the moment. So check it out. Top 8 racing MX1. These guys are world class, and the crowd's in for a bit of a treat here at the moment. Cody Cooper, 9-time New Zealand Motocross champion, lapping in the 2:04 last time around. So this track's getting pretty rough and rugged, and Coops is getting quicker and quicker. So check this out. This is so good, and get him behind him. He'll love it. The bigger the crowd goes, the faster Coops will go. He loves it. He's very experienced and a great rider around Digger Mcewen. So get him behind him, the 121. Cody Cooper at the moment.
You sort of talk in social circles about being involved in motocross, and you see about coming to Taupo, and people say, oh, is that the track on the side of the main highway? And certainly here again today, a few people that have got the cheap seat and the opportunity to watch it out in the road. And let's hope that they think, well, they'd love to come in here one day, because congratulations to all you people. Just like to reinforce the fact that thank you, the money that you pay, don't think about it as a cost, think about it as an investment about sport in New Zealand. Happens to be our sport of motocross. All of that money, of course, going back into venue. How does the club fuel their tractors? I've now had to buy 2 tractors and running a bigger track with more maintenance to do, with rippers and levelling bars and back blades on board. Also, of course, I've had to upgrade their mini track as well. I've got water tankers and trucks as well. So there's just the basic money for diesel to fuel them, let alone the fact that they don't last forever and they need repair. So that's what sort of your money goes towards. And just making these, so look at all the beautiful mowing area and the plantings going on, and the grooming of the place. Weed eaters, more weed eaters than you'd find at a local still shop buzzing their way around here. So just sensational. And all of that money that you put in, thank you, going towards a cool part with our cool sport. This is Motocross in New Zealand, coming to you live, loud and proud through 4 great tracks this year of Woodville and the New Zealand Motocross Grand Prix with Rotorua, Pukekohe, and now here for the final in Taupo. Looking forward to an expanded round, maybe going to 5 back again for next year, but we'll find out more about that in May with the announcement of our new schedule. But whatever it is, hopefully as well, back in the South Island to give them a piece of the pie. It was designed to be a condensed series under the COVID conditions, but hopefully with borders, boundaries and the world to be opened up more and more as the next 12 months ensue, there will have more great motocross in the beautiful mighty South to continue our legacy of motocross here in New Zealand. Bring it on. But Brad, again, I think Hamish Harwood, cool, calculated and calm, because he knows exactly where he is at the moment. Good enough for a title. He won't do it with this moto. He'll need the next one, but all on target.
Absolutely, it is well and truly his at the moment. It's in the driver's seat. He will lose another 3 points to Coops if it finishes like this, but he has the 18 points in his hand, and certainly advantage Hamish Harwood in the championship. But we don't want to put the commentator's curse on him. He's just going to go out there and carry on his spectacular racing for 2021. We've got it all on display here. So MX1 alive and well here at Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. We've got Coops out in front of this one here, Harwood. Then go back to White Chase with Kane Lamont. That's your top 4. They've sort of snuck off into the distance. They're well ahead of anyone else that is in 5th place still, with Tommy Watts on the Motorland Yamaha. The Botany Honda of Tyler Steiner tucked in behind him. We've got the MacGyver Beach KTM. That's a great performance from Campbell King, all the way from Dunedin. So travelling the length of the country to be here at round number 4 of our New Zealand Senior Motocross Championship. We've got Hadley Knight, the local man, on the Apex Window Systems promoter Yamaha. That's great stuff from him. Well into the top 8 now. Sam Cuthbertson doing a good job there. He's another man from the bottom of the South Island. So awesome to have Sam back here at New Zealand. championship level. He was a former top 10 rider on the Ewan Allen Honda right from Dunedin. Welcome to all the mainlanders competing in our championship. It's great to have them here and well represented at the moment. So check it out with Coops. He's certainly turned up to play today. He's got a 4.7 second lead ahead of Hamish Harwood, but there's still 11 minutes to go, so we're only halfway through this race. And certainly on at the moment. So Coops leads Harwood, and then we wrap those guys up there. This track is certainly starting to form up pretty rough and rugged. Plenty of square edge bumps forming up. The ruts are getting twisted and crossed over, and these guys certainly going to have to keep the mental focus nice and sharp this track. Although it's a pumicy soft soil, it's plenty of traction in. There's a lot of moisture locked away underneath, and just an absolute joy to race a motocross bike around Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. It is the home of New Zealand motocross, and the Taupo Motorcycle Club really turned it on for us today. I haven't seen it looking this good for a long time. Really, really cool as we see this one here. Our race leaders are over Yamalu's centre point now. We're halfway through this race, and it's spectacular. So Coops leads Harwood, but Harwood, all he needs to do is hang in those podium positions all day, and he will turn that number 3 into a number 1. He's done all the hard work. 3 from 3 at round 2. He won both. He won 1 out of 2 at the New Zealand Grand Prix. He was dominant as well, won the overall at round number 3. He took a 23-point lead into this round. He lost 5 of those in race number 1, but he's got it all on at the moment. He's in second place, and pretty comfy too. He had a lot of pressure put on him by White Chase early on in this motor, but White now is in a bit of trouble. He's under pressure now. Came on, and White Chase locked in a decent little battle there. They're through the Fox Sawdust section on the 2 Yamahas. One of them on the Chaseworks Pro Motor Yamaha, the other is on the Altherm JCR Yamaha. This is going to be a good little battle. We've got White Chase, former 5-time New Zealand Junior Motocross champion. He's a very decorated New Zealand motocross rider. We've also got former Junior Motocross star and a former MX2 champion, Kane Lamont. Great to see those guys locking horns here at the moment. We've got top 5 results still for Tommy Watts, but only just because looking behind him, we've got Campbell King and Tyler Steiner with them chasing on through the sawdust. There's a 3-packing throw blanket over them at the moment, and there's nothing in it as we get sideways. Tommy Watts has gone down, so unfortunate stuff. Just coming in a bit hot, locked up the back, and then there's a bit of contact, all elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder, and it's unfortunate for Tommy Watts. He's gone down. He's back on the bike, but he has lost that 5th position. So a bit of drama there for Tommy, but let's go racing again with our race leaders. Cody Cooper on the 121, he is flying and has continued to extend that lead out. There's 8.5 minutes left in this race, and Coops with a 6.5 second lead over Hamish Harwood. So that's the most dominant lead we've had so far today at Digger Mcewen and MX1 Racing. So check it out, Cody Cooper. Talked to the team Honda this morning, and the equation was pretty simple. Get out there and win all 3 races and let everything else happen behind you. That's all we can do, and that's exactly what he's trying to do at the moment. So Coops the man is flying at the moment. He is leading by 6.5 seconds. Harwood, White Chase and Kane Lamont are there. That's that battle for 3rd and 4th with Kane Lamont. Great ride from Tough. He was under a bit of a fitness cloud heading into round number 3, but looks to be A-OK, riding really well today. Hats off to the Altherm window system JCR Yamaha. We had Maximus Purvis secure his MX2 championship back-to-back for Maximus. So that's going to feel pretty good for Team Yamaha. We've got Matt Dixon still mathematically within chance of winning a 125 CZ championship, and we've got top 4 NZ so far for Kane Lamont. Go the toughie, looking really good. 3rd place in this one here with White Chase down back into 4th, and look to Campbell King and Tyler Steiner battling out for 5th and 6th, and Hadley Knight there in 7th. So that's an update of our top 7 for MX1. Race number 2 after this one here, we've got MX3 on the line. We then go to our YZ65 Cup and our Women's Cup. They get their final races of the day after that, and then lock and load for the 3rd round of racing. We've got plenty of action still to come. Thank you for tuning in to Sky Sport Next. If you're online, a big welcome, and it's a pleasure to bring you the action here at Digger Mcewen Motocross Park for round 4 of the New Zealand Senior Motocross Championships. At the moment, we've got about 7 minutes to go in race 2 of MX1, and it's our 9-time MX1 champion, Cody Cooper, well in command.
their world of MX1. Gotta love this. It's such a sensational class. Big bikes and big boys. Notice as well, of course, to let you know, for the first time ever, we've got a two-stroke cup. Now, we've only had two, lousy two, and I'm sure it's going to grow. You've got to start from something. So hopefully, more of the 250 riders out there with two-stroke motorcycles will realise that they've got a class to come and race. They don't have to race against the big boys. They're just part of the overall moto, but they'll be amongst fellow competitors. So hopefully to grow 250 two-stroke racing. So incorporated within our MX1 race. So all the best, Kobe Burke. He's been the hot shot of the field, and the local Taupo man Andy Todd has been picking up the second places at the rounds this year as well. So cool to see our second phase, or I suppose another group of it, Andy Todd, and he's out there on the market build, Bike Talk Taumarunui, wheels and tyres Taumarunui, a bay sweep and scrub Tauranga, supported by Z250 Yamaha. So two-stroke racing, not dead around the world, and certainly not dead here in New Zealand. And although we have it with our 125, a specialist class, we've incorporated it with our what we call 2T, two-stroke racing. So good to see. All right, back to our moto here, right here now. 121 for the Cody Cooper show, and Coop's smashing it out for more quality. He's been in superb form here today. Here's the three, the man who is keeping it cool, keeping it calm, and keeping it as number one. He's still in the lead of the overall points. That's all that matters as to where he is overall. The man on the CML, KDM, Makita, Rukon Construction, Demon Energy, Fox, Unforeseen Decals, Pirelli EBC brakes with Chirby's FMF, CFX, along with City, Scott, DID, JTWP, Motorex, ODI, KDM Power Parts, Motormuck, G2 throttles, Tamer whole shot devices, Vortex ignition, Wilson pistons, and Talon wheels. A huge bunch of accessories and super team of quality products getting it behind to make this CML KDM team rocket around our quality motocross tracks. So, and there's the error in the program that the number 2 of Josiah Natsky accidentally put into this MX1 class and not in the MX2 where he should be. So back to our racing as we see it mature and execute another quality moto. But Hamish Harwood in control with the overall points, not in the lead for the race, but that's less significant. And of course, our number 11 out here, the likes of Tyler Steiner, picking up some consistency. He's going to be one of our big high performers of this year's championship, and I'm sure we'll get a rousing applause. Just a reminder for those that want to come to prize giving tonight at Finn McCall's in 250 Taylor Street here in Taupo. Must get your tickets, must buy your tickets before you go there, so you've got to buy them here at the track today. Those tickets available from Nicole and Di in the timing building here at the finish line, the door just after the finish line next to the container. So if you do want to join us, 250 Taylor, you're almost welcome. It will be a great celebration of our sport as we salute the winners of 2021 Finn McCall's 250 Taylor tonight. Well, looking out for Cody. Cody putting all that pressure on. It's the Cody Cooper show at the moment. Cody looking good, and certainly I think there's a here we are back with the race lead coming round past the left score line, due to pick up another quality there. Look at the margin here. Here we are with Hamish. Here he is, the number 3, cool and comfortable. Look at that on the pegs off the seat. Beautiful style to watch as he controls the bike. This is a real cool story, folks. He is New Zealand's one of the most achieving riders. Here we are, 3rd place for Kane. Good points today for the man they call Tuffy, Mr. Kane Lamont out of Mangakino with a quality ride, 175. Shout out today to Nathan Henderson, great ride from the Mamaku man. As we look back to our 32 in control down here, this is of course the Chase machine, and none better than White Chase on the Chase Works, Yamaha Blue Crew, Promoto Motorcycles, Fox Mac Media, 70 Pirelli iPhone, CFX Etica, Skinny's B-Balance Bio, JT Sprockets, DID, High Flow, Hydro with Chirby's Dyno Lab and MX Timing. So quality sponsors behind a quality rider. Local Taupo man. Certainly a long time since we've had effectively a privateer rider outside the team. He was in the Honda team. He was the understudy to Cooch still in the MX1 ride. He did the MX2 ride. He wanted an MX1 ride. So the best way was to move away from the team and create his own team under Chase Works suspension, racing and performance. So well done to the team, and with his quality he has been able to secure some very good results this year. So checking him out, Ryan case brother Cohen stepped down from major motocross these days, and I'm sure there's still 100% support behind a little brother Wyatt, who's putting in an exceptional show in his debut year in MX1 racing. Put your name around this man to be a quality champion in New Zealand, representative of the future for sure. So MX1 with the 121. Here's the 14 to go past of Kobe Burke, the T2 man we're talking about out there on the smaller 250cc two-stroke bike. If we can get a 10 or a dozen, 15 riders in this field that are on two-strokes and really recognise the contribution that the 250 two-stroke has played in our sport for many years, it has been our favoured bike. Before the 450 and four-stroke technology came along, it's a bit like World Superbikes. Of course, we've seen them in the advent of four-strokes. We've seen, of course, with MotoGP, what all used to be two-stroke racing back from the 80s and early 90s is now with the four-stroke, and motocross is no difference. But we don't want to lose sight of the bikes that have been our heritage and been our past. And take anybody that's ridden motocross more than 20 years ago, they've all been on two-strokes. Take people who are here today, like Roy Matheson, who we interviewed, our world-quality factory technician, a race team mechanic, and also to his good mate Alistair Henwood, who rode 250s in that time as well. So go back to many of Shane King's titles in New Zealand, of course, were all done on 250 two-strokes. So a cool part of our sport and history that we don't want to lose, and so we've now created the 2T class, two-stroke motocross, alive within MX1. So all on there for the 121. He's still hard, he's still fast, he's still going for it. It's the Cody Cooper show, rocking courtesy of Honda, Motul, Best Build Wellington, Alpine Star 100%, and Bell helmets, and Pirelli tyres. Power is nothing without control. So looking out for our update, and it is the 121 of the mighty Cody Cooper, looking good out there as we really, and Brad's got the latest update.
All right, it is on here. We down to the nuts and bolts. We've got 2 laps to go now. So time's expired. The white flag will be ready and waiting. We've got our race leader at the dual line section at the moment. It is the 121 Cody Cooper. This is a good day at the office for Coop so far. Just got to get this one done now, and it will drop that lead from 18 to 15 points. Hamish Harwood has done a pretty good job staying in second place there. He's very, very comfortable in second place as well. So that's the update there. The CML KTM man had the 23-point lead heading into the round. He lost 5 of those in race 1. He's going to lose another 3, but he's got plenty up his sleeve. If he can hang on to this one here in second place, he will retain a 15-point lead in the championship and will make it very hard for Cody Cooper to win this championship in race number 3 today. So check it out. Coops is over the Pirelli tabletops at the moment. We've got a couple of corners to go, and the white flag ready and waiting. Here it is for Cody Cooper. 1 lap to go now. Coops the man starts his final lap. Race number 2. He won race number 1 comfortably. He has a decent lead in this one as well. So check it out for Cody Cooper. Here is the 3 of Harwood on the Fox Racing. CML KTM with Makita and Rukon Construction. This is going to feel pretty good. Very calculated race at the moment. It is a 12-second lead between Coops and Harwood, but that counts for nothing. You still get the same amount of points for first, same for second, and third place still with Kane Lamont. So Tuffy, great ride from Kane Lamont today. He loves this place. Got a good fan base there. It's his local hometown area. And he's sitting there in third place. We've got White Shake still there in fourth place. Well done to White. Hadley Knight is up into fifth. Certainly the ride of the year so far for Hadley Knight here on his home track. He's loving that at the moment. So fifth place for Hads. We've got a good update for Campbell King, Tyler Steiner, Sam Cutlerson and Tommy Watts. That's our top 9. We've got Quade Young in 10th place, Richard Horn and Kobe Burke rounding out to our top 12 in MX1 race number 2. But certainly at the moment over Yamaloop centre point for the final time, nearly getting it upside down. Cody Cooper, this has been pretty good so far. He's had to win all 3. Talking to Honda this morning, they knew the equation, win all 3 and hope for a bit of luck behind you. They've certainly done all they can do, but it's Hamish Harwood who's been very calculated, very smooth and awesome in second place. So Cody Cooper, let's keep an eye on him. He's got half a lap to go. And he's certainly on track to take race number 2. He had that decent 12-second lead when they crossed the white flag stripe. And here it is. So the 121 into the Fox Sawdust section for the final time here. Race 2 in MX1. We then go back to Hamish Harwood coming over parts and services now. So a decent gap out on track. Comfy margin. And it will be certainly Coops is to lose from here, that's for sure. We've got Kane Lamont and White Chase still in third and fourth. They are now pretty set in stone, those positions as well. So it looks like we're all in the books here. We've got a couple of corners to go for Mr. 9-time, the man, Cody Cooper. on the motor. Best Build Honda has put a lot of work into 2021. It hasn't gone his way at times, but this is going to feel pretty good. One more tabletop to go, the left-hander, and the checkered flag for Cody Cooper's going to win race number 2 here for MX1 and keep that championship well and truly alive. We go back to the number 3 of Hamish Harwood with that awesome Fox Flex here, Psychosis race gear that looks fantastic, and it's going to feel fantastic to take a 15-point lead heading into race number 3 later on today. So CML KTM certainly starting to get pretty excited. Their man Hamish Harwood does a wonderful calculated performance and is going to hold on to second place there. We look for Kane Lamont. This is much better stuff from Tuffy. Very impressive. I've loved this. He didn't get the whole shot this time, but certainly charged through, did the pass on White Chase a couple of laps ago, and now ticks off third place for the number 4. Loving it on the L-Thin Window Systems JCA Yamaha. That's third place home for Kane Lamont. Then we go back to Chase Works Pro Motor Yamaha. That is going to be the man on the number 32 machine. White Chase is going to come home in 4th place. He was our fastest qualifier. Didn't quite get the start he wanted in that race there, so knows he's got the pace. He'll be right there when we go racing. He's sitting in 3NZ at the moment, so some more championship points in the books for White Chase. We've got Hadley Knight in the Apex Window Systems Pro Moto Yamaha. He's coming home in 5th place. Then we go back to Campbell King with Tyler Steiner and Sam Cuthbertson rounding out our top 8. Tommy Watts and Quade Young's our top 10. And Kobe Burke with Richard Horn home in 12th. Let's cross down to Neil, who has the man himself, Cody Cooper. He's won race 1, he's won race 2. He's kept that championship alive, and he's down with Neil in the winner's circle.
Wow, Cody, what's the turnaround today? What do you put it down to?
I don't know, my Pirelli tyres are just hooking up. You know, it's the first year we've gone back to these, and I really like them around these slippery conditions. And just got to start, and that actually was a little bit harder at the start because the guys are behind me and trying to get in. I didn't know what line was working, but figured it out without them getting by, and then started to put the hammer down a little bit and took some good laps off. And yeah, I think it's just, we tested another shock, and there was a big gain on Monday, and it's just different feeling out there. Like it's actually pretty good.
Great to see. Hey, very professional the way you understand your bike. But hey, it doesn't happen just with one person. You've got an awesome team behind you this year.
Yeah, good people in it, and it's just really fun at the moment. And you know, James is doing good, and hopefully we can do it next year and see what happens, and try and be up the front.
Well, you've got another race yet, mate. It's still not too late today.
It would be good to be up the front in the last one. We'll see. Hopefully.
Well done. So here we are with Cody Cooper. This is our Mac Media Pirelli Kawasaki feature podium here for our Fox Pirelli Motocross National. Stay with us. Plenty more to come, including Cody. Can he make it 3 in a row for the first time in the championship? Stay with us for more Sky Sport Next action. This is our MNZ NZ 2021 New Zealand Motocross Champions feature final. Be there. Good, mate. Thank you, Cody.
All right, straight into the thick of it. We have got MX3 race 2 for these guys out at the moment, and a continuation of race 1. Looks like it has appeared. We've got Scotty Moyer on the Dynalab Pro Moto Yamaha flying at the moment. The number 44 on the bike. That is Maximus Purvis' Practice 450, and put to good use here by Scotty Moyer, one of the real legends of two-wheel racing in New Zealand, and flying at the moment. So check it out. We've got plenty of guys in this one here. And it's great to have MX3 racing. We've got the Kawasaki roller section coming alive here at the moment. Plenty to look at, plenty to talk about. And Scotty Moyer leads Darren Capel at the moment. So the 44 ahead of the 33. We've got a great start by Bradley Watling as well. He's flying at the top 5. We've got plenty of guys like Shane Robinson up in the mix as well. Alan Nichols has got a good start, so checking it out. MX3. But Scotty Moyer ran away with race number 1. He's got the lead in the moment. We've got some championship battles up for grabs as well. DK Darrell King took the lead of this championship heading into the round, but unfortunately finished outside the top 5 in race number 1. Gave a lot of points to DC Darren Capel. We'll see how this unfolds as we go racing. Scotty Moyer leads on the number 44. Going to Capes, Darren Capel on the Pro Moto Yamaha in second place for Capes. We then keep an eye on the 351. Great stuff there from Bradley Lauder. We've got James Parry gets a good start as well. Alan Nichols is in the mix. We've got plenty of guys like Shane Robinson, Caleb Franklin, Richard Furs. They've got Zach Nolan in 9th place. Bradley Watling is now outside the top 10. Tommy Dillon's up into 10th place. Well done to Tommy Dillon. He's got the number 1 on the bike. and flying out there at the moment. So awesome stuff. MX3, we love it. And it's certainly all on here at the moment. We've got a massive field of 34 MX3 entries. So keep an eye on this one here. It is MX3, 10 minutes plus a lap. We're into the second lap of this one here. Scotty Moyer, he ran away with race number 1 in emphatic style. And now here he is carrying on with his winning ways. The local man from Taupo. Just freshly off a campaign in the New Zealand Superbike Championships a couple of weeks ago. Finished that and thought I want to go back to my original love of New Zealand motocross racing, where he was a very capable top 10 rider in MX1 racing before he switched to the tarmac. He's awesome stuff. He's been a top 3 in New Zealand Superbike racing a couple of occasions. He's won the New Zealand Suzuki Road Race Series as well, a very coveted series, and also the Robert Holden Memorial winner, one of the most coveted trophies in New Zealand road racing. He is the man, and he's out there flying at the moment. So Capes in second place. This is great from Capes. We call him the godfather of Digger Mcewen. He's done more laps around here than anyone, and he is flying good top 2 at the moment. We've got all on here, MX3. We're still got 6 minutes to go on this one. 10 minutes plus a lap these guys get, so a little bit more manageable for them than, say, the likes of MX1, where they get 22 minutes plus a lap. And that's exactly what played into the decision by Scotty Moyer. Very capable MX1 rider, but doesn't know how the fitness is going to hang on. Still doesn't know if he's going to get through these 15-minute motos, he said, so awesome stuff to see. So we're racing at the moment with MX3. We've got updates all over the track. We're going to give this title away as well, so this is a 3-round series this year for the first time in a while, so cool to have MX3 acknowledged as a championship, and halfway through race 2 in round number 4.
Well, what about that as well? He's got the 44 bike on, of course. It actually is Maximus Purvis's other support come practice bike to use. So thanks to the Promoto team and Alpha and JCR Yamaha, Scotty's able to ride it here today. What a superb guy. Great father and partner, and of course love having his family with him at the racetrack. Scotty, go all the way back, similar age to BT, of course, did a lot of his racing with Ben Townley, and of course here at Digger Mcewen as well. Got up to achieve some high excellence, 5th place in New Zealand, MX1 motocross, and then just out of the blue had a dabble at road racing, and man, what a star he became. And quickly did he, first of all, raced in effectively what we call Formula 3 racing, and it was on a small bike, so effectively it was a 125cc bike, but we put the team put a 450cc engine in it and made an absolute rocket ship. So he went on to become a New Zealand champion in the Formula 3 class, later called Super Light. And then, of course, an opportunity to pick up with the 600s, more importantly on the Superbike. And once he was on the Superbike, wow, should have won 2 titles. Didn't quite win 2 titles. He almost won 2 titles, both in 2018, 2019. Yeah, 2018, 2019, and by 1 point. 1 point, folks. Not once, but twice. 2 years, he missed out by 1 point in being the New Zealand champion. So we call him the almost New Zealand champion. But more importantly, he's here with the Taupo Club. He supports them in a lot of ways, and supports Promoto and his business as well, Dyno Lab. So great to have Scotty with us. And doing MX3 to me is just perfect. It's just the class to still show you love motocross, ride motocross well, and he can come out here and doesn't have to throw all of his body on the line to do a huge big 25-minute moto. And when you've got other legends out there, and absolute legends, as Brad mentioned, Darren Capel, of course the godfather of Digger Mcewen, and out there, of course, Mr. Daryl King, who's been winning races. And when I say winning races, won all 3 of them at Pukekohe last weekend, and I think won 2 out of 3 from memory at Road to Vegas for that what was the first round for the MX3 class. So good to see what's happening there overall as well. So Scott Moyer, Darren Cable, Bradley Lauder, one of our 2 Bradleys in the field today. So we've got Bradley Watling and Bradley Lauder. And Bradley, well, he's been an ex-mini ace, a little bit of a star along the way and showing with some 4-wheel car racing. And here he is now coming back to his love of moto and doing exceptionally well out there. 34 riders to start the day. Bit of an attrition rate, and not quite as many in this second moto. And of course, they'll be out as the last moto of the day to eclipse a very good day there. So Scott Moyer, Darren Cable, Bradley Lauder, James Perry, Alan Nichols, Shane Robinson, Dakota Franklin, and DK, the legend, Mr. Daryl King, back a bit further on this 2005 model bike. You heard it, 2005. He unwrapped it out of its blanket from the storage facility 10 days ago, Had to put a new air filter on it, give it a bit of TLC, put some brand new tyres on it, and here it is racing last weekend and again here this weekend. So sensational to see an older bike but still quality Yamaha technology, still racing, and more importantly DK having some fun. 50 years of age or thereabouts. Let's not split hairs on it too much, but you get the idea. Just sensational from an all-round great guy, and one of our long-time favourites. Bring it on with DK, Mr. Daryl King, out there, and check him out on the number 2 bike. All right, so there we go. I'm looking for the update, and Brad, it's as if once Scotty Moyer was in the field, it scared off everybody else. They all thought, well, Scotty's going to win this one. We better keep out of his way.
It certainly looks like it's going to be the best of the rest after Scotty's done with this one here. He's massive 11-second advantage, so 11.8 seconds. Scotty Moyer, class performance at the moment. So he's leading ahead of Darren Cable. We go back to James Perry. On the smaller 125, he's going to be given credit for that. He's the smallest powered capacity out there, and up in the top 3, Alan Nichols and Daryl King. So go DK, sitting in 5th place at the moment. He's got that outstanding riding style. After all these years, DK is still flawless out there on a motorcycle, so I think he might have got himself up into about 4th place now, so that'll be all important for this MX3 Championship, because Darren Cable, Capes the man, is in 2nd place. He was in 2nd in the Championship, so DK can't afford to give him too many points. We're all on here, so checking it out. Scotty Moyer on the 44. Certainly dominating this one at the moment. We've got some updates here with Cape still in 2nd, James Perry still in 3rd, and now DK is the update. He's in 4th place ahead of Alan Nichols, so checking it out. We love MX3 racing, it's cool. Here with 34 entries, we've still got 30-odd guys out there on track. And great to see these guys still some pretty good lap times there. We've got Scotty, his fastest lap of a 2:19, so that's pretty good going around here. And the white flag is out, so white flag out, 1 lap to go. Scotty Moyer, well done to Scotty. He got a pretty good start. Him and Capes were 1 and 2 early on in this one. Once Scotty got out the front, he cleared out pretty quickly, and now has that phenomenal 17-second lead. Down to 17 seconds, so 17.3. A very telling lead at the moment on the final lap. MX3 race number 2. On the line next, we have our YZ65 Cup. The future of New Zealand motocross is on the line. Next time around, they get 10 minutes plus a 10 minutes plus a lap moto coming up, and then we go to our Women's Cup as well. Their 2nd and final race to round out round number 2 of racing. This is pretty cool. MX3, we're in our final lap, race number 2. Let's get an update of the top 10. Scotty Moyer leads Darren Cable ahead of James Perry. Still your unchanged top 3. Bradley Lauder now up into 4th place ahead of DK, so a great little battle with those two. Separated by about half a second. Alan Nichols there in 6th place ahead of Bradley Watling. So Bradley was outside the top 20 after lap number 1. Now into 7th place, so looking good for some overall glory. He needs to get a few more positions there. But the likeable man from Ashurst on the 35, he'll be loving that. So the number 7 in the race, number 35 on the bike, Bradley Watling, the Wolfsport Beach Boys man, he'll be loving it. So Shane Robinson in 8th, Joel Hansen in 9th, Richard Furs there in 10th place, so one of the legends of New Zealand motocross there. Brendan McCaskey, he rounds out our top 11 with Jed Bixby in 12th place. Let's go catch an update here for Scotty Moyer. He's into the sawdust now, and he's certainly only a disaster will stop him from here. He's got a massive lead. He got it out to 17.3 seconds with the white flag out, and now checking this one out. So Scotty Moyer just got the back end of Digger Mcewen to negotiate on the borrowed Alfin Window Systems JCR Yamaha of Maximus Purvis. That's his 450 practice bike, and put to really good use here today by Scotty Moyer, who's just got the Pirelli tabletops out the back here to go, and this is going to be phenomenal stuff. So check it out, Scotty Moyer on the 44, the local man, Pro Moto and Dyno Lab. He's going to take the checkered flag and win race number 2 for MX3 quite comfortably in the end. So pretty good stuff, Scotty Moyer. He'll be loving that. We go to the 33 of DC, Darren Cable. Capes is doing a good job, 2nd place. So we got a 2nd in race 1. He's going to have another 2nd here. If DK finishes outside the top 5 again, this could be really on for the points here. Capes gets 2nd place and keeps the MX3 Championship well and truly alive. Checking it out. We've got James Perry on the 74, the KTM 125. So shout out to James there on the 120. Go 2 straight racing, there we go. So 3rd place for James, well done to him. And then we go back to this battle for 4th place. Bradley Lauder and DK, it's going to stay. With DK, he's going to get up to 4th place. So well done to DK. He's going to get home in 4th place. Then we go to Bradley Watling's going to get home in 5th. So a great last lap for Bradley. And he just put his fastest lap of the race on show there. So top 5. Then we go to Bradley Lauder. He's going to finish now in 6th place. We then go to Alan Nichols, who's going to finish there ahead of Shane Robinson. And then go back there to more of our action here for MX3. This is wicked stuff. We have that one there in the books. That's race 2 for MX3, all done and dusted. Scotty Moyer wins ahead of Darren Cable, James Parry. Then go back to Daryl King with the 2 Bradleys, Bradley Watling and Bradley Lauder there, 5th and 6th. Alan Nichols ahead of Shane Robinson with Joel Hansen and Brendan McCaskey finishing ahead of Jed Bixley and Richard Furs, rounding out our top 12. That is a wrap of our MX3 race number 2. They get one more race on the program later on today, and we are excited to bring the YZ65 Cup race number 2, their second and final race on display coming up next. But right now we're going to cross down to Neil, who will have race 2 MX3 winner, the legend of New Zealand motorcycling. It is Dyno Lab Pro Moto's Scotty Moyer.
Well, a cool opportunity to have another awesome podium. High fives from a few of these young guns around here as well. Everybody loves Scotty. He's an absolute celebrity here in the Taupo region, and loving every bit of it. First of all, Scotty, what does it mean to come back and ride at Digger Mcewen today?
Yeah, it's good. It brings back some good memories. You know, I've had a hell of a lot of good races here and probably had some bad ones too, I imagine. But it's always my favourite track. I mean, I don't really go far afield anymore for motocross. Taupo's it pretty much. Come here once a week in the winter and have a bit of a moto around, but I love it. And the guys have just done an amazing job of prepping the track. It's rough and gnarly out there for unfit fellas like me. She's hard work, but hell of a lot of fun.
Hey, you're involved in a Yamaha shop. We've now got YZ65 Cup of Field totally dedicated. 2 years ago, these bikes weren't even arrived in New Zealand. Now there's just so many of them. You'd like your time all over again? You'd love a YZ65, Scotty?
Oh, I love a YZ65. Back in the day, all there was KX, I think, and that's all I ever bloody dreamed of, actually. But yeah, it's amazing. The YZ65, it's just a good step now, you know, and hopefully they just carry on, you know, riding the blue colour.
Well, indeed. Hey, Scotty, might be a little bit early, but still committed to do a little bit more superbike and go for that number 1 yet?
Yeah, I've already had a bit of a debrief with the team in that, and yeah, I'm keen as beans to give it another go. I think I've got a bit more fight in me left yet. Great work,
great work. All right, so have a good winter, mate. I'll hibernate for another Suzuki series. Oh no, before that we'll get you back here in the final race before that. All right.
Cool. Cheers, deal.
Thank you, Scotty Moyer. Thank you, Scotty. All right, YZ65 Cups back with Brad and the Eye in the Sky for us. And Brad, man, the kids are missing it. Did you hear Levi Townley before in the interview? So disappointed there was no energy centre point in the jump that I tell you what, he would have made it, but maybe a bit daunting for some of the other kids as well. But folks, if you want to look at the talent, as they say, the apple doesn't go far from the tree. This is one hell of a young rider. Look at the talent of the man. So we're here to celebrate it. It's this beautiful YZ65 Cup. Bring it on, thanks to Yamaha. Check them out over in the marquee here.
All right, carbon copy of race number 1 on the cards at the moment. Our YZ65 Cup is well in command with Levi Townley. We go back to the second Levi out there, Levi Rogers. He's in second place. We look to Jagger Townley, go Jagger in third place, so awesome stuff. We've got Chip Glasgow there, still top 4 result for Trim. We've got awesome stuff here. And our YZ65 Cup, this is really cool. We get some updates here as we carry on with this one here. 20 entries in the YZ65 Cup, a mixture of junior and mini riders, and a great depth of field. Awesome stuff, and a good initiative from Yamaha New Zealand bringing us this one here. We've got a shout out to Yamaha New Zealand. They've got the YZ kids camps as well, so check them out. Give them a go, with still a few of them to go, and a really awesome opportunity for youngsters to go and camp and ride and learn a lot. So check it out. We've got the YZ65 Cup out here at the moment. Levi Townley well in command. He dominated race 1 by well over 20 seconds. And this one here, no different. Just phenomenal talent. He's a 2-time Pro 65 Junior champion. And this one here, shaping up to be yet another win. He's got quite a long go. He's 7 minutes to go. And he's certainly putting all his skills out on display here. Really cool to see and one of the real young talents of New Zealand motocross. We've also got Levi Rogers, Jagger Townley, Trip Glasgow. That's still our top 4. Harry Daly is up in 5th place ahead of Hazel Lang. So that is a update of the top 6. We'll keep you updated throughout this program here, but at the moment the YZ65 Cup is in their second race of the day. All right, just a bit of an update here already through our Pirelli tabletops at the top end of Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. It's starting to form up quite nicely here. There's certainly some rugged lines out there, but there is still some pace in it, and still some epic moisture locked away in the surface. Levi Townley is about to cross the finish line and tick off yet another lap. We've got the 4:11 in second place. Levi Rogers, great performance from Levi on the Craig Stevens Motorcycles YZ65. He's certainly been the best of the rest so far. Got a second place in race number 1, and certainly a decent gap there to Jagger in third. So go Jagger, Levi's younger brother, and out there on the second of the JCR Yamaha. So cool to have Jagger out there. A 1-3 Townley combo at the moment. We've got Trip Glasgow there in 4th place still with Harry Daly on the Motoland Yamaha. That's 4th place ahead of the 94 of Hazel Lang on the Phil's Motorcycle Centre machine. So checking all that out. That's updating our top 6. We've got William Simpson still there in 7th place ahead of Paddy Parks. We've got Tyson Harris and Cole Tracy rounding out our top 10. Johan Lonergan. And we've got Max in there in 12th. We've got Carter and Cody with Isla rounding out our top 15. This is great. YZ65 Cup. Their second race of the program. They get 2 races today. This is their final one. With Levi Townley, a 2-minute 11.73 lap time. Certainly a class above the rest today. He's put a real show on, loves the big jumps. And one of the highlights for me watching the New Zealand Grand Prix at Woodville at the start of the summer was watching Levi Townley doing the big jumps on his 65. It was phenomenal stuff. And the sky's the limit for this young talent here, as we see this one unfold nicely here. For Levi Townley on the number 1, he's got the number 1 on the bike. He is the 2-time Pro 65 Junior Champion, and showing us just how good he is at the moment. So 4 minutes left on the clock, so still a good couple of laps to go as we catch an update here. It's still Levi and Levi 1 and 2, Jagger in 3rd, Trip in 4th, and then we go to an intriguing little battle with Harry and Hazel, 5th and 6th place. So check it out. Still plenty to play for, still all on here, but it's going to be certainly something special if someone wants to stop Levi Townley, because he's 35 seconds ahead of anyone out here, and as this track gets rougher, it just shows more and more of the awesome talent of Levi Townley. His dad, Super Benno, a 2004 World MX2 champion, and it's awesome to see the next generation, the next wave of New Zealand motocross coming alive and on display here at the moment. So local time 2:05 p.m. We're on schedule here. And we've got the YZ65 race 2 out there at the moment. On the line next as well, we've got the second race for our Women's Cup. And that's certainly been a dominant performance so far from Roma Edwards, and she's only a race away from being crowned our 2021 Women's Cup champion. So all on here, all to play for at round number 4, the final round of our New Zealand Senior Motocross Championships, thanks to Fox and Pirelli, thanks to Aon and Kawasaki, with Sky Sport Next and MNZ bringing us all this action here. It's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of the series. And at the moment, we've got one of our support classes on the program today, the iconic YZ65 Cup. They've been a feature a couple of times in our New Zealand Senior Motocross Championships. It's really cool to get the young 65s out there on the rough and rugged senior Digger Mcewen track. They do the sawdust section, they do all the big jumps as well. And talking to Levi Townley, he's a little bit disappointed we're not doing centre point, but really, really cool to see how good he goes. He's coming down to the crunch here. We're 2.5 minutes plus a lap away from this one here. He's got a 54-second advantage over the rest. So checking it out, it's just got to be in awe of this young man. Levi Townley on the 1. We'll catch an update now of our top 10. We've got Levi and Levi, still our 1 and 2. We've got 5-second gap between Levi and Jagger in 2nd and 3rd. We then go to Trip Glasgow there. Awesome stuff from Trip on the 152 machine. That's the Cyclist Point Yamaha there in 4th place. Harry Daly is still in 5th place, ahead of now William Simpson on the Philco Farm and Sport YZ65, so that's 6th place for William. Then go to Hazel now in 7th place with Cole Tracy in 8th. We go to Tyson Harris in 9th place, and Paddy Parks rounding out our top 10. Well done to Paddy on the number 2 63 machine. So well done, Paddy, going well. Top 10, top 11 performance at the moment. We've got Carter in there as well, so well done, Carter Grant. That's the Motorland Yamaha as well. And then we go to Johan Lonergan. Good to see Johan there on the number 12 machine. That's the Bailey Motorcycles machine. Isla Nagel is there on the Sargent Motorcycles YZ65. That's rounding out our top 15 as we catch an update with a minute 20 left on the clock. And Levi Townley certainly all on at the moment. This is really cool to watch. And they do the slightly shortened track. They go over the Rapids Jet jump. They hang a little left after that and go around towards Parts and Services. They skip the Kawasaki rollers and the Yamigalube centre point jump. But certainly spectacular. Great to have the crowd come out and watch our superstars of the future out and about. The YZ65 Cup is coming down to the crunch. We've only got less than a minute to go before that white flag will come out. Our race leader is still the number 1 of Levi Townley. He has a decent advantage over the rest. He had over a minute last time around. And certainly very testing conditions for the youngsters out there. So we're really cool. We've got a mixture of age groups out there. These guys can be either a junior or a mini rider. There is a Junior 65 Cup, Junior 65, Pro 65 class in our Junior Motocross Championships. There's also our mini classes as well, where you can be as young as 7 or 8 years old and race these 65 machines. The YZ65 out on display at the moment. We've got time about to expire, and our race leader is through the Fox 4 sawdust section. As we see this one here, the white flag ready and waiting. Levi Townley, Levi Rogers and Jagger Townley still your top 3 with Trip Glasgow riding in 4th place. Harry Daly of the number 73 machine still there in 5th place ahead of William Simpson, and then go back to Hazel Lang on the 94. We also have Cole Tracy in there as well, so plenty to look out for. Cody McDonald's now on the Whangarei Yamaha. He's got himself up into the top 9. And Tyson Harris will round out our top 10. So we'll keep you updated. But at the moment, checking it out for Levi Townley. Here is the number 1. He's going to be getting the white flag and have 1 lap to go. This is the final race of our YZ65 Cup. We get 2 races on the program, and this is race number 2. We had a massive win for Levi Townley already this morning. And carrying on his winning ways, a 2:08.13 lap time. Now that is quick. When the next best lap time is a 2:30. So absolutely phenomenal. Really dominant display at the moment. We've got pretty good performance. 4:11 of Levi Rogers there on the Craig Stevens Motorcycles Yamaha. He's loving that one there. So great to have him there. 2nd place ahead of Jagger Townley. So 2nd and 3rd still there. Then we look to 4th place for Trip Glasgow. So another shout out there for Trip. Well done to him. He's on the Cycle Spot Yamaha and catching up with all these updates. So white flag on the last lap of our YZ65 Cup. Race 2 for them. Coming up next on the line is our Women's Cup. So they get their 2nd race coming up. And we're starting to get through the program well and truly. We're on championship watch in 2 of our 3 championship classes. We've got the MX125 and the MX1 still uncontested. We've had Maximus Purvis. He has been crowned our New Zealand MX2 champion for 2021. He defends that title he won in 2020. All aboard his L-Firm Window Systems JCA Yamaha. So well done to the team down there. And great scenes here for Maximus Purvis as he endeavours to show us how good he is in his campaign in the Australian Motocross MX1 campaign this year. We wish him all the best as we catch our race leader into the Fox Sawdust section for the final time today. Can't stress enough how cool it's been for me to be a part of this one here. The YZ65 Cup. Love seeing the future of New Zealand motorsport out on display. And it doesn't get any better than this. The number 1 of Levi Townley, the Fox Racing man on the JCA Yamaha. Recently crowned number 1 NZ at the Junior Motocross Nationals of Pro 65 Racing. He was also top 2 in 8 to 11 years 85C Racing. He is the man, and he's just a couple of corners away from a checkered flag and another race victory. He won race 1 in style. This one's going to be just as good as he comes around a rough and rugged Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. The final corner for Levi Townley. It's going to be another win. So 2 from 2 today, and a dominant performance from the YZ65 Cup. That is another win for Levi. and phenomenal stuff. So I had that lead well over a minute when they crossed the line with the white flag. So just absolutely flawless. Well done to Levi. And it's going to be cool to catch up with him. He speaks very well, one of the real talents of New Zealand motocross. So that's that one there. So in the books already, we've got Levi. We're still waiting for Levi Rogers on the 411 and Jagger Townley, Levi's younger brother. They're out there in second and third, but they're way up the top end of the track. So a little way away from this one here, but we catch up with some others. Shout out to Theo Pilcher coming through and crossing the line there. We've also got Hazel Lang, William Simpson and Cole Tracer. They've crossed the line there, a lap down. They're in 6th, 7th and 8th place. So shout out to those guys. And we've got Cody McDonald going to cross the line there and round out our awesome top 8 at the moment. We've got 9 runners out there. Tyson Harris still coming through there. He's in the top 10 as well as we catch up. Our man in second place is heading through the Fox Sawduck section now for the final time. So that's the 411. He's ahead of the 101. So check that one out there. As we've got Levi Rogers. Pretty good performance from Levi today. This has been good. And Jagger there as well. So Jagger, a couple of years younger than Levi, his older brother, so there's plenty of years left in the 65. He'll be the next man on the block, surely. As we check this one out here, we've got updates now that Tyson has finished in 10th place. We've got Paddy home in 11th, and then we go back to 12th place for Carter Grant, so well done to him. 30th for Johan Lonergan. Isla Nagel there in 14th place, well done to him. Also got the 66 of Mitchell Zambezi. Shout out to Mitchell there. 15th place. We've got the 34 of Noah Bodding on the Phil's Motorcycle Centre and Matamata Machine. We've also got Theo Pilcher and Percy Lang, 17th and 18th. And then we go to the 906 of Max Nathan, rounding out our top 19 as we check out Levi comes through in 2nd place and then go back to young Jagger. Well done to Jagger. Another top 3 performance there. So that's 2nd and 3rd home now. And then we wait for Trip Glasgow on the 152 machine, home in 4th place. And Harry Daly will round out our top 5. So fantastic stuff. We will now cross down to Neil, who has the superstar himself, Levi Townley. 2 from 2 today in the YZ65 Cup, and a real pleasure and a treat for the fans today. So let's go down to Neil and catch up with the rising star of New Zealand motocross, Mr. Levi Townley.
Sorry, a little bit too much talking going on there off the scene, so we'll quickly get back as this one starts into our Women's Cup to get away. First of all, Levi, how do you concentrate when you haven't got the riders around you? What are you doing out there?
Oh yeah, just focus on myself. There's lots of different bumps and ruts that you have to be focused on.
Oh, indeed. You said before, no energy centre point. You're a bit disappointed. Have you got another favourite part of the track?
Oh yeah, probably the sawdust.
Oh, sawdust, cool. What's your attack through there? What do you do?
Lean back, grip with my knees.
Lean back, grip your knees. You could learn a lot from this man, folks. So YZ65 Cup, is it cool to be out there on a big day like today?
Yeah, really cool. The track's a lot rougher than what it would be, so yeah, it's really cool.
All right, Levi, tell us a bit about some of the other racing you're doing. What are you going to be doing this season? Are you coming here to Taupo to do club days?
Yeah, I'll be coming here to do club days, and then Tauranga, Rotorua, all the local stuff I'll be doing.
All right, what bike are you going to be riding?
65, the one you saw me ride today, and then I rode a 85, which is a bit bigger.
Well done, mate. You're going to be a busy man. You got time for school?
Yeah, a lot.
Right, good boy. All right, well done. Come on, for all of you out there, round of applause for Levi. Thank you. And I particularly say all of those other cool kids on the YZ65's a real part to play. Do you want to be back next year?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well done. Here he is, Levi Townley and all our other super kids, so well done. Bring it on with more of our action, coming to you courtesy of Mac Media and our other sponsors like Pirelli, Power is nothing without control, and of course it is the Fox Motocross Nationals, live, loud and proud here at Digger Mcewen. Women's Cup is up next, and then we're going into our final round. 4 races left for MX 250 being our MX2, MX 125, MX1 and MX3 for the final. Stay with us, more to come here on Sky Sport Next.
All right, into this one here, straight into the thick of it with our Women's Cup. They've got 10 minutes plus a lap ready to go, and race 2 on the line at the moment. So Letitia Alabaster has got the whole shot and flying with this one here. Well done to Tisha on the Patterson O'Connor machine. We go then to Zara Gray. Great start from Zara Gray. She's in 7th place ahead of Roma Edwards. So Roma certainly 3rd place looks like it'll be good enough to take this championship. We've got Kimberly Cheatham, a great start from Kimberly. There were Hallie Cox and Taylor Rampton. So 6 of our best New Zealand women riders out in front at the moment. So Tisha Alabaster leads Zara Gray there in second place and Roma Edwards in third. This is going to be really good to see how this one plays out. We're one lap into this one already. Kimberly Cheatham ahead of Hallie Cox and Taylor Rampton. That's fourth, fifth and sixth. They're separated by not much. Then we go back to Hannah Powell on the number 1 machine, ahead of Mel Patterson. That rounds out our top 8. Then we go back to Chloe Steele, riding in 9th place, and then go to Brianna Roberts. That's our top 10 for our Women's Cup. This is their second and final race of the day, and it is pretty exciting stuff.
All right, Brad, just want to butt him because we're going to do this whole YZ65 Cup presentation as we'll do for the women because they just have the 2 races today. First of all, another Levi out there. Is that cool fun?
Yes.
What's your favourite part of the track?
The step up.
Oh, the step up. Cool. And what's your favourite motorbike?
Yamaha.
Yamaha. What size?
65.
65. Well done. Let's hear it. Levi Rogers here, folks. Here's our man in second. Hey, cool stuff. Jager, how was that? Is it cool out there?
Yeah.
Right. Did you have a favourite part of the track?
Probably the double.
Oh, the double's through there. Cool. And what's the coolest bike to ride?
The Yamaha.
A Yamaha. That's how awesome it is. Well done. Let's give a round of applause again. There they are, our winners of the YZ65 Cup today. Levi Townley, Levi Rogers and Jager Townley. They're all here for us. Bring it on. Back to you. Thank you, Brad.
All right, update time here in our Women's Cup. We're 6 minutes to go left in this one here. It's Letitia Alabaster on the Patterson O'Connor KTM. She has taken this one by the horns and run away with it. She's got a big advantage at the moment. Go back to that battle for second place. Zara Gray and Roma Edwards. There's not much separating those two girls on track. They are having a great little battle. So check this one out. And we've got Letitia, Zara, then go to Roma. We look to a good fourth place there as well from Kimberly Cheatham. So the best we've seen from Kimberly so far in this Women's Cup. Great stuff. We've got Hallie Cox ahead of Taylor Rampton. So that's a good fifth and sixth place. So that's the update here at the moment. Letitia Alabaster certainly trying to run away with this one here. Had some really good pace. Didn't quite get the best start in race number 1. But now she is absolutely flying. So loves this place. Does really well around Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. And she is really riding the wheels off that Patterson O'Connor KTM at the moment. Roma Edwards now has got herself up into second place, so certainly as far as the championship is concerned, as far as the Women's Cup is concerned, she is odds on there for sure. A top 2 result will be more than enough to secure that one. And the number 79 on the Murray Thorn Yamaha, really good Roma Edwards. She's been flawless so far this summer as we started the New Zealand Grand Prix. She won the women's class in there, and with that was round 1 of the Women's Cup. She's taken those points and won race number 2. Race number 1 here, this morning, and now she is also the fastest on track, so a little bit quicker than Letitia that last lap around. She's running out of time. The gap is 3.2 seconds, and there's about 4 minutes to go, so plenty of time, but certainly going to have to start making a move now. So Letitia leads ahead of Roma and Zara. Then you go back to Kimberly, Hallie and Taylor there, so that's our top 6. Hannah Powell still there in 7th place ahead of Mel Patterson and Chloe Steele. We've got Brianna Roberts. Still a good job from Brianna there in 10th place. So Georgia Marshall out there in 11th place. Taylor Miller, Georgia Sieberling and Tyler Edwards. So that will round out our top 14 in our awesome Women's Cup. This is their second round of the series. We're in the 4th round of our New Zealand Senior Motocross Series. And this is the final race for these guys in the final race of round 2. After this one here, we will reload and go racing. MX2 coming up next. We've got MX1, 2, 5, and then MX1. We've got those 2 championships still up for grabs. So anything can happen here at Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. It's going to be a spectacular afternoon. The crowds come out in force, and a massive welcome to everyone tuning in on Sky Sport Next. Thank you to Grant and the team from CTAS Live bringing us these awesome pictures and showcasing our sport of New Zealand motocross. It's heating up at the front. Letitia Alabaster now under a little bit of pressure. Roma Edwards goes inside. Letitia goes outside. Just a bit of a mistake there from Roma. She has to get off the gas and check the bike up, so it's played into the hands, but certainly got the speed out there at the moment. So the 79 in second place. She is leading the championship in our Women's Cup, and a second place will certainly be enough to hang on to that one there. Zara Gray. We haven't seen Zara much this summer, so it's cool to have her back in the top 3, and really cool. Out there at the moment, Kimberly Cheatham on that awesome new CML KTM. That's great to have her recent Auckland champion for women's racing. We've got Taylor Rampton and Hallie Cox locked in a bit battle there side by side down the sawdust now at the moment. So we're coming down to the nuts and bolts of this one. 2.5 minutes to go in our Women's Cup race number 2.
Well, as we get towards our final, great opportunity to catch up with our president of the Taupo Motorcycle Club, Bevan Wheel, today. Bevan, how proud are you of your club today?
Oh, you couldn't be much prouder than this, mate. You have a look out here and she's a pretty spectacular picture, isn't it?
Exactly, words to use indeed. But hey, it's you know, the people, yourself and Jeff, as you're a couple of the ambassadors and older people in the club, well celebrated. But there's a whole lot of young guys stepping up now. That must be such a good feeling.
Yeah, it's awesome to have definitely the young guys coming through, Neil. Being part of the team, you like to say that we're not that old, but the older guys of the team. But yeah, good to have the young guys coming through as well.
All right, hey, 5 truck and trailer loads of rotten rock. We build up the jumps, and all of a sudden Maximus Purvis says we can launch it more. So for them, they feel better, and for the crowd indirectly, it's more excitement. Where does the vision come from, that sort of stuff, to realise that you want to keep advancing the technology of your track as well?
Well, it's just over the years, Neil, you learn how to work with a bit of pumice. I think years ago we were trying to chuck cement in with the pumice, trying to get it bind up, and then ended up discovering this stuff called rotten rock. And that seems to be the bit of a turn for the track. The jumps stay together, a lot safer, stay with the same up ramp, and yeah, get a good result on the other side and get to launch it a bit more.
Right, hey Taupo, you've already put it out on Facebook, launching a massive year, starting off April 26, Monday-ised Labour weekend, full rounds. And hey, after success last year, Battle of the Clubs back on the Friday of Labour weekend. What was the decision on that one?
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise actually, because like Labour weekend this year for us was just huge. It was a massive undertaking. We thought we'll chuck it in on a Friday and see how we roll. Massive weekend, awesome weekend with the dirt sprints. All the way to the speed cross. I think we got to Sunday and it was just like, oh, it's time for a day off, and sat down on Monday and just recouped. But yeah, it was massive, and it was well supported from right around the countryside. So hopefully bring it on again this year.
Right, indeed. So we put the 6 rounds of that your champs together, along with the MX Fest, and here another round of Motocross Nationals, never ending. What, if you were to have a crystal ball, what's something else that you can think of that you guys talk about? You know, irrigation now, sprinklers, making dams, getting more tractors. Where does it stop?
Oh, it's just growth, Neil. The more money comes back into the club, the more we want to chuck back out here again. And it's sort of like my vision is, yeah, the more we can make, the more we can put back in. I mean, I'd like to see up on the finish line, that's one of my projections, is LED screens. The crowd that comes along here can actually understand not just the rider's number going around, they can actually have a name beside it and actually get to know the riders a lot more through the screen up on top, which is actually telling them a lot more what's going on. A little bit of our digital world, I suppose, and signage. So yeah, try and get a bit more of that up here.
Do you know anybody that does signs well?
Oh, hard work, mate.
Hard work, sign on, good on. Hey, Bevan, well done, congratulations. Please pass it on to your team for everybody. What a crowd today, eh?
Yeah, my son Mitchell just came in. He said, "Shit, have you seen you seen the car park? She's chock-a-block," which is, I mean, hopefully it's a whole lot of our competitors out here from the Ironman that we had here yesterday come up and watch a little bit of dust go around and view the bikes and all of the talent that's up here. So, yeah, hats off to those guys that completed the Ironman yesterday. That's another big task, but awesome weekend for the town. Just Taupo's just this mecca of events, and yeah, love the place. So, but just a big shout out to the Taupo Motorcycle Club team. Like I said to Andy McGeek, and I'm only the guy that wears the t-shirts with the president's name on it, but the club's the club. So awesome bunch of workers. So yeah, awesome bunch of people.
Well done, Bevan. Thank you very much, Bevan, and your team. Well done. Taupo MCC, make sure you've all gone away from here today thanking a volunteer, thanking a worker, because remembering the money, as Bevan as well said, the more they make, the more that goes back into the sport. Thank you, Brad. Back to the finale for the women's. Let's bring them home as champions.
All right, we are on the final lap here, and Romery Edwards has a advantage now. So Romery Edwards, the lead in the championship, the lead in the race, and heading into the Fox Sawdust section for the final time in our Women's Cup. So well done to her. Letitia Alabasta still there in second place on the Patterson O'Connor KTM. We then look out for the battles. All in mind, Zara Gray is under a lot of pressure. Taylor Rampton is there in fourth place. There's a good battle there evolving, so we're checking it out. But at the moment, we're catching it up with the number 79 over the dam jump for the final time. Romer Edwards has been a class act so far this summer. New Zealand Women's Grand Prix champion. And now with this one here, 2 from 2 today, I think she's going to certainly have enough points and is going to be our 2021 Women's Cup champion. So let's a round of applause for the 79 on the Murray Thorn JCR Yamaha. It is Roma Edwards with the checkered flag, race 2 winner, 2 wins from 2 today, and with that, with the Women's Cup will be hers. Right on to Letitia Alabasta. She finishes in 2nd place, so a good day at the office for her. And then we look at this intriguing battle. It's Zara and Taylor. It is going to stay with Zara, so Zara's going to hang on to 3rd place ahead of the number 3, Taylor Rampton, who gets home in 4th place on the Action Moto Kawasaki. We then look out for the number 2, it is Kimberly Cheatham on the CML KTM, going to come home in 5th place ahead of Hallie Cox in 6th. So that was nothing in between them when they crossed the line there. So 5th and 6th in the books. We've got Hannah Powell there in 7th place on the City Honda machine. So well done to her. We look there as well to Chloe Steele, still there in 8th place. We've got Brianna Roberts in 9th and Georgia Marshall there in 10th place. So that's our top 10. Mel Patterson rounding out 11th. Taylor Edwards. Taylor Miller, 12th and 13th, and unfortunately a DNF for Georgia Siebelink. So unfortunate stuff for Georgia. Hopefully everything's a-okay there, but take nothing away from our race winner. A 2:07.5 lap time there, really quick. And Roma Edwards flying with this one here. So our Women's Cup champion for 2021 to go with her New Zealand Grand Prix Championship. It has been an awesome few months for Roma Edwards, and the Yamaha Blue Crew Murray Thorn Yamaha has not missed a beat so far. We're going to cross down to Neil, who's going to wrap up our Women's Cup and interview our champion for 2021, Roma Edwards.
I just want to start by doing a shout out to Dean Veach, who's joined us here today. Dean and your and the crew. Hi guys from the South Island, especially flowing up to be here as part of this event. So much of our family with the Veach family, and so much given and so much gained, but unfortunately so much also lost. And God bless team, but it's just fantastic to have you here and looking forward to it. Roma, well, we missed you last time.
Yeah, I didn't actually know I was meant to come up here, sorry.
Well, that's fine, it's all the excitement. Hey, what's Digger Mcewen like today?
Oh wow, the track is brutal. It is so hard out there, but yeah, it's so much fun as well. I'm really enjoying it.
Right. Hey, let alone the fact that you were a winner here back at Labour Weekend, then you went through a phase where the other girls were beating you. You were sort of beating yourself up a little bit, but underneath it all, you were just trying and trying. And now look at the margin you're winning by. There must be a real sense of satisfaction today.
Yeah, I've just been really focusing on my mindset lately, and we made the move up to the North Island finally. And yeah, I've just been doing lots of hard training and getting fit on and off the bike as well.
Well done. So here we are. We've got our Women's Cup. We've got Macca here to do the presentation, and we're looking for our other girls as well. So to Letitia and Taylor, hopefully to come and join us. And before they do, we'll carry on here with Roma. First of all, Roma, tell us a little bit about a week in the life of Roma Edwards and what you're doing both in life off the bike and preparation, training and racing.
Well, it's been a bit busy lately with all the moving, but I usually just do like ride 2 to 3 times a week, and then train mostly every day, do like swimming, mountain biking, gym work. Well, yep. Yeah, just do as much as I can on and off the bike. Yeah, it's been
right.
good.
Do you think that helps you other things you do in life as well, and not just motocross?
Yeah, I think it keeps it fun, doing different things and just, yeah, keeping busy.
All right, hey, what's the next step now for Roma Edwards? What do you want to do this year?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't know, Neil. I would really like to go overseas, but with the COVID restrictions, I don't think that's going to happen at the moment, but we'll see what happens. Well done,
good score, so well done. Let's hear it out there, folks, for Roma Edwards, our 2021 New Zealand Women's Cup winner. Well done, Roma, great to see. And hopefully our other girls, are we going to catch Taylor and Letitia? Don't know. Oh, hello, that's just fell over all by itself. There we have it, so... Are those other girls coming? I'm still waiting. Oh, this might be... Oh, yeah, it's Taylor's coming. Taylor's coming. We can see Taylor rocking in here on her bike, so hopefully to catch up with her. Thanks for the presentation, Macca, and representing MNZ board here today. And just a bad, hopefully no damage, or if there is, I suppose it doesn't matter because it was the last race today. Taylor here should be walking at the same time as she's taken off her helmet, and quick to... get up here and join us and take the number 2. Is it number 2 or number 3? No, it's number 3 today for Taylor. First of all, Taylor, how was Digger Mcewen?
It's bloody hard work out there, but now it's good to have the women's here, so yeah.
All right, you and a new bike, how you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. Love the Kawasaki, just obviously lacking fitness. I think I just clocked 15 hours in the last 6 months, so yeah, I hardly ride, which is lacking a bit, but yeah, no, it's good.
All right, hey, well done. We're going to do more. We're going to see you back next year? Or later this year, I should say. Women's, of course, Women's Championships in Taranaki.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not sure yet.
We'll wait and see. Okay, well done. Let's hear it, Taylor Rampton, everybody. So nice to see. And Letitia, we can have you up for your position as well. So from Mac McLeod, our presentation. So well done. And Letitia, hey, the last time we saw you, your arm was in a bandage. It's a miraculous recovery. How are you feeling?
I'm good. I've done a couple of rides, so thought I'd come out and race.
Exactly. How was Digger Mcewen?
It was rough, but it was so awesome. It was really good. Yeah.
All right. Mel's all right, is she?
Yeah, she's all right. She's just got some sore arms she's dealing with, yeah.
All right. Hey, certainly in motocross, Letitia, you've been a champion before, and it's the ups and downs of our sport, but you're still around for the long term?
Yeah, I want to win a few more championships. I've got a few more goals to fulfill, so yeah, I'm loving it.
Well done, Letitia Alabaster. Hear it, folks. Well done. Thanks, Letitia. Great to have her joining us here. More of our magic that is motocross with our Women's Cup. A bit of a fragmented podium here at the moment, but not too far away from more of our racing. Right, what we've done now, folks, is they've been the two extended classes of the YZ65 Cup and our women's just getting the 2 races in. So now we're down to the 4. We're down to our MX250. Remembering, of course, we've already had the champion in Maximus Purvis, but don't worry, he's not going to hang the bike up and go nowhere. He'll be out to mix it up with the boys again, but all those other places still on the line. So too, of course, for MX125. Can Hayden Smith still hang on? MX1 can. We see Hamish Harwood hang on. Is it going to be Cody Cooper's day? He's the underdog coming through at the moment from second place in the championship. And then go to MX3 as we see some new stars coming out to shine here today, like Scotty Moyer, like Bradley Watling and a few others up against the champions like Daryl King and Darren Capel. All still to happen here. For those of you thinking of planning your day, a guesstimated finish of around about 4:15 this afternoon. So plenty more Mighty Motocross. Stay with us, courtesy of Mac Media, Kawasaki. Let the good times roll, along with the Aon Insurance and Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. This is your Fox Motocross Nationals, and we're live, loud and proud with Sky Sport Next. Stay with us. The motocross still to wrap here. The final round, Digger Mcewen. Bring it on with the Taupo Motorcycle Club and MNZ. MX2 just doing their warm-up at the moment. Let's go through this one. Maximus Purvis, 244 points. James Scott, 198. More than 25 points up for grabs in any one race. So that is an unassailable lead. That's why he's already won the title. James in second, who's just 9 clear of Hayden Smith, who is now 19 clear of Josiah Natsky. So Hayden Smith on target there. Go to 5th place, Brodie Connolly, 6th in there, Reese Lister, 7th, Adam Moss, 8th is Luke Vanderley, 9th, Marshall Phillips, and 10th, Logan Blackburn. How good is that from Logan? And I don't really see any of those, unless they have a DNF, anybody else changing. MX1 points. This is courtesy of MXT. You can follow it at mxt.co.nz, of course. Hamish Harwood, 234. Cody Cooper, 219. So what's that? 15 points, 15 points. So all we've got to see is a 6th place or better. For Hamish, and then Cody back behind him now. Cody as well. He has now got 9 and 3, 12 points there on Wyatt, who is still now 15 in front of Kane. So set to save some money this year, and we'll keep it there in for number 4 on the bike. Tyler Steiner for 5th, followed by Campbell King. Hadley 9th, the local star, in 7th, head of Tommy Watts, having an awesome debut in 8th, 9th to Kobe Burke, and 10th to Richard Horn. Cool, how good's that? Under 19s, of course, and smashing it. Brodie Connolly winning all the way. Luke Vanderley 2nd, Marshall Phillips 3rd. That is the under 19s incorporated within the MX2 class. MX125 now. Hayden Smith at 229 points over 208. Wow, that's cool. That's 21 points, so that's pretty awesome. Only has to have 13th place or better. So Hayden Smith over Maddock Dixon ahead of 206, Kobe Burke. So only 2 points in that one, Brad. That's going to be a good bike fight. So look out for 3rd place, because you don't remember 4th, so you'll be looking at just who have been our top 3. The MX3 at the moment, Daryl King 173 points, Darren Capel on 166, Jed Bixley on 104. The nearest then is James Perry on 97. So Jed Bixley needs to know and needs a good pit boarder to tell him where he needs to finish to keep in front of James Perry to keep on the podium. Remembering James was not at round number 1, which is why Jed's got the advantage. Brendan White, Josh Niehaus, unfortunately no Josh today, sitting on those 75 points he got there from round number 1. So there's our championship, and all on the line. The next 4 races, all we've got is 4 left. MX2, MX125, MX1 and MX3 left for the final finale. Bring it on.
All right, getting locked and loaded away here. We are down at the Kia start line here at Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. We are getting ready for race 3 of MX2. The championship has already been decided. Maximus Purvis locked it away with a race 2 spare, and you can see down there with the red plate on, the Alpha Window Systems JCA Yamaha. He's got the number 1 plate on. He is now the 2-time defending MX2 champion. So 2-time MX2 champion. He's going to be loving this. So check this one out here. We've got 20 minutes plus a lap left in this one here. This is race 3 for MX2, and this is going to be awesome. We've got plenty of battles in our championship to have a look at, and we're about to get away with this one here. So we're under starters orders now. When the countdown clock runs out, the gates can drop at any time. We're about to go racing. MX2 race number 3 is in the starters' hands, and we are nearly ready to go. And we're away, and gates drop. Another great start from James Scott. Check this one out here as we go around. Turn number 1 is going to be the Motor Best Bill Honda. He's going to get away with this one really nicely. He's had some great starts so far today, and flying at the moment. So check this one out. Digger Mcewen Motocross Park certainly coming alive as we watch this one unfold. Looks like a great start as well for Brodie Connolly on the LMC Husqvarna. He's right up in the thick of it as well. So down the Aon, step down we go for the first time here at race number 3. The final time we'll get to see MX2 racing for 2021 in the New Zealand Senior Motocross Championships. Some of the best racing we've had all summer has been right here on MX2, and James Scott certainly flying at the moment. We've got some great starts there as well. We can see that number 1 machine of Maximus Purvis. He's out there. He'll want to make a statement and send himself right on the way. He's in the MX1 Championship and an Australian Motorcycle Series this year, so we wish him all the best for that one there, and already locked away the title. So he is on a parade run at the moment. So check it out. The number 3 flies in the front. We go back to the 88 of Brody Connolly. We're underway with this one here, so awesome stuff. MX2 Racing, we're trying to catch an update. Synatsky's a little bit buried in the pack. He's around about 8th or 9th place at the moment, so check out this one. Another horror start for Josiah, but surely had the pace. He's got a couple of podium positions so far today, and they'll be loving this one here. So Josiah, he's about 10 points back from Hayden Smith in the championship. He'll want to try and finish as close as he can, but right now it's Hayden Smith with the advantage. He's 3rd in this race and doing all he can at the moment. So let's go racing with James Scott out in front. We go back to Brody Connolly. We look into 3rd place and see Hayden Smith here on the gas for Adam Moss, who's just been overtaken by Maximus Purvis. So Maximus Purvis now up into 4th place with the number 1 plate on the bike, and loving it. Great start for Adam Moss. Good start from Hunter Scott as well, so check this one out. We're racing MX2, the final race of the series. It's race 3 in round number 4. James Scott crosses the stripe and leads this one here. We've got Brody Connolly, Hayden Smith, that's 2nd and 3rd. Maximus Purvis piling on a bit of pressure onto Hayden Smith. That's 4th place for Maximus. And we go Adam Moss, Hunter Scott, Reese Lister. A great top 6 start from Reese Lister, so this is really good. MX2 is coming alive. We've got still over 30 entries here. MX2, one of our biggest fields of racing here today, and all out there at the moment. So the final race of their series, we've got the 3rd round of racing started here at Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. Thank you to the crowd who have come out in force. It's been a great crowd and treated to some spectacular racing. And this man here really turned it on at round number 3. Didn't have very much luck at round 1 and 2, but come here, round 3, Harrisville, and now here at Digger Mcewen and flying at the moment. So James Scott, check out this one here. He's got a pretty good advantage, but he's got to be careful because Maximus Purvis is now in 3rd place and piling on a bit of pressure to Brody Connolly. So if Maximus can get into 2nd place pretty early, and I think he's got a job done. He's squared on that, got the power on, and now finds himself in 2nd place. So now with the clear track ahead of him, let's see whether Maximus can reel in this gap. We had some great battles between these two at Harrisville a week ago. We're in for a showdown here. We've got Brody Connolly with that 3rd place in this race here, who'll certainly be leading the under-19 championship as well. So awesome stuff from Brody on the LMC Husqvarna. He is flying at the moment. Hayden Smith, 4th place in the race, but importantly for Hayden, he needs to beat Synatsky in this one to lock away 3 NZ. So that'll feel pretty good. Synatsky, he's buried in about 7th place in this race here, so certainly advantage Hayden Smith at the moment. Adam Moss, what a start from him. He's still there in 4th place. Reese Lister, Synatsky, then go back to Hunter Scott and Nick Westgate. That is rounding out our top 10. So look at this one here, unfolding beautifully for James Scott, the local best build Honda. Unfortunately, a bit of bad luck at rounds 1 and 2. Has not been the consistent finishes he needed, but certainly got the pace and certainly flying at the moment. So check this one out. We're going to have a look at lap times, we're going to have a look at split times, because now the man in 2nd place is the newly crowned New Zealand champion, Maximus Purvis. He is there in 2nd place, and he's a little bit quicker than James was on that last lap around. It's a 7.5 second lead, but just slightly quicker Maximus Purvis. So keep an eye on that one there. These are big photos. So 15.5 minutes still remaining, and right now James Scott, Maximus Purvis, 7.5 seconds. Keep an eye on that margin because Maximus is flying. We've got great riding from Brody Connolly and Hayden Smith. 3rd and 4th place out of Moss, Reese Lister, Synatsky. That is still the top 7 as they run. We've got awesome stuff here. We've got plenty of guys jostling for all important championship points. We've got some intriguing battles throughout the championship. We've got Brody Connolly. He's sitting there in 5 NZs at the moment, ahead of Reese Lister. Adam Moss is there. He needs to finish 2 points ahead of Reese Lister to secure 6 NZs, so it's all on. Plenty of championship points up for grabs. There's plenty of action. And at the moment, we look out the front. James Scott nearly gets it upside down over Yamalu centre point. He is flying at the moment. We've got Maximus there in 2nd. It looks like visually on the track he hasn't been able to eat into that lead over the last lap around. So this is going to be all on. Can't wait to see how this one unfolds. It's spectacular stuff. We've got that gap back to Brody Connolly in 3rd place, and then look to 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. There's nothing between them at centre point at the moment. it's all on. So check it out, MX2. I can't wait for this one here. We've still got a massive 14 minutes plus a lap to go. The fastest man on track is Maximus Purvis, but let's see if James Scott can respond. He is leading this one on the Motul Best Build Honda through the sawdust right now. Here it is, the update. James Scott crosses the Townley Builders finish line. Ticks off another lap. It is a 2:07.9. Let's have a look at Maximus Purvis. He is a 2:06.5, so a little bit quicker again. It's down to 6.1 seconds. He was nearly a second quicker than James that lap around. This is going to be on. We knew Maximus was fast. We knew he was coming, but he's taken nearly a second out of James already, so that is going to be spectacular to see this showdown unfold. We've still got a massive 13 minutes plus a lap to go, and James Scott versus Maximus Purvis. Man, it was exciting at Harrisville. We're on the edge of our seat in race number 2 there. They come down to the final corner of the final lap, and it was all on. We go to racing with those two, so they are already gone well and truly in front of this one here. We've got Brody Connolly still sitting there third place in roads on the LMC Husqvarna under a bit of a fitness cloud. Had a bit of a crash at round number 2, hurt his wrist, but he's back. He was back last weekend at Harrisville, rode really well, double classing as well. He's sitting in the top 5 of this championship. He's also in the top 4 of MX125, so a standout year again for the talented Brody Connolly. So the 88 flying in 3rd place. We go back to Josiah Natsky, who's got himself into 4th place. He's been one of the fastest men on this racetrack today, but just has not been able to get a start. And the Bridgestone Kawasaki man certainly got the speed, but another year that might have been for Josiah Natsky. Yet to see the best of him. Still very good 4th place for him at the moment. Adam Moss is desperately trying to hold off Reese Lister there in 5th and 6th place. And then we go flying as well with Hayden Smith, who's just dropping off, but Hayden, he's playing the long game. He's got that all-important 125 race coming up next, so he just needs a handful of points to lock away 3 EZ and MX2, and if he can do that, he then can shift his attention to MX125, his championship to lose there. He's got a 21-point lead over Maddock Dixon heading into the final race there. That's coming up next, so back-to-back motors for Hayden Smith, and a pretty important long game for him, so he won't be trying to tussle with these guys too hard. He'll just be looking at the long game. So let's go racing with James Scott out in front.
Yeah, loving every bit of it. Look at that, bring it on for James Scott. Remember, he won the last 2, of course, at Harrisville. He's proved that he can be a winner amongst them, and I'm sure he wants to go out in style for a great year, and looking like he's going to upgrade his number and take the 3 to 2 by the way things are going at the moment. Maximus, of course, already the number 1. That's undisputed. That is done and dusted. So it is James Scott, Maximus Purvis in the race, but the title, of course, the other way around with the Brody Connolly, Josiah Natsky, Adam Moss, and then looking to Hayden Smith. Hayden Smith's the man. He needs to stay there. He just needs to secure close enough points to Brody, and then come home for that 3rd place. Pretty unique in there. Who would have thought that you'd get these 3 riders in front of Josiah? So Josiah back there in 4th place, where he's likely to end up with the championship. Adam Moss, what a star, an absolute star there. Reese Lister from cross-country racing and junior performances to now being a hot shot on our national moto scene, and loving every bit of it on that AFC Moto supported KTM SX 250F. Also out there with Logan Blackburn, Luke Vanderley, and Hunter Scott in there. Luke Vanderley, of course, a candidate for our under-19, should finish runner-up to Brody Connolly. Brody Connolly, in fact, has not lost a race. He sits on 200 points. He's an absolutely perfect score for all of the racing so far. So exceptional from the young man. So well done to Brody. On target as our future champion for sure. Under-19's our fledgling class, what we try to encourage with riders to come through. So well done there. We talk about others in our field, and up there as well, of course, we have the Reese Lister battle going on, and keen just to put those other riders into context of what we're seeing here as well. Luke Vanderley, Hunter Scott for a 10th place. Brilliant to see cousin of James Scott out there in that 2nd place. But Brad, you've been watching it, and still on for the battle out there. James, he wants to go out in style, and Logan, sorry, my apologies, Maximus has nothing to prove. He's already the champion. So can James stay there?
Oh, it's all on, yeah, it's definitely on here. So a 2:06.98, that is the lap time that James Scott just posted. That's 2:07.7. So he was a little bit quicker than Maximus that time around. The gap is just sort of staying where it is. Well done to James Scott. Quicker and quicker as this race unfolds. Maximus just sort of holding firm. It's definitely a 5.6 second lead, so a bit on here at the moment. So that's the battle for 1 and 2. Brody Connolly, great performance from Bros there. Third place for him. He's 27 seconds back off the pace, but more importantly for Brody, he'll be ahead of the under-19 class as well, where he has a massive lead in that championship. So the future of New Zealand motocross for sure. Brody Connolly on the 88, a former 125cc champion. He won't be able to repeat that this year, but good to see him out there. And still double classing even after that crash at round number 2. So courageous performance and great stuff from the young man, Brody Connolly. We've got Josiah Natsky there in 4th place. Now we get to see the best of Josiah as well, and he's showing some good speed there in 4th place. We've got an intriguing battle with Adam Moss in 5th place, Reese Lister in 7th. If they finish like that, they'll be tied on points for 6 overall in New Zealand MX2 motocross. So we've still got 8 minutes plus a lap to go in this one. Who's going to budge? Hayden Smith's the pawn in the middle. Will he play a factor in that championship at the moment? So all to play for. MX2 race 3, the final race of the series for these guys, and it's all on at the moment.
What a place, what a venue, what an atmosphere today, what an event. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. You're in for a real thrill for these last 4 races. MX1, 2, 5 next, followed by MX1, followed by MX3 for a feature fun finale. That means, of course, we've actually got 4 podiums to go as we see our 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, because the 4th and 5th have also got their prize money at stake up here. So keen to catch those guys in amongst it all. So here we are, looking out for it now. 1, 2, 3 for the action. That is James Maximus out there. Wow, I tell you what, the James and Maximus show all on. Why couldn't we see a little bit more of that? I always love to see a tighter finish. Last year's was super exciting, taking nothing away from Maximus. Certainly deserves to win, but smashing and bashing the competition around Brody Connolly in there with Josiah Natsky, who's moved up, Adam Moss, and then Hayden Smith, who's in there in 6th place. So Adam Moss, the man they call Mud Moss, this is the guy that goes well when the chips are down. The Wellingtonian who can fly in the muddier conditions, and he's out there and going oh so well, and it's certainly nothing to do with that. No mud within Kiwi, though he's an outstanding young performer and looking all pretty darn good at the moment. So Hayward, Luke Vandley and Nick Westgate, Hunter Scott in there, along with Marshall Phillips, Hunter Stens, Donovan Ward, Sam Blundell has been my standout of this class for this year. Good on you, Sam. He's cracking the top 15 at the moment. So Brad, all on for the feature final, and it's James Scott's to lose, and I think it'll be a nice little highlight for him to go out with a win and deservedly number 2 NZ.
Absolutely, yeah. We were wondering heading into round 3, could anyone stop Maximus Purvis? And Jimmy put his hand up and said, I'll do it. And that speed he showed in race number 3 at Harrisville a week ago, that was absolutely phenomenal. So well done to James Scott. He is on fire at the moment. He's now got a 12-second lead, so he was over 6 seconds quicker than Maximus on that lap around. And that's a telling lead, 12 seconds with 6 minutes to go. So check him out, number 3. The Motul Best Build Honda of James Scott is flying. We've got Maximus Purvis, certainly not on his normal race pace at the moment. So 2nd place for Maximus. Not sure if there's something with the bike or something there. He's already locked away the championship, but certainly not on the race pace he would normally show. So it's all on now for James Scott. He's got to get this one home. We've got Brody Connolly and Josiah Natsky. They're about to engage in a pretty fierce battle, but with Josiah needing more points than that, he'll look in at 4 NZ for him. It looks like 5 NZ will be Brody Connolly here at the moment. He had to beat Reese Lister in this one here, and he's certainly doing that at the moment. We then look to Adam Moss in 5th place in this race, and that could be good enough for 6 NZ. We've got Hayden Smith in behind him. That'll be 3 NZ. He just needed to finish within 5 points of Josiah Natsky, and he could lock away 3 NZ for Hayden Smith. And he's got the long game on his mind as well. He's got his MX125 championship to contend with coming up next, the next race. So there's plenty of dynamic parts here in MX2 racing. It's certainly James Scott's the loser at the moment. He's flying out in front, and we've got 5 minutes plus a lap remaining.
All right, I tell you what, the sawdust section, what a fantastic feature of Digger Mcewen has been. They were the first club to do it. It was almost a world first. It was these things, the chips from the surplus from the local wood processing factory, and they put them in, and when they're first installed, they are just so loose and flaky. It made an exceptional part, and we'll never forget the 2006 international event here, and the likes of Stephen Evans and Josh Cobbins finding a super challenge in getting down through that sawdust. So we've had the sawdust now for 15 years, and it's been an active attraction here. There's been put a sort of a jump in the middle, a dirt mode jump, and it's just broken it up a little bit, gives them a chance to launch. But if you have a look at a slow-mo through there, and I firmly encourage you to take a little bit of a look, what you actually see is it points during that, the undercarriage of the bike is spalling it along. So the wheels are bottoming out through there, and you'll see the dirt being dragged along by the underside of the bike. And some of the bikes, when they end up back in the pits afterwards, have got bits of that sawdust locked in around the bottom of the crankcase. So it is super soft and spongy. But because of the speed they go over it, it doesn't show. But look at I firmly encourage you, look at a good slow-mo replay of them going down through that sawdust section. It is super spectacular. Another huge technological advancement that the Taupo Club have made, the first in the world to do it, and certainly it's been mirrored by a few others, but there's nothing like it. Yeah, other people have put sand inside dirt tracks or dirt inside sand tracks. There's a point of difference, but the first here 15 years ago for the sawdust, super spectacular. Hey, here we go, speaking about spectacular, the James Scott Maximus Purvis show out there. Josiah Natsky up into third place. Good work from Josiah. He's up into third, and well, will that crack the top three? Will that make the top three? Or where is Hayden Smith? What are we talking about with our points? Is that our points update to look at? And going to it with our MX2 class. Brad will have a little bit of a look at those points, but now they've got Josiah there in that place, third that is, and looking back to Hayden, I think he's 2 places back, so that's going to be 4 points potentially. Get an update of that for you shortly. So just seeing it, yeah, 4 points in there, a fourth through to a sixth. And Brad, what's the update?
So now it's a 19-point lead. So Hayden's got 19 points ahead of Josiah. So certainly without being a DNF, I think Hayden Smith's got 3 NZ locked away there. Josiah Natsky sitting there in 4th. So that's going to be certainly looking good for 4 NZ with Brodie Connolly there. 5 NZ for Brodie if he can hang on to that one there. He's got a 5-point lead over Reese Lister, who's there in 6th at the moment. But only 2 points down the road from Reese is Adam Moss, who's sitting in 5th place in this race. So this is all on. We could have a tie for 6 overall. We've got our top 5 status quo at the moment, but there could be a change. 6th and 7th in the championship. Certainly coming alive here. So check out James Scott. He's gone. He is 20 seconds ahead of Maximus Purvis in this race here with just a little over 2 minutes plus a lap to go. We then go to the number 2 of Bridgestone Kawasaki's Josiah Natsky. He is certainly just as quick as those guys around him. If only he could have got a better start, we would have seen something special here. But there's Josiah. A 3rd place there will certainly be good enough to lock away 4 NZ. We've got Brodie Connolly 4th in this race, and certainly odds on to be 5 NZ and our under-19 champion. If he can hold on to this one here, we're coming down to the nuts and bolts. Less than 2 minutes to go.
All right, what about our performances back cracking that edge of that 20? Caleb Lindsay, Toby Winiata and Carter Haynes today. Those guys 18, 19 and 20. That means 3, 2 and 1 point. That's what we're talking about. Getting those points and getting recognised. Being in the top 20 in New Zealand. Toby Winiata, the only round he has done this year coming back from injury. The young working man smashed his way into MX2 racing a year and a half ago, but certainly he's had some serious injuries to keep him out of big time racing, but he's come back for this feature final, and what an effort he has put in here today, showing the City Honda man to be a champion in the making again. We wish him all the best for a great recovery and some great motos. Hopefully have him back on the Manawatu moto scene in 2021 as well. So good on you, Toby. Donovan Ward, Sam Blundell, Hunter Stens, to some of the other young guns to be included. You never want to think that it's only a 5-horse race, but what a quality 5 we've got. Hey, people like Brodie Connolly back there in 5th place. Remembering double classing between 125 and 250. Brad's point of view here. You were number 1 NZ as a 125 rider, but you've ended up with a 5th and potentially a 2nd. It is 2 good placings in the classes, better than the number 1 on the 125. What do you reckon for your experience and the whole big picture of the sport? How do you rate it?
I think he's just got to take the positives he can from this year. I mean, he's been running top 3 in MX2. He's certainly got the speed. He had that big crash at Rotorua. He rode round 3 with an injured wrist, so he's probably still not at 100%. I think if you look at the glass half full for Brodie Connolly, he's shown us some real good speed, and he's been fantastic this year. So double classing, he come back from injury and didn't just say, hey, I want to ride one bike to get myself back into it. He hammered it on and double class at Harrisville. That's not an easy place to ride 2 motorcycles on. So full credit to Broads out there. 4th in this race here, and certainly the pace to be running right up the sharp end. With a bit of health and a bit of preparation next year, we could be seeing a real run for a New Zealand title from Brodie Connolly. We go racing with this one here as we count down. The clock expires, but James Scott had already crossed the feature finish line here, so we're 2 laps to go here at MX2 Racing. This is the 3rd and final race of the day and their final race of the championship. Maximus Purvis has already locked away the championship with a race to spare. He's got the number 1 plate on his bike. He's certainly just cruising out there at the moment. He has shown much more speed than that earlier today, but well done to James Scott. He got the whole shot, got them out there, and he has been absolutely flawless. So well done to James Scott. He's a lap and a half away from a bittersweet moment, really. He's going to win the battle, but Maximus has won the war, and we go flying. MX2 Racing, we're right down to the business end of it. Coming up next, we've got a quite intriguing battle with MX125, and then our MX1 Championship still to contend with. It's all on here at Digger Mcewen, so stick around. This is going to be exciting.
Right, keen to look out for it down to the business end of our moto. Only 2 laps to go, so will be a white flag this time. Hunting them down. It's still the number 3 out there on his own. James Scott well in control of this moto down through the sawdust for the penultimate time in the 2021 National Championships. And here at Digger Mcewen, the home of moto, this is the saluting of the champion, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of supporters out there for the young man all the way from Oparau on the mighty wild west coast of the North Island, and the hotshot rider looking to come home with a positive victory. Well worded by Brad. Yes, the battle but not the war. And there he goes, getting around some of the back markers up towards. Watch for that white flag, and there, yes. And there we go, white flag to take it. So there you have it, white flag here, clean and comfortable on the board at the moment. So James Scott, Maximus Purvis, Josiah Natsky with Brody Connolly, Adam Moss, Hayden Smith. Let's see, Brody Connolly, Hayden Smith we're looking at. Might be 2 places, but it's 19 points, so that's a big chunk of points. Hayden needs to be a lot further back, so all Hayden's got to do is cruise and come home over this final lap. Such a crucial part of the race. We've seen a number of other riders take their falls and crashes and bashes here today. The margin first to second's gone out to 27 seconds. A combination of the positiveness of James Scott wanting to finish on a high, but also Maximus. He's got the title won. There's no point in putting your body on the line, and he's cruising it also well in front of 3rd place. So let's salute them and bring them home. Who's going to be the deciding one at the moment? 3NZ. We've got number 1, we've got number 2. Who's 3rd? Can we see Hayden Smith holding on to it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly advantage Hayden Smith, the 3NZ at the moment. He's got to just finish that one. He's got a lap to go. We've got the white flag out. James Scott is flying with this one here, so the white flag is flying. We've got James well in command of this one here. He's over centre point and he whips it in style. What a massive bit of air, and flips it to the crowd. Absolutely brilliant, James Scott. He's going through the Kawasaki rollers. He will be loving this feeling at the moment. Unfortunately, a bit of mechanical mishaps along the way. There's been some bad luck as well, but James Scott has definitely shown how good he is, how fast he is, and he is right in line to bring this one home. He has a bit of a collection with a lap rider over the dual lane section, but gets through there all right over parts and services. Let's have a look at this one here. The number 3, the best build Motul Honda of James Scott. He'll be absolutely loving this. He's through the sawdust now at the moment. The clock has expired. He's on the final lap. The white flag is waving. And this has been a very dominant race 3 performance. The final race for MX2 in 2021 in our New Zealand Fox Pirelli Aon Kawasaki Senior Motocross Championships. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch this man in action. He was flawless in race 3 at Harrisville, race 3 in Taupo as well. He's going to do exactly the same thing. He's a couple of corners away over the Pirelli tabletop. He is going to lock away 2NZ here. He's done it in style. He's won race 3, and let's give it up for the Motul Best Build Honda of James Scott. He's going to take the checkered flag. He's going to win this one, but unfortunately, Maximus is going to win the title for him. He will be a little bit bittersweet there. He loves the pace, but take nothing away from the man in 2nd place. He's got the number 1 plate. He is now a 2-time New Zealand MX2 champion. The Altherm Window Systems JCA Yamaha. He has been absolutely flawless. He's never finished outside the top 2. And check this one out here. Yamaha have nurtured a star. He's sent him to Australia this year. And so give it up for 2nd in the race, but our national champion, Maximus Purvis. He loves that. And brilliant style for Maximus. So there it is. That's 1 and 2 in the book. We are still waiting for number 2 to come home. That is the Bridgestone Kawasaki man of Josiah Natsky. Pretty happy with Josiah's pace. He was good this weekend. Unfortunately, just couldn't get those starts, but did some great passing moves, calmed through the pack, and that'll be good for his overall here this weekend. So well done to Bridgestone Kawasaki and Josiah Natsky. That's 3rd in that race. That will lock away 4NZ for Josiah. So well done to Josiah. 4NZ and MX2 Racing, and brilliant stuff for him. Here comes the 88 of LMC Husqvarna's Brody Connolly. He'll finish in 4th place, and in doing that will lock away the Under-19 Championship for 2021. He will also get 5NZ and MX2 Racing. Well done to him. Adam Moss will finish in 5th place. That's the best performance of his season so far, and with that will potentially tie with Reese Lister on points and finish 6th overall on the countback. So check that one out there. Hayden Smith comes home in 6th place, and that'll be enough for 3NZ. So well done to the Gas team. 3NZ for Hayden Smith, and some good consistent performing here at round number 4. Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. New Zealand Senior Motocross Championship's been brilliant. Here comes the 33 of Logan Blackburn. Certainly the best we've seen from Logan this week, and he'll be right in the mix for overall glory as well. So let's cross down to Neil, who will digest our top 5 presentations for MX2 racing and wrap up our series. It is a national championship for Maximus Purvis, but today in race 3, the shining star is James Scott. Let's go down to Neil.
All right, here we are with our MX2 podium. Let's have him up here for our top 5. Remembering this is for today, very similar as well to the overall, which we'll be doing tonight at the prize giving. In 5th place today, Brodie Connolly. 4th place is Hayden Smith. 3rd place, Josiah Natsky. 2nd place, James Scott. And 1st place, in 1st in the championship, Maximus Purvis. Well done to James. Maximus, look at the boys, the skull in it. Oh, went down the wrong way. So free share on there. Here, mate. Yep. Right, we're going to get Hayden or Brodie, remembering they've got the next class on the 125, so we won't have those two boys. First of all, Josiah, how tough here at Digger Mcewen today?
Yeah, track was gnarly. I messed up my start every single time today. That didn't help, but yeah, these boys were on it today, so yeah, kudos to these guys. They were riding well.
Yeah, cool stuff. James, bittersweet, hey? How's it feel to win that last one?
It was pretty good. I don't think Max was really trying then. Sort of just let me go. But a win's a win, so yeah, it felt good. Massive congrats to Max for getting the championship. Definitely deserved it this season. None of us could really touch him. And massive thanks to my mechanic, first of all, Lappy, because he does everything for me. Anything I want, he'll just do it straight away, no questions. Blue Wing Honda. Kev from Flying W Suspension. The bike's handling awesome at the moment. And all the other team sponsors, Crown Kiwi, and yeah, so on.
Yeah, and here we go. Let's salute him again, folks, coming right up here. Let's hear it. This is the number 1 NZ, Maximus Purvis.
Yeah, just huge thanks to Alton JCR and everyone that helps, and Tommy and Nabe on to it with the mechanicking, and yeah, tracks were pretty good all year, and me and racing with the boys, and yeah, it feels me.
Cool, cool. Thank you very much, guys. Well done. There we have our podium. And as we say, apologies from Hayden and Brodie because they're in this next race. To our under-19s, 3rd place, Marshall Phillips. And 2nd place, Luke Vanderlei. And 1st in Brodie Connolly. And we know Brodie won't be here, so we'll have them up here. Luke and Marshall quickly. Cool stuff. Marshall, how was Digger Mcewen?
Yeah, it's really good. It's real technical, gnarly track, and would have liked to keep it on 2 wheels all day, but is what it is, and come out of the day all healthy and bike's good, so I'm happy. Just, yeah, big thanks to the club and MNZ and all my sponsors and everything for putting the events and helping me get here. Yeah, means a lot.
Well done, Marshall. And to our runner-up, Luke Vanderlei. Well done, Luke. Let's have you over here. Unfortunately, Broads can't make it, so I won't do him. First of all, Luke, tell us about your motor. Quite kind of a guy, but you're doing it on the racetrack, which is awesome.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Try best, yeah.
Well done. Let's give them a round of applause for these two. Unfortunately, no Broads is in the next race. Let's get over and cross over for our 125 final. Coming up next, it's MX1. 25, gets that right, followed by MX1. Thank you.
All right, lining up, ready for this one here. We under starters orders now. We are ready to go. Race 3, the final race of MX125. Got the championship on the line right here, right now. It's going to be on. The gates drop, and we are away. We're looking out for our championship contenders, Matic Dixon, Kobe Burke, and the championship leader, Hayden Smith. Hayden Smith gets a great start. So does Kobe Burke. So we're on here. All Hayden Smith needs to do is finish in the top 14, and he will be our MX125 champion. He needs 4 points, so it's even better than he only needs 16th or better. So check out this one here. This is all on MX125. We've got 18 minutes plus a lap, and we're about to decide our second of our championships on the line here now. We've got our MX1, they're coming up next as well. Their championship is undecided. That's coming down to the final race as well. We are on. So out in front, Kobe Burke on the CMLK team. We've got Brody Connolly, number 1 there. Fourth is the best that Brody can hope for today in this championship. So a bit of bad luck here for Brody, but certainly got the speed to be running up there. We've got Matic Dixon flying into third place there. So look out for Matic. He is 21 points back in the championship. He's sitting in second place. He's locked with Kobe Burke in the battle for second and third NZ at the moment with Hayden Smith. He's sitting in fourth place. That's all he needs to do is just finish this race inside the top 16, and he'll be on his way to being a two-time MX125cc champion. We've got Dylan Westgate there sitting in fifth place. He's had some great performances so far this year, and he is looking to lock away 5 NZ for Dylan there, the man from Hamilton on the Boyd Motorcycles gas. So check it out here. We've got Kobe Burke, Matic Dixon, and Brody Connolly flying over parts and services for the first time. The battle for the lead in this race is an important one because the championship points are up for grabs, and we've got 2 and 3 NZ at the moment there. We've got Hayden Smith there in fourth place. Doesn't need to do anything silly. He'll be loving this at the moment. He has the advantage, the 21-point lead in this one, and flying there. So that's our top 4. Dylan in fifth place. We've got a good start by Jared Hannon. He's flying there in about fifth place. Ryan King gets a good start as well. So we are all on here. Check this one out. MX125. These are the stars of the future on display here. We've got some great racing come from our MX125 class this year, and spectacular style. So this one here, lap 1 in the books. It is Kobe Burke, leads ahead of Matic Dixon. Then go back to Brody Connolly, Hayden Smith and Dylan Westgate. Jared Hannon is looking fast there in 6th place. We go back then to Ryan King. Ahead of Nick Darcy there in 8th place. We go to Logan Denise and Christian Crane. They are locked there in about 9th and 11th place. Marcus Hildensheim's actually just got himself up into 10th place. And then we go back to top 12 of Luke Maisie. So there it is, the update as we see it. The top 12 flying at the moment. 18 minutes plus a lap these races are, and we have just over 15 minutes remaining in this one. Early stages of MX125, race number 3, the final race for their championship. And the battle for the lead is an intriguing one. Separated by just 2 points in the championship, but they need to certainly, one of these guys needs to win this race, and they need some bad luck to happen to Hayden Smith if they want to try and claim this championship. There's no such luck at the moment. He's running in 4th place, Hayden on the 116, and odds on certainly looking like the man to take Gas to their first New Zealand Senior Motocross Championships in New Zealand. So have a look at this one here. We've got a massive amount of time still on this one. We've got battles all through. We'll try and update you on the championship points. We've got Ryan King there in 6th. He's got a 15-point lead over Jared Hannon. So that's an intriguing battle there next to each other on the racetrack as well. We've got Nick Darcy. He's 8th overall, just 7 points behind Jared Hannon. So needs to try and get himself up there in the field and try and lock away some of these quality results. We've got Jack Smon not with us here today. He's 9 NZ, but he's only got 7 points between him and Logan Denise. So Logan will certainly be odds on to try and take that position away. And then we've got Christian Crane and Connor Hart. So Connor not here, but Christian is. So he could go from 12 NZ up into the top 10 if he can get a good result in this one here. So this is electric MX125 racing. Kobe Burke got put under a bit of pressure by Matic Dixon that has responded and now finds himself with a decent 25 bike length advantage over the dam jump. He goes whipping it in style, and certainly a really classy performer. He's double classing here as well. He's got an MX1 race coming up next when he is the winner of our 2-stroke cup for 2021 as well. So he's already locked that away, being a very dominant performer there in the MX1 class on his 252 stroke. So well done to Kobe Burke. This has been a pretty good year so far for Cobes. He was all on at round number 2, had a great performance. Didn't quite have the luck at round number 3 at Harrisville a week ago, but now he's turning it on. Leading this third and final race, MX125, the number 3 man. He was 3 NZ last year. He's looking to try and go at least one better this year. He's so far third in the points, but if he can beat Maddock Dixon by more than 2 points, he will certainly go ahead of Maddock in the championship, which will be all on at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on these on here. We've got plenty of time. 13 minutes plus a lap still to go. But Kobe Burke, Maddock Dixon, that's your battle you see on track. You see it in the championship. And let's carry on with this one here. So MX125, this is fantastic to see the future on display. All right, carrying on with the update through the Kawasaki Roll as we go. Our race leader is still the number 3 of CML KTM's Kobe Burke. Maddock Dixon still there in second place, giving chase. And then we go back to Hayden Smith, who's got up into third place ahead of Brody Connolly. So all he needs to do is finish in the top 16 to lock away that title. But right now he's doing a lot better than that. He's in third place ahead of his good mate and stable mate, Brody Connolly. So the Gas Man, third place at the moment, odds on for the championship. We're all on here. There's some great battles. We've got that battle for 6th, 7th and 8th in the championship. Ryan King, Jared Hennon and Nick Darcy, they're locked on not many points separating them, so check it out if we can carry on with this one here. We're going to have a big shake-up in the points. Kobe Burke, all he can do is win this race. The rest is out of his hands. He's 23 points back from Hayden Smith in the championship. And certainly turning it on here at the moment. So he's over the Pirelli tabletops and rounding off yet another lap. So there's 3 laps in the book. And we have plenty to go. So Kobe Burke leads ahead of Maddock Dixon, and that gap has gone well out. So Kobe, a 2-minute 13.476 that lap around, and Maddock back there, a 2:17.9. So a massive swing, over 6 seconds quicker there now. So 6.3 seconds the gap. This is quite a telling margin here. MX125, and this has been a superstar performance so far. Kobe Burke leading this one here from Maddock Dixon. Hayden Smith up into third, and now we've got Dylan Westgate up into 4th. So Brody Connolly's dropped back to 5th place. He should be okay there. He's got an 8-point buffer between him and Dylan, so all he needs to do is finish in and around where Dylan's finishing, and he should be right to lock away that 4NZ. But gee, we've got some drama here. Plenty of dynamic situation to unfold. We've still got a massive 10 minutes and a half plus a lap. So this one here, intriguing battles. We love this, the drama, the tension. It's all on here at Digger Mcewen for round number 4 of our Senior Motocross Championships, and this track's holding up quite nicely. It is pretty gnarly in places, but our race leaders certainly making great use of it at the moment.
All right, so what we're talking about here is 229 points versus 208 versus 206. All right, so the 229 of Hayden Smith with that kind of advantage. All he's got to do is be up there in that top 6, 7 or 8, and he'll still be fine. But hey, I tell you what, Maddock Dixon, Kobe Burke, all on for the second place. Isn't it cool who's going to get there? And it's Maddock and Kobe at the moment to fight it out. They're separated by 2, but of course on the track with Kobe in front over Maddock, they're separated by 3. You get 25 for the win, 22nd for second place. So that would mean it would turn it around the other way by 1 point. So Kobe Burke, everything to gain here at the moment. Let's hope there's a pit board telling him the story as well. And Brad, if there was ever a race that he was going to take control of, it's this one. And man, look at him busting out the times there at this stage. That is sensational, and a good margin in front. Bit of an attrition rate with our 125 class today, but love the fact that we've still got 13 awesome riders out there, not to rule out a contention, of course. The Dylan Westgates, the Jared Hannons, the Ryan Kings, Nick Darcy and Logan Denise. Logan, I tell you what, Logan almost ended up as a tree planted in the ground head first, the way he nearly came off the bike head first thing this morning, but he well recovered from that. He's just put it together and consistently knocked out some good motos today. Kobe Burke in front, ahead of Maddock Dixon. Are you 1-2 at the moment? KTM versus Yamaha in the world of 125 racing. Back to the Husqvarna. Here a little bit of a different plastic job, so sort of shades it. Bit of a mellow yellow kind of a colour scheme, which has certainly made the Husky stand out. A commentator's dream to know that it's Brody Connolly in there in that 3rd place, and Hayden Smith in here now for the 4th. Hayden still good enough, not to worry. Remembering Kobe is 229. That's in fact 23 points behind. 23 points behind. That means that if Kobe is winning the race, then the worst that Hayden Smith's got to be is 17th place, and there's no way it's that. In fact, he is there at the moment and in a good 4th place. And again, I'm sure the pit board, he would have well understood it as well as telling him the story. Don't overdo it, don't overdo it. And that 4th place good enough. Dylan Westgate in there, but Brodie Connolly certainly the man on the move there, and Brodie's points, well, he's got to stay clear of Dylan Westgate because there's only 8 to separate them. But on the other hand, he is 40 plus behind Kobe Burke, so it's not going to make any difference. He can't get up to be any better than 4th place, but he can lose his 4th place. So there it is for consistency as well. But it's all on at the moment. The big change has come about. As long as Kobe Burke stays in front in this race, he has got number 2 NZ ahead of Maddox Dixon, who will be demoted back to 3rd. So some cool scenarios going on there at the moment. Others to consider: Jared Hannon, Ryan King, Nick Darcy. They are 6, 7, 8. Along with Kirikiri's Logan Denise, Luke Macy, Marcus Hildesheim, Nico Varenne, the young man out of the Waikato. Nico, nice performance from Nico. He's been out there and keeping up with some of those big boys in racing. And same for young Tokoroa man Sam Bowers. Now, in fact, the rest of the field, I tell you what, I think there must be about 6 or 7 that haven't even finished 125 racing today. So what an attrition rate for some of these guys on their little bikes. Gotta love it. Still a real place to play in our sport. And over the years, well, let's go back to 125 champions. How many different ones have we had? It's been a class round for years, and I'm going back to the Ivan Millers and the Chris Maindonalds and the Phil Turnbulls of this world. Some of the legends of people that I looked up to racing back in the 70s and the 80s. So 125's always a place to play in our sport and in our heart, and so neat to see. And we should be in line for a Hayden Smith victory as he reclaims the title. He had won 4 years ago and now looking to come back in 2021. Can he get back there? We're about to find out.
Yeah, this is a very, very wise ride from Hayden Smith, and I'm not just talking about this race here. He was very wise a race ago in MX2. He was double classing there. Just had to go out there and get a few championship points to lock away 3 NZ. He did that in style, finished well inside the top 10, but didn't push the issue too much. He's come out here, he's running a good top 4. He's already won race 1 and race 2, so we know he's got the speed. He's sitting there in 4th place. This is a very mature, very wise ride with 6 minutes to go. We could see Gas's first New Zealand Senior Motocross Championship, so we are on here. And Kobe Burke, this will be absolutely phenomenal if he can do this. We had Brodie Connolly, points leader after round number 1. Maddox Dixon, points leader after round number 2. Hayden Smith, points leader after round number 3. And Kobe Burke is going to end up maybe 2nd NZ with this performance right here, right now. So check it out. Kobe Burke's got to finish this race in 1st place. He will get a 3-point margin over Maddox Dixon. There's 2 points separating them in the championship now, so that'll be a swing around the other way. Hayden Smith just needs to finish in about 17th or better if Kobe's going to win this race. So that's the equations at the moment. There's 5 minutes plus a lap still to go. Can we get the pit boards out to Maddox Dixon? He's got to beat Kobe Burke if he wants to get into this 2 NZ. He's recently crowned the 2-time 15 to 16 years junior motocross champion, and now the work is all against him. He has got 6.1 seconds between 1st and 2nd place at the moment, and about 5 minutes to go in this race. So the dynamic situations are all unfolding. We've seen Matt Smith's Purvis already lock away his MX2 championship for JCA Yamaha. Wouldn't it be cool if Maddox Dixon could try and make a factor here as well? This is all on. We love this part of the season. It's crunch time. It's all on. We've got Brodie Connolly there in 3rd in this race, so he's got the pace to run with these guys. He was the leader and the New Zealand 125cc Grand Prix champion. Unfortunately, that crash at round 2 really just knocked him right out of this championship, but good to see him get the pace and running up there in the top 3. We've got standout performance from Dylan Westgate in 4th place there as well, and now Hayden Smith just hanging in there in 5th place. What a wise ride, what an awesome head on his shoulders, and phenomenal stuff. So 4 minutes away from our 125cc champion being crowned, and it's on now. Maddox Dixon is giving chase, but that gap's still over 6 seconds between Kobe Burke and Maddox out in the front.
Wow, I tell you what, the racing here today by Kobe Burke, this is exceptional. His best time during this moto, folks, a 2:13.476, whereas the best time by the leading contender and championship man of the making, Hayden Smith, is at 2:18.16. So nearly 5 seconds, That is huge in racing terms. So to see a difference like that in favour of Kobe is awesome. And of course, he got it from the start. He grabbed this race by the throat and he shot out to an early lead. And he's just then got himself into race mode and just knocking in lap after lap after lap. So it just goes to prove you get that good start, you can get a good race in, and you can get a good place in. And he'll be saying, man, why couldn't I have done this on a previous 9 or 10 occasions? And he'd certainly been there for number one. But I'll tell you what, he's going to come away with this to be 2 NZ in 125 racing, and of course 1 NZ in the T2. That's the two-stroke cup as well. So a national title and a runner-up as well for this man, Kobe Burke. What a great run. Of course, the family made a major sacrifice moving out of Canterbury to put him into Auckland amongst the stars of the sport and amongst the big business and the limelight of the country, and the man has stepped up big time to go with him, and it's a hearty congrats to the young guy. Years ago as a champion mini and junior rider, it was hard to see him sort of, as it were, say more than a couple of words. Now, of course, he's a competent talker, he's a competent professional, and he's certainly a very competent rider for sure. So take it away, Kobe Burke. And in the win of this race, it will give him that number 2 NZ. Over Maddock, the man behind him. But Maddock, will he try? How hard will he try? Will he need to go for the run? We're about to find out. How will this race unfold before us? Here it is, number 3 on the bike. There's your race leader. And 2 minutes and 13 to go when he's doing a lap time of 2:13. I'd suggest, Brad, the next time he comes around, he wants to slow down a second. We should have a white flag for him on that next lap. In fact, he's just done the last one at a 2:17. So, yeah, if he keeps it up at the same speed, we'll have a white flag and then a final. Bring it home with the 125 class. Just looking at some of those other points at the moment. Ryan King back in 6th place, 148. In front of him is Dylan Westbury on 157, so 13 there, but also in fact that he's 15 in front of Jared Hannon, so he's looking to hold that. Jared Hannon over Nick Darcy, that's only a 7-point difference. No Jack Simon here today, no Jack Simon, which is unfortunate after his hiccup last weekend. That means that his 121 points are dropping down and down and down. We'll see Nick Darcy go past him. But on the other hand, Logan Denise, and looking at Logan there in 9th place, that's 11 points. 11 points for Logan means that, yes, potentially he will go past Jack Simon as well. So Logan will go from the 10 to the 9. Jack's going to end up in 10th place. I tell you what, a true credit to the man who was certainly a real chance to be number 3 NZ had things gone more in his favour. So bad luck for Jack not getting the feature finish final that he would have liked. But certainly a huge amount of credit out there all the same for the new young gun in that 125 racing. So there we are, Kobe Burke. From here, Brad, it's his to lose. We're down to 49 seconds, providing that they can come home in that order. You've got a new runner-up and a new champion, because Hayden Smith, 116 out there on the Gas, as you've well pointed out as well, of course, the first time that Gas has won a national title, so the manufacturers have got to be pleased with that.
Yeah, he's got the number 3 on the bike. The CMLK team of Kobe Burke. He's looking to turn that into at least a number 2 here at the moment. He is well and truly in command of this. He's got 11.6 seconds between him and Maddock Dixon, and this has been a hell of a ride from Kobe Burke. This is brilliant. So he's flying at the moment. He's over the dam jump. The time will expire in about 12 seconds, so this is going to be pretty good. Kobe Burke, the white flag is ready and waiting. He's got the Pirelli tabletop section at the top end of Digger Mcewen to contend with. And then we're going to see him grabbing himself the white flag. We are going to be on the last lap of our MX 125 Championship. There it is. So over the Townley Builders feature finish line. And the number 3 of Kobe Burke on the CML KTM. He had the equation stacked against him. He had 23 points back in the championship. He was 2 points behind Maddock. He got out and got the whole shot. He's grabbed this thing by the scruff of the neck and taken off with it. And he now leads by 13.4 seconds. So a telling margin with 1 lap to go. And let's bring it home. Kobe Burke. Awesome stuff from Kobe. We've got Maddock Dixon still there on the Altherm Window Systems JCR Yamaha. He's got a 10-second buffer between him and Brodie Connolly there in 3rd place. So certainly advantage Maddock to finish in 2nd place, but all that's going to do is he's going to settle for number 3 NZ. He's a 2-time 15 to 16 current 125cc junior motocross champion and a top 3 NZ. Well done to Matic Dixon, so that'll feel pretty good. But the man in third place, Brodie Connolly, he was leading. He won the New Zealand Grand Prix. I think he's a 3-time defending New Zealand 125cc Grand Prix champion, and it was looking like it was his championship to defend. Unfortunately, round number 2 had the crash in the DNFs, so he knocked himself out of the championship, but come back strong at round number 3, and he'll be looking at 4 NZ there at the moment. We've got the man in fourth place, Dylan Westgate. He's sitting there looking like 5 NZs all he can get through. So well done to the man from Hamilton on the Boyd Motorcycles gas. That's good stuff from him. Top 5 result in MX 125 racing. We then look at Hayden Smith, 5th in this race, but will certainly be enough to carry on and take that New Zealand title. We won it in 2017, 4 years ago, and looking to repeat the dose here. But right now we ride with the CML KTM of Kobe Burke. He is through the sawdust for the final time. The white flag is waving on our last lap here. MX 125 racing. This is the 3rd and final race of the day and the final race of the championship. And at the moment, with a 13.4 second lead, it is certainly all about Matic Dixon in second place. This man in front on the number 3. He's going to turn that 3 into a 2. He's just got a couple of corners to go. He's flying around the Pirelli tabletops, and this is going to feel good for the young man on the CML KTM team. His teammate Hamish Harwood's odds on to win the MX1 title, and he's going to turn the 3 into a 2. He's going to take a race 3 honours. The win goes to Kobe Burke, and with that goes number 2 NZ. So well done to Kobe Burke. That's phenomenal stuff from him. He really turned it on. A dominant display here at race 3. Wins comfortably. Here's the 318 of Matic Dixon. That will be second in the race, but only got enough for 3 NZ. But good top 3 result for Matic Dixon. Well done to him. Here is Brodie Connolly. That is our defending champion. He's going to have be 4 NZ there. Dylan Westgate, he's going to finish this race in 4th and be 5 NZ. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, in 5th place, the 116 on the Gas. Let's have a round of applause for Gas's new national champion. It is Hayden Smith on the CML Gas. He's finished in 5th place. He had the big points lead, and with that, he'll turn that into a national 125 championship. So well done to Hayden Smith. A very wise and calculated ride from the young man from Taupo, and that's going to be awesome stuff. So we go to the 999 of Jared Hanold. He's going to finish in 6th place, but unfortunately he's got that 15 points between him and Ryan King. Ryan King sitting there in 7th. He's about to cross the line on his Crown Kiwi Alpine Stars Bell helmets 100% KTM. So that will be 6 overall for Ryan King. Top 6 NZ, well done to him, meaning Jared Hanold will be our 7 NZ. Well done to him. We then look to Nick Darcy. Good ride from Nick today, 8th for him, and that'll be good enough to lock away 8 NZ for Nick Darcy. So well done. That's our wrap of our MX 125. We're going to cross down to here. He's going to have the top 5 presentation, and it is going to be an excited Hayden Smith, a 2-time MX 125 CG champion, but there's also some good talking points in there. We've got Kobe Burke, a dominant winner of race 3 and turns it into a 2 NZ, and Matic Dixon on his L-Therm window system JCA Yamaha, his first campaign in senior motocross, and a 3 NZ for him. So over to Neil.
All right, thanks Chris, just showing us some photos. And shout out to Sam Bowers trying some FMX moves out there. Bit of a seat grab and a few other things. Good on you, Sam. Love your attitude. Well done. All right, let's get our 125 podium up here. First of all, in 5th place, Dylan Westgate. This is for today, of course. So they'll get the reward and get the glory. 4th place to number 1, Brodie Connolly. For the glory as well. And in 3rd place, Kobe Burke. As we get our podium built, we have 2nd place, Matic Dixon, to take on the runner-up spot. And today's winner and our champion, Hayden Smith. A great opportunity to start with Dylan. First of all, you enjoy your day, Dylan.
Yeah, definitely enjoyed the day. Had some better starts than I have all season, and it helped out a lot.
Oh, indeed. How was Digger Mcewen?
Oh, the club did an awesome job prepping the trap. It's real gnarly, makes for some great racing.
Oh, indeed. What does it feel like now to be up here in the top riders in New Zealand?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh, it's pretty good. And well done, a hearty congrats. Great performance out here, and certainly over here with Broads and an opportunity, and certainly Brodie, what you can only describe as a tough day at the office.
Yeah, real tough day. The track was real gnarly. And yeah, I'm done after double classing, eh?
Hey, that's the honest answer, mate. It is super tough out there. Double classing is the ultimate feat. Are you feeling happy to have achieved something with those 2 classes?
Yeah, I wasn't really where I wanted to be with having those 2 DNFs at Rotorua, but I mean, it is what it is, and just make next year better, I guess.
Yeah, beautiful words. Nice to see. All right, as we come here to our top 3, and first of all, Kobe, hey, what a way to finish. How cool was that moto?
Oh, I mean, if I brought that out at the start of the day, it would have been better, but it's good to finish the season on the race one. I've still got one more moto, so yeah, we'll get it done.
You will get it done indeed. Great to see you. Nice to have up here, Sue, to Matic and all the pressure on, but an awesome second place. How's the day?
Last weekend wasn't really a good weekend, but I made it back this weekend and got 3 consistent seconds. But it is what it is. I was going for the number 1, but hey, shit happens.
Well done. Hey, Hayden, yeah, that's dead right. I'll get out of the way of that photo. We will, Macca, you go in there. Our good board member. Thank you, Macca, and proud to see Hayden. The smile on the face tells the story. Congratulations.
Thanks very much, Neil. Yeah, and I'm pretty happy to be walking at the end of today. This track was really gnarly. Good fun. The boys are riding really good. It was awesome just being able to sort of chip away, tick off the laps. No, it feels good for sure. Yeah, thanks.
And if you notice, folks, Pirelli cap 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, the best tyres in the world. Right here as well, another great win for Pirelli. But here we go, hands up, trophies up. Let's get them all up, get a great photo here with our 125 podium, this superb class that never fails to disappoint. We've got Gas, we've got KTM, we've got Yamaha, and we've got Husqvarna, 4 different manufacturers brilliantly represented, which is cool for our sport as well. Bring it on with 125. Great to see more bikes still being developed for racing. 2 podiums to go, folks. Coming up, it is MX1 and still, of course, saving the MX3 for the end of the day. All part of the excitement that is our Motocross National. So great work. Wow, what a class, what an event, and just cool the way it's wrapping up. Time at the moment just gone a little after 3:30 and still 2 to go, folks. Still 2 to go. So staying with us for some more good racing. Well done.
All right, line up on the line. This is the big one, MX1 Race 3, the final race of the day. In the final race of the championship, we have Hamish Harwood with a 15-point lead in the championship. Cody Cooper, he's won 2 out of 2 so far, and he's sitting in 2nd place in the championship. We've got Wyatt Chase, he's there. He's sitting in 3rd overall in the championship, and he's got 15 points between him and Kane Lamont. So we've got some dynamic situations coming up here. There's only a 2-horse race for the national title. It's either going to be Hamish Harwood or Cody Cooper, and it's pretty exciting. Coming up next, we are about to get under starters orders and go racing with MX1 Race 3 on the line right now. All right, we're all lined up now. We've got Kobe Burke on the line. He's just come from the podium presentation and jumped on that CML KTM 252 stroke. We're now in the hands of our starter. We're about to get going with MX1 race number 3. This is exciting. Cody Cooper 2 from 2 so far today, but it is Hamish Harwood that's got the 15-point lead in the championship. We're about to get underway with this one here. Our MX1 championship is about to be crowned. We've got 22 minutes plus a lap, and we're under starters order. The gate is dropped and we're away. It's a great start from Coops, also a good start from Hamish Harwood. They're 1 and 2 around the first corner. We've got a good start from Wyatt Chase up there as well, so let's go racing with Cody Cooper, our 9-time Open Motocross champion. He is flying at the moment. We've got Hamish Harwood slipped back to 3rd place, but all he needs to do is finish inside the top 10, and he is our new national champion. So well and truly advantage Hamish Harwood. All Coops can do is get out there and go with this one here. So let's go racing. We've got our fastest qualifier, Wyatt Chase. He's been handed to the pace all day, and he's been loving to mix it up there as well. We've got Kane Lamont with a good start as well on the L-Therm Window Systems, JCA, Yamaha. It's all on here. MX1 coming to a crescendo finish here over Rapids for the first time. We've got a massive 22 minutes plus a lap. These are feature-length motors, and this is the 3rd one of the day. So look out for this one here, as we've got it started to unfold nicely. Everyone gets away nice and cleanly, and it's pretty cool. Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. It's held up really nicely and formed up into a absolute treat. Let's check it out. We've got Coops over the centre point jump for the first time. Awesome little dual line section. One goes inside, one goes outside, and into the Kawasaki rollers. This is certainly all on here. MX1, we've got a massive 30 plus entries at the Grand Prix. We've got 25 out there at round number 4, so it's really, really cool. We go racing with this one here. It's Coops and Wyatt Chase. Then we go back to Hamish Harwood. Kane Lamont's there in 4th place as well. Let's have a look at this one here. Wyatt Chase is challenging hard. Not quite close enough to make a move, but following Coops right into the sawdust, we go Hamish Harwood on the number 3 in the race, 3 on the bike, but looking to turn that into a number 1. He's just got that 15-point lead. He's got a nurse at home, and he will be the CML KTM champion. Let's go racing with this one here. It's enthralling. The man in the front at the moment. Talked to Team Honda this morning, and they said the equation's pretty simple for us. We're going to get out there and win all 3 of these races today, and let everything else happen in behind us. That's exactly what Coops has done so far, but this time he is under a bit of pressure. The local man, Wyatt Chase, on the Chase Works Pro Moto Yamaha, certainly piling on a bit of pressure in 2nd place. This is going to be great. The MX1 Racing, we've got Tommy Watts there in 5th place, so shout out to Tommy. He's looking to try and get himself right up into the sharp end of MX1 Racing in his debut season. He's had some great results as well. The Motorland Yamaha start. He's also tied for the points lead in the Cross Country National Championship as well. So this is really, really cool. MX1 Racing, we're only in the early stage of this one here, but checking it out with Cody Cooper and Wyatt Chase flying out the front.
Wow, still on there at the moment, and good opportunity to now make sure that we can add a few. Unfortunately, not a start for Cam Negus, Jacob Steele, or Shane Thompson. No, 3 of those that haven't been there, but I tell you what, all on with the Cody Cooper show again, ahead of Wyatt and going back to Hamish. These guys getting past the lap score line one more time. In fact, we can add another one into there. So bring it on with Seaton Head. Seaton Head just added those numbers. Unfortunately, Kobe Burke, fresh from the podium of the 125 World back, but remembering he's the T2 Cup host. In fact, he's in behind Andy Todd for the first time, I would suggest. So it will be an unassailable lead in the T2 Cup, and let's hope that's a class that grows. Want to see the manufacturers getting on board with those fantastic 250 two-strokes, mixing them up amongst the MX1 guys. That part doesn't matter because they are scoring their own individual points. Want to see 10 a dozen of that T2 Cup in there in time to come. A lot of the cool manufacturers, of course, have got a 250 two-stroke. They've had a great place to play in our sport for a long time in New Zealand. We had them as MX2, of course. That was a class that will effectively outgrew itself with the 250 two-strokes, and they've now got a place in amongst MX1, but we want to give them more recognition on their own. So the T2 Cup hopefully here to stay, and a fine debut year win for Kobe Burke. But at the moment, it's all about Cody Cooper, the 121 show. Out there on with 32, and noticing, of course, missing this 3rd to last jump here. The little kicker over here just before the Hero Helmets jump next to our commentating tower, and just up before the Townley Builders feature finish line here at Digger Mcewen Park. and the first two actually sweeping it wide and avoiding it. Everybody else has come through and taken it. Those boys obviously realising that there is an advantage of going out that fraction wider, that fraction further, a bit more distance to cover, but no jumps. They don't have to button the throttle off for that mere fraction when you go over the jump, and they can just rail it around. And there's a lovely berm rut and build it up. So maybe it's the big boys teaching the little boys where the better lines are out on the racetrack. So there we have it. Cody Cooper, Wyatt Chase, Hamish Harwood in the battle. That's 121 to get out there, of course, with Cody Cooper. Had the 121 on his bike, which represented 2017, 2018 and 2019, where he went to 121 first, second, first. And here is an opportunity to slip back to second again from 2020, which he did also. So he might be 9 times Open champion, but unfortunately the last 2 years have been a hiccup for him. Back there at this stage in second as well. All right, Tim Coleman, Nathan Henderson, Kobe Burke, Liam Dewhurst. Some of the shout-outs are going back there to those guys that are, of course, in our field, but back to around that 17, 18, 19, still scoring valuable points. What about Mitch Rees? 11th place for Mighty Mitch, our newly crowned New Zealand Superbike Road Race champion, the fastest guy, most consistent guy on tar seal in New Zealand. You know, you're talking about these 200 kilometre an hour plus races. 220, 230 k's an hour on some parts of the road racing tracks in New Zealand. It is the most fearsome of motorcycle sport. The fastest people on a motorcycle here in New Zealand, and this man is that man, and we have got him here back in his love, back where he started, back at Moto on the Tony Rees Motorcycles Alpine Star Crown Kiwi supported motographic CRF 450. Yes, he's got the 450, he's got the beautiful new Superbike as well, a brand new Honda 1000 RR, the awesome Fireblade from Honda, but take it away, he's still a pretty classy motocrosser. Absolutely no preparation, no special fitness put into moto for it, just the fact that he's been riding hard and keeping fit for road racing, and now he comes out for a bit of a swan song for the season to ride it in MX1 today. So great to see as we look out for it. And back to Brad with our update. It is the Cody Cooper Show. Likely to make it 3 out of 3, but Hamish Harwood calculated for a very good third place.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Hamish Harwood sitting there in third place. That's more than enough, well and truly what he needs to do. We ride with the 121. Coop the man, modal best build Honda. He is so good in this championship. He hasn't finished outside the top 2 in the last, I'd say, about 5 or 6 seasons. He's that consistent, but really desperate to get that number 1 on the bike. Not to be. If Hamish Harwood can finish inside this top 3, well and truly enough points to hang on to this one. So let's go racing with our top 4 at the moment. It's Cody Cooper ahead of Wyatt Chase. Great performance from Wyatt, our New Zealand MX1 Grand Prix champion. He's there in second place, but Hamish Harwood there in third with Kane Lamont in fourth. Tommy Watts sitting in 5th place at the moment. We've got Campbell King, Sam Cuthbert's in the battle for Dunedin bragging rights, 6th and 7th on the track there at the moment. We've got Hadley Knight in 8th place, Tyler Steiner there. That's 9th for Tyler. We've got Richard Horn running at our top 10, Mitchell Rees and Keegan Barnard. That's an awesome top 12 MX1 racing. We're nearly halfway through this race already. It seems like we only just started it. It's flowing by. And Cody Cooper doing what he loves. He's out in front and ticking these laps off in style. He keeps stretching that advantage every time. He was nearly 2 seconds quicker than Wyatt that last lap around, and just stretching it out. So brilliant stuff. Cody Cooper, he will feel pretty good winning all 3 of these races, but really was desperate to come in here and win the title. Hamish Harwood's the one who's turned up very wise, calculated performance. Had a 23-point lead heading into the day. He lost 5 of those in race 1. He lost another 5 of those in race number 2, and now he's just going to keep on there. Another 3rd place coming up here for Hamish Harwood, and that's all he needs to do. Very calculated, very smart, and odds on now to be a New Zealand MX1 champion.
Well, we always like to say, Brad, that we come to Taupo because it gives us a feature, a final excitement. I'm sure if you ask Cody Cooper, he'd prefer to be here for round number 1 and round number 2 and round number 3 and doing it all because Cody's always excited. We've of course seen him come from behind to pick up the title in the past here at Digger Mcewen. He's loved this place and he's knocked in these 3 incredible motos today, but unfortunately a little too late for the long-time hotshot and all-round good guy, Honda team manager extraordinaire and MX1 racer of the highest calibre, 37 years of age, coming up, I think, 37 for Coops, if I remember rightly. So certainly the twilight of his racing time, but he is giving absolutely nothing away. Fit, active and astute, and loving the fact that just how good he is as a team manager as well, and getting this best build Wellington Honda Motor race team into perfect shape for a great season, and to end up with 2 2s, in fact, second for himself and second for our hotshot MX2 rider James Scott. That's not a bad effort. In fact, if every team got that, I'm sure they'd all be very happy, really. So there we have it. We're bringing it home latter stages. Under 10 minutes to go. Cody Cooper, Wyatt Chase, Hamish Howard. Hamish not panicking at all, not panicking. Third place good enough. As you said, Brad, 3-3-3. He might be losing 5-5 and 5. That's 15 total, but when you come in when you're 21 up, it makes no difference at all. No matter, we won't remember whether the title's been won by 1 point or 100 points. It's more importantly about who's won, and it's right on target for Hamish Howard right here, right now.
Yeah, under 9 minutes to go. We've got about 8.5 to 9 minutes left, plus 1 lap. So these are massive 22-minute plus a moto laps. And absolutely flawless Cody Cooper. He is looking as lean and as mean as I've ever seen him. He just gets better with age, this guy. And just a little bit too late in the championship. Some bad luck over the last previous 3 rounds. That's all that's really been separating Coops and his title dreams. But he's flying at the moment, making a real statement here. So this man is ticking off yet another lap. So 8 minutes plus a lap still remaining. And Cody Cooper stretching that advantage out every time he crosses the stripe. We go back to Wyatt Chase there in second place, but it's 8.8 seconds now. And he's falling into the clutches of third and fourth as well. So we've got Kane Lamont and Hamish Howard. So Howard in third, Kane Lamont in fourth, but certainly the quicker man of those trio is Kane Lamont. He's just put in a pretty good lap time, a 2:10.1. So Kane Lamont a little bit quicker than the 2 ahead of him. We're going to go for a bit of a showdown here as we get to the latter stages of MX1 Race 3, the final race for these guys for the championship. We've still got one more race on our program after this. We've got the MX3, and that championship's up for grabs as well. So checking this one out, we've got Cody Cooper, well over 8 seconds ahead of Wyatt Chase. Wyatt Chase has got about 3 and a bit seconds ahead of Hamish Howard and Kane Lamont. So checking this one out. We're going racing with these guys. It's all on here as we got about 7.5 odd minutes to go. She's phenomenal stuff. The track's holding up really nicely. There's still plenty of passing manoeuvres, still plenty of lines out there, and these guys are really tested. So 3 22-minute motos for these guys. They'll be absolutely knackered after this. And Cody Cooper making it look pretty easy out in front. Check out the battle. Second place is coming alive. We've got Wyatt, Hamish and Kane. There is not much separating those 3 now. So this is what the fans have hung around for. Some good little battles about to explode here at MX1.
All right, keeping an eye on that next placing and looking out for the man they call Tuffy 94. Dropped the 94 off the bike. It is just the number 4. Looking to repeat that again in 2021. We're talking about Altham JCR Yamaha race and this man, Kane Lamont. So looking good for Kane on that number 4 machine out there and pairing it through. So here we go, 32, 3 by 4. So although Cody well out in front, in fact, he's increased his buffer. He goes over the damn jump and does a flying good performance. But the other 3 closing in. Look at that 4 coming on the tail of 3. Looking to push it up in there. Could be some excitement here late in the moto. Are we going to see Hamish Howard pick up the pace? Will he understand what he needs to do? 4th place will still be good enough. He doesn't need to have a tussle here. Will he effectively using his head and move aside maybe? As we see the 32 of Kane Lamont coming through here. Here's our 3 by 4. There they are. 3 for Hamish and 4. Of course, they're likely to go 1-4 for the overall on this performance. But right in the race at the moment, they are 3 and 4, and they are 3 and 4. 3 and 4 on the bike, 3 and 4 on the shirt, and 3rd and 4th in the race. So Cody 121, Cody Cooper from 32, Wyatt Chase 3, Hamish Howard from 4, Kane Lamont, and it's that closing up that is making a difference. And I tell you what, Hamish Howard with everything to lose there at the moment, so just has to watch the dice. You know, you can get out there and you can fight, but is it the battle or is it the war you're after? Down through the corner, it is Wyatt Chase and a beautiful run up the famous Taupo Smash Repairs stepper. Then looking to a wicked whip coming there from Hamish Howard as we see Tuffy coming in on his tail. Look at that, closing the gap down. Look at that back there, 3-4. Nothing on that one at the moment. And here we are, looking, in fact, a lap rider in there, lap rider, making the move, and 3 to get up on the inside. And then looking back to 4, no change in the moment, still Wyatt, still Hamish, still Kane, and as all this goes on, the 1-2-1 of Cody Cooper stamping his authority. 3 out of 3 for Digger Mcewen today, and Cody on fire for the glory. That's number 1 for the race, but not the number 1 overall. But that beautiful duel on in that next battle as we go 32-3 into 4. But just at that point, noticing that the gap was just wide, and they were nicely bunched together a lap ago. And all of a sudden, back a little bit, Kane had made a mistake up on the top, on the back of Energy centre point, and that's seen them just drop off the pace a little bit. Also for, I think I got an idea that Hamish was slowing anyway, as he wanted to keep out of the battle there. And he just allowed that moment. I don't see Kane giving up from here. He might have made a little mistake, but you watch Kane to fight back. Brad, we've got almost 4 minutes in the moto left. That will be around a lap and 3/4 at the point where they are. Maybe it's enough for 2 laps before the white flag, or maybe it's just 2 overall. We have still got a title on the knife edge right here, right now. It is not over.
All right, here it is, Cody Cooper. He has ticked off another lap. He's got 3 minutes and 46 seconds left in Digger Mcewen Motocross Park's 4th and final round of our championship. The battle for 3rd and 4th is electric. There's less than a second in it as we see Tuffy piling on the pressure to Hamish Harwood. White Chase is benefiting from that because he's going to sneak off in the distance while these guys tussle ahead of him. So the 32 of White Chase still in second place. We've got the 3 of Harwood ahead of the 4 of Kane Lamont. So this is on. We've got update of the top 10 with Tommy Watt still there in 5th place. Hadley Knight is up into 6th ahead of Campbell King. Then get a Tyler Steiner and Sam Cuthbertson. And Mitchell Rees up into the top 10. Well done to Mitch Rees, our New Zealand Superbike champion. Top 10 in MX1 Motocross. So well done to Mitch. Then go back to Richard Horn and Keegan Barnard rounding out the 12. But let's keep an eye on this one here because we're 3 minutes away from, a real lesson from these guys here. Cody Cooper, talked to him this morning, had to win all 3. That's what he's done, but what has not happened for Cody Cooper is there's been no bad luck for Hamish Harwood. He's won very calculated motos today. A 3rd and a 2nd, I believe. I think he might have been a 3rd in race 1, a 2nd in race 2, and now sitting in a good top 3 at the moment. So very calculated, very wise riding from Hamish Harwood, and we are on here. So 2.5 minutes plus a lap. We still ride with Cody Cooper out in front. We've got White Chase, our fastest qualifier. What might have been for White, he had that unfortunate crash in the first corner. He was running right up the front, made another mistake and had to drop back in motor number 1. And then after that, he's settled into a nice pace. But we'll feel pretty good. He's the New Zealand MX1 Grand Prix champion and running 2nd place now at the moment. We've got Hamish and Kane still there, 3rd and 4th place. But Kane Lamont just can't buy a trick here today. Just keeps making those mistakes and unable to get into the top 3 results here. So this is playing right in the hands of Hamish Harwood. He's getting ever closer to that all-important first-time MX1 championship. He's won 4 MX2 titles. He's won 2 MX125 titles. And now he is only mere minutes away from his first ever MX1 title. So let's check it out as we've got Coops still in charge of this one here. Then go back to White Chase. And this is the battle we're looking at. The number 3, the bright orange helmet of the CML KTM pilot. Hamish Harwood starts the 2nd to last lap for him. There's only about 2 laps to go in this race here. It's coming alive at Digger Mcewen.
Well, you say can't buy a trick, Brad, and certainly push, and a complete change, of course, that Kane is going through. And when I say a complete change, really trying to reinvent himself, and it will take some time. It doesn't happen overnight. First of all, from the fact that he was always putting it politely on the edge, and some of those times it was just over the edge a little too more times than it was on the edge. So that's what he's need to recorrect. And in so doing, it's just given him that opportunity not to be as consistent as he was. But if he can just work on that smoothness, work on that change under the tutorship, coaching and mentoring of none other than our world-class Ben Townley, I'm sure it'll all happen for him and come on. So don't worry, folks, it may not be 2021. Who knows, it may not be 2022, but you watch out. Within a couple of years for sure, you will see Kane Lamont on that top step of the podium. So an exciting time, and when you add to it the fact that we'd like to have some of our MX2 pilots stepping up, the likes of Maximus Purvis and Josiah Natsky and maybe even James Scott, when you put all of them into our MX1 field, you are in for a star-studded started lineup. So bring it on with our Motocross Nationals 2022 and onwards and ups after a year that we knew right from the word go was going to be COVID affected, and we've pulled the rabbit out of the hat and got away with it. And thanks to all concerned, the team of 5 million and that kind of talk is something, and we make sure that it is well recognised that Moto has survived. We did it last year, and we pulled it off again in 2021. So bring it on with our Fox Motocross Nationals. We're in the final bit now, 48 seconds of clock time left. That'll mean there'll be the white flag will come out next time they're coming through, but it's all on here, Brad, for oh no, here we are. So not is it going to be 30? No, it's not, it's 38. Sorry, he was right there, 35. It was right on 35 when I looked. That means it is, and now 2 laps to go from this point, so still plenty of moto. What that does, Brad, is it just means that it's longer, while we've got to see the hot shot number 3 stay out there and stay as he is doing in that 3rd place to keep the title.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 2 laps to go now. So this is on. Where the clock is about to expire, but that is exactly what Cody Cooper has done nicely in this race. Just tick those laps off, and he has a commanding 12.8 second lead ahead of White Chase, who's 8 seconds up the road from Hamish Harwood. So the top 3 fairly set. They're fairly spread apart. Kane Lamont still there in 4th place as well. We've got Tommy Watts in 5th. And then we go back to Hadley Knight, Tyler Steiner, Campbell King, Sam Cuthbertson, and Mitch Reed still holding on to top 10. Well done to Mitch. And he's doing it tough. He's getting better as the day goes on. He was worried about his arms after practice, so he has done a phenomenal performance there. Well done to Mighty Mitch, our New Zealand Superbike champion on the Tony Rees Motorcycles Honda 450. We've got Richard Horn, King of Barnard, still there in 12th. We've got Quade Young, Nathan Anderson, and Evan Hawkless. That's rounding out the top 15, but the business time has come down to this one here. Cody Cooper, he has been absolutely flawless today at Digger Mcewen. He's a lap and a half away from 3 from 3, but it's not going to be enough with Hamish Harwood sitting there in 3rd place and relatively comfortably now as well. So it's going to be Cody looking to win the battle, but we're going to Hamish to win the war. As we see Coops, man, he's making this track look, I can tell you folks, thanks for tuning in on Sky Sport Next, but these guys are making Digger Mcewen look pretty easy at the moment, and it is not. There's some decent square edge bumps, the ruts are pretty deep, and this place is very tricky to ride late in the day, so check it out, gnarly stuff. And MX1, looking at our champion. As we have a look, Cody Cooper has the Pirelli tabletops still to go, and the white flag ready and waiting. The clock has expired, the 22 minutes is up, we've got the 1 lap still to go. So white flag time, Cody Cooper is 1 lap away from ending our MX1 championship for 2021. It's been a little too late for Cody Cooper. He's silly odds on to win all 3 here today, but not quite enough for the championship. He was 23 points in arrears coming into this round, and Hamish Harwood has done a very mature, wise ride to hang on to those ones there. There he is crossing the line now in 3rd place, so that's 3rd for the number 3, the CML KTM. He's got the 3 on the bike, he was 3 last year. A lot we touched on. He's a former 4-time MX2 champion. He's a former 125 champion as well. And this is going to feel pretty good on the final lap. And we've got Cody Cooper odds on to win the overall. He'll win 3 from 3 today. But looking at our new champion-elect, half a lap away for Hamish Harwood to win his first MX1 championship. So this is going to feel pretty good. We're still not done and dusted though. We've got 1 lap to go. So let's check it out and ride. With all our MX1 contenders rounding out the top 10, Cody Cooper, White Chase, Hamish Harwood, still that top 3. Kane Lamont, Tommy Watts, then go to Hadley Knight, Tyler Steiner, Campbell King still in there, Sam Cuthbertson in 9th place, Mitch Rees in 10th, we've got Richard Horn and King of Barnard still 11th and 12th. As we have a look at Coops, he's through the Kawasaki New Zealand rollers at the moment, and this is going to be kind of a bittersweet moment for Coops, but really good vindication. Knew how quick he was heading into the season. He's worked hard. He's just had no luck, but knows he's worked hard, got the speed, and this is going to feel pretty good. But unfortunately for Coops not to be in 2021, he's got through the sawdust. And the crowd who's hung around has been treated to a masterclass of MX1 racing today. Cody Cooper, the 9-time Open Motocross champion, has just been absolutely scintillating. This track is pretty rough and rugged at the moment, and he is making it look easy. He's on his way to the dam jump for the final time here in 2021. Our New Zealand Senior Motocross Championships brought to us by Fox, Aon, Pirelli and Kawasaki, and Corporation presented by Sky Sport Next. Thank you for tuning in. But this one here is the 121 of Cody Cooper. He's going to take the checkered flag, and with that, it's going to be 3 from 3 at round number 4. But with Hamish Harwood still there in third place in this race, it's certainly going to be all on for Hamish Harwood. We're going to go racing with the 32, White Chase. He's going to come home in second place. That's going to be good enough to lock away 3 NZ in his debut year of MX1 racing. So well done to White Chase on the Chaseworks promoter Yamaha. 3 NZ for him. But here it is, the number 3, the CML KTM, your new MX1 national champion, Mr. Hamish Harwood. And that's going to feel really good. Absolutely brilliant. What a wise ride and phenomenal pace throughout the series. That is the new number 1 in MX racing, Hamish Harwood on the CML KTM. We go Kane Lamont. He's going to come home in 4th place, and that will continue his run of 4 NZ. So another 4 for Kane Lamont. Well done to the toughie there on the Altherm Window Systems JCR Yamaha. We then look out for the 912 of Tommy Watts, another one in his rookie season in MX1 racing. That's going to be a nice top 5 result there. And then go back to Hadley Knight, the local man on the Apex Window Systems promoter Yamaha. Looking out to round out our top 6. We then go to 7th for Tyler Steiner. Well done to Tyler, a pretty good year for him. He'll be looking at locking away 5 NZs for Tyler Steiner, so brilliant stuff for him. Campbell King finishes there in 8th place with Sam Culbertson in 9th. Mitch Rees in 10th place. Then go back to Richard Horn and Keegan Barnard running at our top 12. Well done to MX1. That is our 2021 season in the books. And we're going to cross down to Neil, who will have our podium. It's certainly been Cody Cooper all day here today. 3 from 3 at Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. But the new MX1 national champion, Mr. Hamish Harwood. Let's cross to Neil.
Well, I tell you what, with some up and down performances, some of the other riders, we've got a very unique podium here. Remember, of course, this is what we do at every round, 1, 2 and 3 and now 4, and that is to get the 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd and 1st for the day. This is not the series, that's overall, but we will be sneaking our MX1 trophy into this just to show the photo shot and for all the crowd here to recognise today. So looking for a master class from these riders to show their superb efforts over 4 absolutely dynamic weekends. The weather's been on our side, haven't had a drop of moisture for the rounds this year. That's been pretty lucky. Tell you what, Rotor Vegas and that heat back in the middle of February was absolutely exhaustive. We've had the wind of Woodville, we've had the bacon clay of Pukekohe. Now the awesome terra firma of Super Pumice. It is Taupo's Digger Mcewen Park. All right, the congrats are all out there. Let's get him up here. MX1, 5th place, Hadley Knight. 4th place, and here for his glory as well today is White Chase. And in 3rd placing, come on Taupo, let's hear it, Kane Lamont. And for the 2nd today, it is Hamish Harwood. 3 3rd places, good enough to be there when it counts at the end. And your number 1 for the day, you can't take him away. 3 wins, it is Cody Cooper. All right, let's get the top caps in place, and the first of those, first of all, Heads, it's your home. You and your dad and the team helped build it, but how good today, Digger Mcewen?
Yeah, the track was awesome. It was gnarly, which I like. Just made it hard on myself at starts again. But no, the track was heaps of passing and heaps of good racing.
All right, where to from here for Hadley? Still, mate, look, you're in the top 5 in New Zealand. I hope you're feeling good about it.
Yeah, no, I feel good, and I'm looking forward to the last 2 cross-country rounds down south. Bit of a change, but yeah, it's good.
Well done, well done. We wish you all the best for that. It'll be superb. First of all, Wyatt, mate, Woodville's where it all started, and a Grand Prix to go with it. Some ups and downs along the way, but a great series. Nice to finish up here today.
Yeah, no, it's been an awesome series. You know, the win at Woodville was awesome, and yeah, just a little bit of lack of bike time. I know where I went wrong this year. Was just I couldn't really get out riding much, but definitely know what I need to work on next year. And yeah, no, apart from that, it's been an awesome season, my rookie season in MX1, and happy to come away with a top 3 and 3rd place, and just.
Well done indeed, great speech there. Looking to our 3rd at the moment. Tuffy, you finally made it happen on the podium where you should be. A much better day today.
Yeah, got a good start in the first race and led a few laps, so I was pretty confident. My mechanic this morning said that, you know, there's a few, I think there's like 4 gears above neutral, so if you want to use them, use them. So I managed to find some pace, stayed upright, had a bit of fun. I did a few whips in the last motor, which is cool, and yeah, I'm pretty happy to be healthy and come away from today with the result I did.
And cool stuff going to our 2nd place. It doesn't matter about being 2nd for the day. It was those 3 thirds. Super consistent riding with your head. Well done, Hamish. Got to be a smile, please.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, today was all about wrapping up the title, and I just wanted no silly business, nothing to go wrong, and had a bit of a scare in the first race when I went down in the first turn and lost a couple of spokes in the front wheel, and was a bit touch and go, but all in all, yeah, the bike was awesome. Just stoked to yeah, come away. 2nd for the day is good, and obviously the title.
Yeah, and we'll celebrate that shortly. First of all, Cody, how good's Digger Mcewen today? 3 wins. You've got to be feeling happy.
Yeah, definitely. I felt like, well, I did do something wrong. I did a shitty start in the first moto, but I felt like I couldn't do much wrong today. I just rode really good and just focused on myself. And yeah, I felt like I could just ride all day, so I was real happy with how all that went and my bike and everything, and finally good for it all to come together, and good platform to start next year, and looking forward to that. And obviously the Honda team, everyone in it, just helping my job a lot easier trying to run it, you know, and hopefully we can come back, you know, bigger and stronger as a team, and yeah, just everyone on the team, I can't thank him enough again. Flying W suspension, he manned my bike with every round. We've just been working on a little bit here, and with how late the bike turned up, which like we're testing it at a race event, so happy to finish off where it actually is today, and yeah, couldn't thank him enough, so thank you.
Well done. Stay right there, guys. Once again, those Pirelli caps, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And all right, but we're going to sneak in this one. We'll be repeating it again tonight. Your new #1 in New Zealand. Let's hear it, Cody Cooper. Sorry, Hamish Harwood. My apologies. Neil, where did you get that from? Of #1 for the race. So what we'll do... All right, so... yeah, there we go. Let's put it on the top step. That's what it's all about. Yeah, like that. Congratulations. What an awesome podium. There you are. That is your #1, #2, #3. My bad. 3rd place, Wyatt Chase. 2nd, Cody Cooper. And 1st, and your new champion, Hamish Harwood. Feeling good about it. Brad, take us away, MX3. Quickly, just going, Andy, Todd, Kobe Burke, T2, are you guys here? Andy and Kobe, T2 Cup? No, I didn't think so.
All right, we'll give you a bit of an update here. MX3 Race 3 is out there at the moment, so well done to our MX1 podium and awesome scenes. Well done, Hamish Harwood. That's going to feel awesome. super stoked to see that. So well done. Great work down there. So that's our MX1 overall podium all wrapped up. Out there at the moment, MX3, and it is a continuation of race 1 and 2. We've got Scotty Moyer well in charge of this one here. Nearly 11 seconds up the road from anyone. He's lapping in the 2:22, so still pretty good clip around here. Scotty Moyer. Legendary performance here at the moment with Darren Capel there in second place, but he needs to finish within more than that. DK's in third place, so DK the 15-point lead in the championship, so it's certainly advantage DK as far as our MX3 overall series is concerned. We'll go racing with Darren Capel, certainly good enough to lock away 2 NZ with that performance. We've got Brendan White, Jed Bixley and Josh Niehaus. That's our top 5 at the moment, so let's check it out. We've got Scotty Moyer, Darren Capel, that's 1 and 2. Then we go to a good performance. Daryl King is there in third place. We've got Bradley Watling in fourth. James Parry is running in fifth place with Alan Nichols and Jed Bixley there in 6th and 7th. But Richard Furs there, Zach Nolan, Brendan McCaskey rounding out our top 10, so frantic pace out there at the moment. MX3, race 3, the final race of the day. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for tuning in on Sky Sport Next. We have 2 minutes plus a lap still remaining in this one here, and it's going to feel very, very sweet indeed for Scotty Moyer. He has won 2 from 2 so far and leading this one comfortably at the moment. He's on the borrowed L-Therm Window Systems JCR Yamaha 450 of Maximus purposes, and certainly putting it to good use out there at the moment. So the man who lives here in Taupo, he runs the Dyno Lab as part of ProMoto, where he works there in the local Yamaha dealer. And here he is out on the number 44, absolutely flying. Good work from Scotty Moyer. So a minute and a half still left in this one. He's just coming into the dual lane section now, and we will be able to keep an eye on him as he runs through this one here. So we're nearly there. We've got just over a minute to go as we fly with this one here. Scotty Moyer, Darren Capel, DK Daryl King under a bit of pressure from Bradley Watling, so third and fourth not done for in this race, but DK with 15-point lead in this series. Certainly top 4 result will be good enough for DK, so let's get him behind him on the Subway Yamaha from 2005. He got the bike out of storage less than 2 weeks ago, rebuilt it for round 3 at Harrisville, where he won all 3 races there. He's come out here with that decent points lead, and sitting in 4th place now at the moment. Odds-on favourite to be an MX3 New Zealand champion, so DK Daryl King, spectacular to watch at the moment, but Scotty Moyer, this has been a scintillating performance. He's going to cross the line with about 30 seconds left on the clock, so this one here is now going to expire on this lap around, so 2 laps to go for Scotty Moyer, and you can see just making a little bit of a mistake on the run to the Grant Townley Builders finish line. Certainly those arms will be going. He didn't know if he was going to hang on for 3:15 motos today when I saw him this morning, so he's done pretty well. He's 2 laps away from total annihilation here at MX3. Thank you for sticking around. We've got a good crowd here at Digger Mcewen Motocross Park, and we have been treated. What a fantastic day of racing, and MX3 certainly hasn't let us down either. We've got Scotty Moyer, Darren Capel, that's 1 and 2. They've been 1 and 2 all day. We've got Bradley Watling now up into 3rd place, ahead of Daryl King, MX3 champion-elect. All he needs to do is hang on to that 4th place. Certainly will be enough, so let's keep it on this one here. 2 laps to go, and we're excited.
Well, I tell you what, it's all about, as well, the riders that aren't in the race, like Tommy Dillon and Lance Pratt and Bradley Lauder. Bad luck for those guys. There's also, I think, another full group there, Peter Hamill and Sam Mackay and Hunter Cassidy and Michael Carter. Well, I think we've got 8 or 9, so a bit of an attrition rate. Remembering, these are guys, these are sort of weekend warriors, a bit of a terminology we've used for a number of years. I don't want to knock too much about it, but it's more the fact that these guys are more casual riders. You know, they're still at school, they're still at work. Some of these guys are doing OT and doing apprenticeships, knocking in the hours and on a lower pay. And here they are, turning out for their love of motocross to knock in some great races. So MX3, it's our version of a 125, a 250 or a 450. Choose your weapon, doesn't matter. We don't split it by class. And we just acknowledge that we've got this fantastic group of people that still want to go racing motocross but don't make the commitment of the young guns. Yeah, an easier moto to do. You know, we're talking about less than 15 rather than at the 20s plus 25s. that the others do. So a real place to play in our sport, and congratulations to people like Scotty Wilkins and Ray Broad for making sure that it is a good class to have back in as a series and not just a one-off round. Speaking about Scotty Wilkins, Scotty with us here today. Scotty is a board member. Hardy, congrats. Scotty's a man that has been the real a man behind getting our Sky Sport Next, and thank you, Scotty, for all your great work, because as a relatively minor sport in New Zealand, we hopefully that it's brought it to the fore, and if today's crowd's anything to go by, we've got a huge amount of moto fans out there, and we'll be keen to see the audience figures of those of you out there watching our cool sport. We love moto, and you will as well. In our final stages of our final race of our final day of the final event of the year, we've got through it without a COVID hiccup, and we're ready to go. It should be the white flag. There he is, Mr. Scott Moyer, number 2 NZ in 2018, number 2 NZ in 2019. I'm talking about New Zealand Superbike road racing. So, you know, this is a star of the tar seal. These are your 250 kilometre an hour aces that go so fast, and it is, of course, a mega checkbook as well. But courtesy of Althum, JCR, Yamaha, Promoto, and also Maximus Purvis, we've actually got that man Scotty on a bike here today, which is darn cool, and that's why he's on that number 44. So a great story to tell about an all-round good guy, and more importantly about a guy that still loves motocross and proving how good he is motocross. Remembering he was mixing it with Ben Townley in the day back in junior racing here on 85s and 125. So that's how good that he got, and nice to see him still with a bit of love of moto to come out and do it here today. So here we are, Brad, into our final stages at the moment, and certainly looking to be a hot shot for the run home, Mr. Scott Moyer.
Oh, absolutely. This has been breathtaking from Scotty. He is just absolutely on fire at the moment. He's half a lap away from winning 3 from 3 in MX3. So awesome stuff. DC Darren Capel, the godfather of Digger Mcewen, has not disappointed today either. He's been second place all day with Bradley Watling there in third. DK Daryl King, I believe if he hangs on to fourth place, that'll be enough to secure an MX3 national championship for him. So we're going racing with DK in fourth place. James Perry on the smaller powered 125 machine. That's a big shout out to James. He'll be there. He's locked in a good battle. There's 7 points separating him and Jed Bixley. They're separated by only one position on the track. So when Jed Bixley's needed to turn up and play, he has certainly come to the party. So could be hanging on to 3 NZ in MX3 racing. Jed Bixley, James Perry. There in fourth, we've got Brendan White. He's out there as well, but he is desperate to try and hang on to that top 5 with Josh Niehaus as well. He only did the 1 round. Brendan did the 2 rounds. Jacob Burke-Palmer, he's sitting there in 7th. So we've got plenty to play for, but at the moment we've got Scotty Moyer just a few corners away. He's coming over the dam jump for the final time. This is the final race on the final day, and let's take it away with Scotty Moyer. Just got the Pirelli tabletop section out the top end of Digger Mcewen Motocross Park to contend with. This is going to be pretty good. Well done to Scotty Moyer, a real legend on 2 wheels in New Zealand, and he is going to take the checkered flag, and with that 3 from 3 today, MX3 overall winner for round 4 here at Digger Mcewen Motocross Park. That's going to feel magical. The Scotty Moyer. We then go to the man in second place. It is Capes. Well done to Capes. He's been second all day and had a really good run at winning the MX3 overall. Not going to quite be enough here. Bradley Watling comes home in third place. So well done to Bradley on the Beach Boys Racing. KTM, he's there in the top 3. But here it is, Daryl King, number 2 on the Subway Yamaha. He's got a couple of corners to go. He's been fourth, and now he's been fourth again. And that should be enough to secure an MX3 championship, I believe. I'll let the computer do the maths properly, but provisionally in my head, I've got DK Daryl King taking that one out there. So well done, DK. Fantastic stuff from DK with James Parry there. He's still yet to come home. He's on the smaller powered 125 machine as well, so look out for James. And shout out to him on the smallest capacity bike out in the field and up there in the top 4. So well done to James Parry. That'll be him on the 74 machine. Crosses the line in about 4th place. And still catching updates here. So MX3 racing starting to unwind. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for joining us. It's been round 4 of the New Zealand Senior Motocross Championships. We'll shout out there to Jed Bixley. He's going to finish in 5th place, and doing so, I believe, will be enough to secure him 3 NZ for MX3 racing. So well done to Jed Bixley on the Carter Tyres machine. That's 3 NZ for Jed. Thank you to the flag marshals. Thank you to the officials. Thank you to the Taupo Motorcycle Club. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing us this action, and also a massive, massive thank you to our sponsors. Aon Insurance, can't do it without you. Kawasaki New Zealand, Pirelli, winner of all 3 national championships. We've got Fox Racing involved as well, and Sky Sport Next bringing us this awesome coverage. We will now cross down to Neil, who will have our overall for today in MX3 racing. It's no question who the winner is today, the number 44 of Scotty Moyer. We're going to cross down to Neil.
Yeah, thank you, Brad, and can't help but say a repeat of what Brad's just been talking about, of all the people that are thank you. What a crowd, what an event here today. Taupo take a bow, setting the standard again. Every time all the other clubs lift their game and you come to Taupo and bang, they're the highest and the mightiest, and certainly absolutely superb to see them. So, all right, let's get up here. Our MX3 podium in 3rd place, James Perry. Well done to James. Second now to DC today, Mr. Darren Capel. And first place for the day goes to Scotty Moyer. You want to hop up, matey? You can hop up. You can hop up too. Yeah, you can come on up. Yeah, good boy. Good boy. That's awesome. Well done. Hey, well done, James. You enjoyed MX3?
Yeah, it is MX3.
Do it again, you reckon?
I want to try and get a 125 class next year.
Yeah, nice challenge. Well done. Congratulations for that. Cape's the godfather of this place, Digger Mcewen, more laps in here. How good did the club do this year?
Oh, no, it's fantastic, Neil. Track's one of my favourite, and I call it my home club, so I really enjoy coming back here every year. And just a big thanks to the club and all the sponsors that make the event possible, all the helpers behind the scenes. Wheelie from Sign On for coming through for my shirts in this last week, thanks very much. And these guys for the good racing, Yamaha, Promoter here in Taupo for supplying a good bike, Yamalube, Fox, 100% goggles, Pirelli tyres and Motormuck, thanks a lot, guys. Oh, congratulations DK on the title.
Yeah, it was superb indeed. And for Scotty coming out, Scotty, worthwhile coming to have a ride in MX3?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I had a ball out there. It's just good to come and have a bit more laid-back racing. Not quite so much pressure on the line, just having fun. Yeah, again, can't thank the club enough for all the work they've done. Everyone that comes and spends their time here doing it. Highlight of the weekend for me is whole shot and Capes in that last one. Finally got him. So it was only by a wheel, I think. But yeah, other than that, yeah, congratulations to all the other guys.
Cool. Hey, let's, from all of you out there, let's have a round of applause for this MX3, a cool class, and back once again as a series. That's the part that I love, so well done. And, of course, congratulations to DK, yes, indeed, for that overall. So here we are. What a way to wrap a fantastic day, and cool that even the kids can come up and share the glory with Scotty. The boys can take on a water and a drink. So cheers, thank you very much. All right, a wrap for the day, not complete without the thank yous that we've got. Sky Sport Next, Kia Trailers, Yamaha with Alpine Stars. Let's lock and load them all out here, including Carter Coaching, Debrett's, Soak, Save, Soothe and Enjoy, along with Taupo Mini Golf, Four-Wheel Drive Warehouse, Trev, Terry Marine, Zed, and the decals as well. So looking out for that one. So here we are. Let's take it as an opportunity to finish off a day. What a day, what a championship. Yes, indeed, MX3, our last of the card. Great to have it back as a series again, and hearty congratulations to our former New Zealand champion and world number 2 on 2 occasions, Daryl King, for taking that one out. And DK, thanks for showing us. It wasn't a 2007 model Suzuki for round 1, for rounds 2 and 3. It was then a 2005, the Subway Yamaha, the same bike that took them to victory more than 16 years ago. So great to have that kind of mix of memorabilia and moments to share as well. Also to enjoy us, of course, were our YZ65 Cup throughout the series, so well done. Also a recollection back to Woodville in our first round, incorporating our New Zealand Grand Prix back there. But certainly it's MX125, MX1 and MX2 for our MX2 class, of course. Maximus Purvis, repeat winner, won it last year by the narrowest of margins. This year he smoked them, the first one to do it with an entire race to spare. So the biggest winning margin of any one rider to Maximus retain retaining the #1 plate for the Altham JCR Yamaha team. Going to MX 125, and yes, indeed, he did it 4 years ago. Hayden Smith's done it again. And to complement that, of course, he's gone and taken a third in the MX2 as well on this brand new gas motorcycle that's rejuvenated motocross around the world. In fact, in our 125 title of the top 5 to finish at 4 different manufacturers with Yamaha, Gas, KTM and Husqvarna in there. So fantastic to see. And to our other young guns making their move in that class as well. So cool to see that 125 class rising to the occasion. A couple of standouts in that one today would certainly be in there Dylan Westgate for cracking the podium, and also, of course, for Brodie Connolly still retaining it while doing those double classing and coming back from a double lap lost crash at Rotorua as well. Hey, now to our MX1. What a feature class. How awesome is that? A brand new champion, a man never been #1 on that pedestal before. Hamish Harwood from Auckland, formerly from beautiful Takia in the Golden Bay, and the little man whose campaign way back on his Murray Thorne Suzuki RM85, I'll never forget, and he strove to even sit on 85 and couldn't put his feet on the ground. He has risen to the occasion of being #1. He is an inspiration to every other rider. You look back at the results of Hamish Harwood in those years of 85 racing, just cracking into the top 10 or cracking into the top 5, never on a New Zealand podium. He never in junior champs, never a #1. So this guy has done it, and done it hard, and done it the way that you become a champion. You've done it from the bottom up, and it's truly a story of guts and glory of the highest calibre, and we thoroughly salute it. When you put together the new kid on the block and Wyatt Chase, you add to that the soul weights of Cody Cooper and Wyatt Chase. What an impressive top 4 in our sport. We've had a thoroughly enjoyable series for a whole lot of fun. We've been to some great places around this great country, and we're hoping with borders open and our country freer, we'll look forward to an even better year in 22, and hopefully back in the beautiful South Island. We've had some awesome moto down there in the past, and hopefully we'll be back there again. Stay tuned to more awesome action. You'll find it on Facebook at NZ Motocross Next or at Our Sport MNZ. We're proud to be members of a great organisation. We want to say thank you to you for watching and listening and following our sport out there. We can't do it without you and your support, and especially to Sky Sport Next. We love you and thank you for your commitment to go to the underdog sports like our little motocross, or whether you've been doing it for badminton or any other of our great sports in this country of ours. To our other supporters like Mac Media, to Aon and Pirelli, we say thanks. Fox, we love your support. You are MX magic around the world, and you're MX magic right here in New Zealand. Whether it be cool for the little kids or the big kids, whether it be for the Fox gals or for the guys on the track, whether it be for your race wear or your casual wear, the world-class super safety helmets or top boots or the other apparel that you can wear, from your socks up to your caps, you'll love it all from Fox, and we do as well. To all of you out there that have played a role, we just say thank you, and we really appreciate your support for our fun sport is motocross. We'll be back in 2022, don't worry about that. A privilege to have Super Son Brad on board with us here at Turbo Sound. We've been privileged to call a fantastic series, and we just say to all of you, safe travels, God bless, see you again. Motocross will be back. Cheers.